Caliburn's Fight. Sam Reilly, Book 34. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Prologue. Lewis and Clark Expedition, St. Charles, May 21, 1804. Of all the burdens known to man, secrets were the heaviest. Captain Meriwether Lewis felt every pound of that weight he was now carrying, as if it were pressing down upon him, crushing his very ability to breathe. At the direction of President Thomas Jefferson, the Corps of Discovery, a specially established unit of the United States Army, had been formed to explore the newly acquired Louisiana Purchase, the large land area from the Mississippi River in the east to the Rocky Mountains in the west, and from the Gulf of Mexico in the south to the Canadian border in the north, was bought by the United States from the French First Republic in 1803, funding Napoleon Bonaparte's war coffers and nearly doubling the nominal size of the fledgling United States. The acquisition of Louisiana was a long-term goal of President Thomas Jefferson, who was especially eager to gain control of the crucial Mississippi River port of New Orleans. Led by Captain Meriwether Lewis and Lieutenant William Clark, the expedition aimed to explore the Missouri River, establish trade with Native American tribes, and find a navigable water route to the Pacific Ocean. All of that was public knowledge. What wasn't known was that President Jefferson had another purpose for both the acquisition of Louisiana and for Lewis to head into the unknown lands far west of the Missouri River. It was for this secret that Lewis knew he would risk the lives of all 45 members of his expeditionary force. He pictured 45 souls in total: officers, enlisted men, civilian volunteers, hunters, craftsmen, and York, Lieutenant William Clark's slave, who was stronger than any other man in the group. The slave was amiable and well-liked, and so far all the Indian tribes had been intrigued by the black color of the man's skin. The keelboat groaned softly as it strained against the Missouri's relentless current, the river's brown water swirling and tugging at the hull like a living force determined to turn them back. Meriwether Lewis stood at the bow, one hand resting on the rough wood of the railing, his gaze fixed on the unbroken horizon ahead. Beside him, as steady and silent as a carved figurehead, sat Seaman. The big black dog sat tall and alert, his sleek Newfoundland coat gleaming where the sunlight touched it. His dark eyes scanned the water ahead, watchful as any scout. The breeze ruffled the thick fur at his neck, but he remained still, like a sentinel placed there by Providence. Now and then his ears pricked at the cry of a gull or the splash of a fish, but he did not stir. Seaman was easily 150 pounds, with the greatest temperament of any animal Lewis had ever known. He allowed himself the smallest smile as he looked at the fluffy beast. Of all the choices he'd made in preparing for this great endeavor, the supplies, the men, the instruments of science and trade, the decision to bring Seaman was the one thing he had not doubted for a moment. The dog had been his companion through long marches and lonely watches, and he would be his companion still on this journey into the unknown. A great swimmer, strong as the current itself, Seaman could cross the river at will, his powerful legs cutting through the water as easily as any boatman's oar. Lewis knew with a certainty he could not claim for much else, that if a man were to fall overboard into the treacherous Missouri, Seaman would leap in without hesitation. More than once Lewis had seen him do just that, dragging a floundering soldier back to shore, his jaws firm on coat or collar, his eyes fierce with purpose. The great black Newfoundland held his head high, dark eyes sharp and watchful. The breeze off the river ruffled the long fur at his neck and flanks, but the dog did not stir. Lewis drew a breath of river air and let his eyes sweep the distant bluffs, the endless bends that marked their slow passage westward. His own reflection met him faintly in the water below, tall and lean, with a face grown more gaunt these past weeks of preparation, dark hair tied back beneath his broad-brimmed hat. His high cheekbones and straight nose gave him an austere look, softened only by the intensity of his eyes, a gray blue that, when caught by the light, could seem almost silver. Those eyes, so often narrowed in thought or study, now scanned the river ahead with equal parts wonder and worry. He wore a hunting shirt of fringed deerskin, supple and well-worn, the color of old ivory, with a blue woolen sash knotted at the waist. His boots were scuffed from the labors of loading and marching. His hands, though fine-boned and precise, bore the calluses of the trail. At his belt hung a long knife, and tucked into the sash was a brass compass, a constant reminder of the duty that bound him. Lewis ran his fingers over Seaman's broad head, feeling the warmth of the dog's fur beneath his palm. In this faithful creature he had no misgivings. The journey ahead was filled with perils he could scarcely name, but at least in Seaman he had chosen rightly. The Missouri stretched on endlessly, a winding, restless highway of brown water that carried them deeper into the uncharted wilds with each slow mile. From the moment they pushed off from St. Charles, the river had tested them at every turn, its currents treacherous, its banks tangled with cottonwoods and willows, its bends concealing hidden snags that clawed at the keel-boat's hull like grasping hands. Captain Meriwether Lewis stood often at the bow, gray-blue eyes narrowed beneath the brim of his hat as he scanned the river ahead. The keel-boat, their lifeline, creaked under its heavy load, supplies, weapons, tools, and the hopes of a young nation. The pirogues flanked them, guided by boatmen who knew the water's moods, but even they were humbled by the great river's power. The party labored from dawn until the stars pricked the dark sky. Blistered hands gripped oars and poles. Sweat streamed from sunburnt faces. Curses and commands mingled with the calls of unseen creatures in the woods. They fought the river's will with every muscle they possessed, inching north and west, their bodies weary but their resolve unbroken. Days became weeks. Weeks turned into long months. The land changed as they passed. Rolling hills gave way to vast plains, dotted with herds of buffalo and antelope that watched with wary eyes. They saw more of the native nations, the Oto, the Yankton Sioux, the Arikara, each meeting cautious, some friendly, some not. Lewis kept his journal close, filling page after page with notes and sketches, though often his mind strayed to the weight of their task and the uncertainties ahead. By late autumn of 1804, the Missouri's breath turned cold, its banks rimmed with ice, its waters dark and sullen beneath the lowering sky. It was here, among the Mandan villages, they chose to make their stand against the coming winter. Fort Mandan rose from the frozen earth through sheer determination. The men felled cottonwood trees, their axes ringing through the crisp air. They notched and stacked the heavy logs into sturdy walls, their fingers stiff and raw from the cold. Day by day the fort took shape, 2 rows of cabins forming a triangle, enclosed by palisades with bastions at the corners for defense. Smoke from their fires soon rose in steady columns, a sign of hard-won shelter in the heart of the wilderness. Lewis watched it all with a mixture of pride and unease. They had come far, and they had survived much, but the greatest trials, he knew, still waited beyond the cold horizon. The wind rattled the shutters of the small cabin, and the cold crept through every chink in the log walls. Inside, by the flickering light of a tallow lamp, Captain Meriwether Lewis sat hunched over a crude table, his breath misting in the frigid air. The fire in the hearth had burned low, casting long shadows that danced on the rough-hewn timbers. Outside, the Missouri lay frozen and silent beneath the weight of winter. Lewis reached into his leather satchel and withdrew a folded sheet of parchment, creased and worn at the edges from many secret readings. He smoothed it carefully on the table, his gloved hands trembling slightly, whether from cold or the gravity of the moment he could not say. It was the cipher President Jefferson had entrusted to him before their departure, a table of letters, 26 across and 26 down, forming a square grid, each row shifted by one letter from the row above. It was a cipher of substitution, elegant in its simplicity, its origin rooted in the methods of Vigenère. With it, a key word or phrase could align the table, each letter of the message disguised by pairing it with a letter of the key. To any who intercepted the message, the text would appear as senseless jumble, but with the cipher and key, Lewis could read his words as clearly as if Jefferson had whispered them in his ear. He took up his quill, dipped it in ink now thick and sluggish from the cold, and drew a fresh sheet of paper toward him. Slowly, deliberately, he began to write, encoding each letter with care, checking and rechecking his work against the cipher square. The key, as Jefferson had instructed, was artichoke, a name chosen for its obscurity, its meaning known only to the president and his captain. Outside, a coyote's howl broke the night, a lonely sound that faded into silence. Lewis paused, listening, then bent again to his task. I am at the head of the Missouri. All well, and the Indians so far friendly. It read as a long, incomprehensible string of letters and symbols without the cipher. He hesitated for a moment, quill poised, and then wrote the final line. So far, there has been no sign of Merlin. Winter at Fort Mandan, December 1804. The cold seeped into his bones, as if the very earth meant to claim him. The wind came down from the northern plains like a living thing, shrieking through the gaps in Fort Mandan's palisade and setting the timbers creaking in protest. Inside the cramped quarters, Lieutenant William Clark pulled his coat tighter, watching as the northern lights shimmered in their myriad of colors beyond the frozen river. Outside, the world lay locked beneath a shroud of snow, the Missouri frozen hard, the land to stone, as silent and still as death. And here they stood, at the edge of everything they had known, winter's prisoners inside their fortress of logs and hope. Fort Mandan had risen swiftly beneath their hands, a refuge against the bitter winter. The walls of cottonwood logs encircled their small domain, blockhouses, cabins, a blacksmith's forge, all the works of civilization, wrested from the wilderness. And yet it was not solitude they found here. Day by day the Mandan and Hidatsa came, wrapped in furs against the cold, faces grave and curious. They brought corn and meat, and stayed to trade stories by the Corps' fires, their voices low beneath the crackle of flame. Clark recalled the long councils with the chiefs, the ceremonial pipe passed hand to hand, its sweet smoke binding their promises of peace. There was caution in their eyes, but no hostility. A fragile trust had been forged in the dark heart of winter. Among their visitors was Toussaint Charbonneau, the wiry French-Canadian trapper, eager for coin and favor. Charbonneau had been living and trading in Metaharta, central of the 3 Knife River Hidatsa villages for the Northwest Company, for several years. A week after the expedition arrived, Charbonneau went to meet Lewis and Clark and learn what was going on. He offered his services as a Hidatsa translator and mentioned that his 2 wives were Shoshones, an Indian tribe that lived in the Rocky Mountains. Clark had already learned that they would need to negotiate with the Shoshones for the purchase of horses if they were to cross the Rocky Mountains, and he and Captain Lewis readily agreed to bring them on for the duration of the expedition. Clark soon discovered that although he liked the man, Charbonneau was of no peculiar merit, but one of his young wives, Sacagawea, a heavily pregnant woman of extraordinary ability, soon became a crucial part of the expedition's success. As a Lemhi Shoshone woman, Sacagawea played an essential part as a translator and guide, helping the expedition navigate and communicate with various Native American tribes, including her own Shoshone people. Her knowledge of the land and languages was invaluable, and her presence as a woman and a mother with the expedition symbolized peace and fostered trust with other tribes. Sacagawea was small, alert, her dark eyes taking in everything. There was wisdom in her silence, and strength in the way she moved. Clark soon found, deep down, that they would come to depend on her more than any guide or interpreter, and far more than her husband, Charbonneau. The last timbers of Fort Mandan faded behind them as they pushed west, the thawing world waking beneath their feet. Lieutenant William Clark rode at the head of the party, his gaze sweeping the endless horizon where the plains rose and fell like a great ocean of grass. The Missouri's winding course fell away behind them, and with it the known world. Ahead lay nothing but promise, peril, and the Rocky Mountains, whose jagged silhouette now loomed like a dark line on the edge of creation. The Corps of Discovery moved slowly at first, the spring rains turning the prairie trails to rivers of mud. But with each day's march, the land grew drier, rougher. They met tribes who marveled at their strange company and strange purpose, some offering aid, others only wary glances. The great herds of buffalo dwindled as the land grew harsher. Clark's journals filled with sketches of peaks and rivers, notes on plants and animals unknown to science. Then came the Shoshone. It was Sacagawea who led them to her people. The reunion with her kin brought relief and salvation. From the Shoshone, Clark and Lewis secured horses, sure-footed, wiry creatures bred for these hard lands. Without them, the crossing of the Rockies would have been all but impossible. The climb began in earnest as they approached Lemhi Pass. Clark's legs burned with the effort of the ascent, his boots scuffed and torn by the stony trails. The air thinned, crisp and sharp with the scent of pine. The higher they climbed, the more the world below seemed to fall away, as if the Corps had stepped beyond the grasp of ordinary men. And then at last they stood atop Lemhi Pass. Clark reined in his horse and stared out at the endless expanse beyond the great sweep of the Pacific West. The land rolled away in a tapestry of ridges and valleys, forests dark and deep as any sea. It was not the easy water route they had hoped for, but something wilder, grander, and infinitely more challenging. The Bitterroot Range lay ahead, its jagged teeth cutting the horizon, snow still clinging to its highest spires. This was the edge of the known world, and beyond it only conjecture and courage would guide them. They pressed on through the Bitterroots, taking the ancient Lolo trail worn into the mountains by countless generations of native travelers. The path was narrow and deadly treacherous, threading between towering pines, skirting cliffs where a single misstep could mean death. Snow fell again, biting and unexpected. Food ran short. The men grew gaunt, their faces hollowed by hunger and exhaustion, but Clark urged them on, his own strength drawn from the land's stark beauty and the unshaken resolve that had carried them this far. He had nothing but the utmost respect for Meriwether Lewis, but where Clark had a natural, even-tempered and gregarious nature, even under such adversity, Lewis's temperament easily fell into introversion, melancholy, and moodiness. When things went well with the expedition, he observed Lewis was capable of bouts of intense highs, in direct contrast to his lows, almost like a sickness that afflicted his mind. The Bitterroot Mountains loomed high around them, their jagged peaks etched against a pale autumn sky, the first snows dusting the ridges like flour on dark stone. The trail had been merciless, steep, narrow, and slick with frost, and the men of the Corps rode in exhausted silence, their bodies hollowed by hunger and cold. But as they descended into a sheltered hollow, a thin veil of steam drifted between the trees, and with it came the sharp tang of brimstone. Clark's eyes narrowed as he spotted the source. They had come upon the hot springs spoken of by their Indian guides. The pool steamed and bubbled where the earth split, the water so clear it seemed as if the stones beneath floated in air. Around one of the larger springs, Clark saw that the local tribes had dammed the flow with logs and stone, shaping it into a deep, inviting basin. The rising clouds of vapor mingled with the cold mountain air, creating a strange, dreamlike veil over the camp. Clark's gaze drifted to seamen as they made their weary descent into the hollow where the hot springs lay hidden. The great black dog trotted alongside Lewis's horse, his head lowered, his ears pinned back, and his usual lively gait slowed by the long, punishing march. Even seamen, so steadfast and strong, seemed weighed down by the hunger and cold that had gripped them all along the Lolo trail. But as the rising steam of the springs reached them, curling through the trees with its strange earthy scent, Clark saw a change come over the animal. Seaman's ears pricked up, his nose lifted, and with a sudden burst of energy he bounded ahead toward the pools, tail wagging, drawn by the warmth and novelty of the place. He circled the steaming water, sniffing at its edge, then splashed a paw in, playful again, as if the hardships of the trail had melted away with the cold. Gratefully, they made camp there at Lolo Hot Springs. The men wasted no time, stripping down and easing themselves into the warmth, sighing as the heat worked into bone and muscle. Clark watched as their Indian guides demonstrated a practice that seemed at once brutal and profound, slipping from the steaming spring into the ice-fed waters of Lolo Creek nearby. One of the elders explained, in gestures and sparse words, that this was a ritual of both physical and spiritual cleansing, a test of endurance and renewal. Clark, ever curious, decided to try it himself. He sank into the hot pool first, the heat nearly scalding at the start, but soon his body adjusted, his muscles loosening, his skin flushed red. He stayed until the heat became too much to bear, until the world seemed to waver around him like a mirage. Then, with a deep breath, he surged out and plunged into Lolo Creek. The cold struck him like a hammer. His breath burst from his lungs in a ragged shout, and his limbs flailed as his muscles spasmed against the shock. For a heartbeat, he thought he might not make it back. But then he scrambled out, dripping and gasping, back into the spring's embrace. The heat was like a balm, chasing the cold from his bones, filling him with a strange, invigorating energy. Clark laughed, breathless, his teeth chattering. "By God, that felt amazing!" At first Lewis seemed unpersuaded, but then he grinned and said, "All right, but just once." The men grinned, emboldened by his example, and soon others followed, yelping and cursing in turn as the cold and hot worked their magic. That night, camped beneath the pines, with steam rising from the springs and the stars bright above, Clark felt as though the wilderness itself had granted them a small, unexpected mercy. Over the next few days, they descended from the mountains, the air warming as they followed the North Fork of the Clearwater River. The river's voice was healing, the sound of rushing water promising easier passage at last. Here, at what they named Canoe Camp, they halted. The men set to work felling giant pines, hollowing them into dugouts that would carry the core the rest of the way to the Pacific. Clark stood by the river's edge, watching the men labor, his boots deep in the soft, wet earth. The bitter roots rose behind him, dark and forbidding, but ahead the water beckoned, a silver road to the sea. His heart lifted. The worst of the crossing was done. The Pacific lay within reach. Now, if only they could trade for some sort of decent meal, all would be well. Canoe Camp, confluence at the North Fork Clearwater Rivers, October 10, 1805. Lieutenant Clark looked disgusted with them. The meat was stringy and rich, a little gamier than he'd expected, but Captain Merriweather Lewis was too hungry to care. He tore another strip from the charred haunch with his teeth, the juices mingling with the bitter smoke of the cook fire. Around him, the men of the corps ate heartily, their faces hollowed by the hard miles behind them, but their spirits lifted by a meal that filled their bellies. "How can you?" Clark asked, not even trying to conceal his revulsion. Lewis gave an indifferent shrug. "The men need to eat. Besides, the Indians were happy to trade." "All the same, I think I'd prefer to starve." "Suit yourself," Captain Lewis replied, taking another bite of the gamey meat. The Indians along the river had traded it readily, and though Lewis had hesitated at first, he had grown used to the taste. There was no other choice. The salmon ran thick along the river's edge, so plentiful they almost seemed to leap into the canoes. But beyond the shimmering water, the land offered little game. The forests and meadows had been hunted bare. Hunger left no room for scruples, and the men needed the nutrients of proper meat, irrespective of where it came from. "Still, I can't stomach it," Clark said, settling on a log beside him, his eyes on the flickering fire. "It doesn't sit right." Lewis chewed thoughtfully, then swallowed. "You're the only one protesting it." Clark shrugged, brushing wood ash from his hands. "I can't help it. Feels wrong. The Indians in this region have been eating it for centuries. That doesn't make it right." Lewis gave a bemused smile. "It's just meat. No more right than killing deer, elk, and bison, or even the placid beaver, to provide for one's satiety." "But think of where it came from," Clark protested. Lewis paused. "You mean because the meat came from dogs?" "Yes, exactly." Clark just spat the words out as though it were obvious. "I mean, how would you feel if someone tried to butcher Seaman?" At the sound of his name, Seaman lifted his massive black head from where he lay at Lewis's feet, thumping his tail once against the packed earth. Lewis reached down and ran his fingers through the dog's thick fur. "You needn't worry, my friend," Lewis said quietly. Then, turning to Clark, his voice firm, "You're right. If any man here so much as laid a hand on Seaman, I'd kill him where he stood." Clark nodded, a tight smile beneath the weariness in his eyes. "I know you would." The conversation drifted. The fire crackled low, and the smell of cedar smoke mingled with the chill river air. The men's voices faded behind them as Lewis rose, brushing crumbs from his coat. The men began their day. They had lots of work to do, building enough canoes to make the journey downriver all the way to the Pacific Ocean. "Come," Lewis said, glancing at Clark. "Let's ride out. A few hours from camp might do us both good." Clark agreed without hesitation. They saddled their horses, the lean, hardy mounts the Shoshone had traded them, sure-footed creatures with more grit than beauty. The morning mist still clung to the low ground as they set out, riding westward along a narrow game trail that followed the river's curve. Lewis gave a whistle, and Seaman joined them. Seaman loped easily alongside their horses, his thick black coat glossy even in the dim light beneath the pines. His great paws moved with sure grace over the uneven ground, weaving between the roots and stones, as though the wilderness itself welcomed him. Now and then he glanced up at Lewis, his dark eyes bright with devotion, his tongue lolling in a dog's contented grin, despite the weariness of the trail. Clark watched the pair with quiet admiration. The captain and his loyal companion, both seemingly carved from the same rugged spirit that had carried them across the continent. The dog's breath steamed in the cold air, and when the trail opened wide, Seaman burst ahead in joyful strides, as if daring the horses to match his pace. The land opened before them in quiet majesty. Pines and firs towered above, their dark needles catching the pale sun. Now and then they startled a herd of elk, the animals melting into the trees like ghosts. A fox watched them from a rocky outcrop, its red coat vivid against the stone. The air smelled of damp earth and moss, the river's song always near, threading through the stillness. It was the first time in weeks they saw any sort of game animals, and for a moment Lewis was troubled that he'd given in to hunger when he could have waited only a little longer for traditional meats. Hours passed, and the trail rose, the forest thinning as they climbed. And then, as they crested a ridge, the world fell away beneath them. A canyon yawned below, its cliffs sheer and dark, plunging into a river that glinted silver in the midday light. The rock walls seemed to burn with ancient fire, layer upon layer of black basalt and pale ash, carved by time and water. At the highest point of the canyon's rim, a bald eagle's nest crowned a jagged spire. The great bird perched beside it, wings half spread, head turned as if to measure these intruders into its domain. The wind tugged at its feathers, and it lifted into the air with a cry that echoed off the canyon walls. Neither man spoke for a long time. The land seemed too vast, too raw for words. Soon, Captain Lewis found what he had been sent to find. His eyes watched Lieutenant Clark's, trying to gauge his response to the newfound understanding of their mission. Introductions were made. The secret message was finally delivered. When it was all over, Lewis and Clark simply sat on their horses, watching as the eagle soared out over the canyon's depths, its shadow flickering across the rock below. They turned at last, the trail homeward silent beneath the fall of hooves. The secret of the canyon burned into their memory. At last, Clark broke the silence. His voice was quiet, edged with awe. "So, this was the reason President Jefferson sent us on this expedition." Lewis nodded. "You've stumbled upon a dangerous and powerful secret." "What would the colonies say if they knew the truth about the formation of the United States?" Clark frowned. "We need to tell the world." "You misunderstand me, Clark." "How so?" Clark asked. Captain Lewis set his mouth with grim determination. "This is one story we must take with us all the way to the grave." Chapter 1. Bilbao, Spain, present day. The cargo hold of the McDonnell Douglas MD-11F thrummed with the deep, resonant hum of its engines as it began its descent toward Bilbao. Crates and freight containers were strapped in with heavy mesh netting, but in a small cleared space near the aft bulkhead, Sam Reilly sat beside Caliburn on a canvas blanket. They originally thought about taking the Tehila to Spain, but it seemed both excessive and time-consuming when they could catch a flight and be there in under a day. Caliburn had the sort of impatience expected of a new father to meet his kids, and so Sam went to book some commercial flights. Then, having discovered the problem with flying a dog commercial and the fact his father's Gulfstream was currently in South Africa, roughly 10,300 miles away, the next most sensible move was to call in some favors on board a cargo jet. It wasn't the most comfortable flight he'd ever had, but it wasn't the worst either. The air was cool and metallic, filled with a faint scent of fuel and machine oil, but neither of them seemed to mind. Sam stared down at his phone, holding it so that both he and Caliburn could see the image on the screen. It was a photograph of 12 golden retriever puppies, all curled together on a Persian rug. 11 looked like any other golden retriever, fuzzy, tan, wide-eyed, and clumsy. But one stood out. Its fur wasn't just golden. It shimmered with patterns that mirrored the rug beneath it. Deep reds, cream swirls, and earthy browns that matched the intricate weave almost perfectly. Caliburn let out a low, soft woof, half sigh, half grunt. His head tilted slightly, as if trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Sam chuckled. "Yeah," he murmured. "That's yours, all right." He swiped to the next photo. This one was more grainy, black and white, speckled with shadow. An ultrasound. The small, ghost-like shape of a 12-week-old human fetus floated in the image, curled and barely formed, but alive. Sam stared at it in silence for a moment before glancing sideways at his companion. Sam grinned. "It looks like both you and I are about to become fathers." Caliburn turned his big golden head toward Sam, then leaned into his side with a slow, warm weight of quiet understanding. Sam smiled and gently scratched behind his ears. A moment later, the tone of the engines shifted. The plane dipped lower, the vibrations changing subtly as the pilot adjusted the flaps. A dull thump echoed through the fuselage as the landing gear deployed. Sam braced with one hand against a tie-down bar as the cargo jet touched down with a hard, decisive thud, followed by a long, roaring rumble as the brakes engaged. The aircraft rolled steadily down the runway, slowing, turning, taxiing toward the unloading dock. Through the small circular window high above them, Sam caught a glimpse of overcast skies and the gray silhouettes of low Basque hills. The MD-11F finally came to a halt with a shudder and a groan of hydraulics. A blinking red light flicked off overhead, signaling the engines were winding down. Sam stood, stretching the stiffness from his limbs, then turned to Caliburn. "Well," he said with a grin, "are you ready to go meet your kids?" Chapter 2. Panama Canal. Someone was stalking the Tehila. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, casting the Caribbean in a wash of indigo and obsidian. From the command center of the Tehila, Matthew sat hunched over the sonar console, his eyes fixed on a slowly pulsing arc of light. His expression caught Genevieve's attention. What's going on, Matthew? Someone's tracking the Tehillah. She pressed her lips together. You're kidding. I'm not. Matthew shook his head. At first I thought it was a ghost return. Anomalies happen sometimes after leaving the Panama Canal, where the dense shipping traffic could throw up interference. But the signal was steady, strong, moving. Genevieve glanced at the radar screen. And it's following us. He adjusted the gain. That's not a glitch, he muttered to himself. Across the room, Elise looked up. What is it? Matthew's fingers danced across the touchscreen. Subsurface contact, bearing 217, depth 30 feet and coming in fast. Elise moved closer. Her purple eyes darkened as she read the display. You're sure it's tracking us? Certain, Matthew said. She arched an eyebrow. Any chance that's some sort of marine creature? It's not a whale, Matthew said emphatically. Too big? Genevieve asked. No, it's probably about the size of a large whale, but it's the way it's moving that tells me this isn't a whale. Really? Genevieve replied, intrigued. Yeah, Matthew pointed. You see, a whale uses its tail flukes, which move up and down, to propel it through the water, while its pectoral fins are used for steering, giving it a very specific up and down swimming motion, similar to a dolphin. Genevieve nodded, understanding what he meant. Whereas this is remaining perfectly level at a depth of 20 feet, running almost parallel to us now. Exactly. Matthew changed course, adjusted the throttle, taking the Tehillah up a notch in her speed, and sped away from their pursuing submersible. Genevieve watched the radar screen. There was almost no lag between the Tehillah's altered course and speed, and the tracking submersible was matching it perfectly. Matthew grinned. Let's see how fast this submarine can go. Powered by twin Rolls-Royce 28,000 horsepower MTU diesel engines and twin ZF gearboxes that projected the force of the combined 56,000 horsepower into 4 HT-1000 Hamilton jet water jets, the Tehillah was capable of extraordinary speeds. Marrying this power to her unique hull shape, she was able to lift out of the water onto the aquaplane at speeds of 60 knots, making her the fastest motor yacht of her size in the world, much faster than any known submersible. Even the current top nuclear attack subs could only reach roughly 30 knots for short bursts underwater. And yet, as the Tehillah edged toward 60 knots, the stalking submarine appeared to match their speed. Tom entered the bridge. What's going on? Genevieve said, Someone's tracking the Tehillah in a submarine. You're kidding, he said with a grin, as though the concept seemed ludicrous. Matthew frowned. They're matching our course and speed perfectly. Tom's brow knitted together. They're matching our speed? Looks like it, Matthew replied. But that's impossible, Tom said. 60 knots underwater would nearly double the speed of our best nuclear attack subs. Matthew shrugged. I don't know what to tell you. Amira and Matilda navigated the main passageway, holding on to various grab bars to brace themselves as they reached the command center. Before Amira could ask, Genevieve said, We're being tracked by a mysterious submarine. Obviously, Amira said. Matilda seemed to be enjoying the speed of the Tehillah and its somewhat bouncy ride. An innocent smile crept across her lips, her eyes wide. So, we're getting attacked again? I wouldn't say that, honey, Amira said. Right now we just know someone's following us. Oh, good, Matilda said. That makes more sense. A bemused smile formed on Tom's mouth. What makes you say that? Matilda shrugged. Normally, we only seem to get attacked when Sam's around. I figured with him and Caliburn in Spain, I might get to see what normal life was like. It seemed to break the tension in the command center, and everyone laughed. Veyron, noticing the sudden change of speed and course, entered the bridge. Unlike everyone else, he seemed to watch the gauges and computer monitors, silently absorbing the data instead of asking anyone what was going on. He glanced at the sonar and said to Matthew, "You want to see if they can track us when we go dark?" Matthew smiled. "What a good suggestion." Veyron nodded. "I'll engage the black body, and then we'll slow down and see if we can creep behind this submarine and take a look at her." Amira's eyes narrowed. "Black body?" Genevieve looked at Elise, who seemed to be just waking up from an afternoon siesta. "You want to take this one?" "Sure," Elise said. "Nearly 13,000 years ago, a large meteorite struck the Earth. Upon impact, millions of tons of rock and soil were sent into the atmosphere, triggering the last mini-ice age, known as the Younger Dryas. Nobody knows from which region of the seemingly infinite universe, or from what solar system, the asteroid once originated. Subsequent darkness decimated the Earth's flora and fauna." Amira nodded. "From what I've read, the human race was hit hard, and the event stalled the fledgling process of domestication in what would soon become the agricultural revolution that transported mankind from its humble hunter-gatherer existence into the permanence of modern agriculture. Ancient technology and skills derived over the eons were nearly lost in its entirety." "That's right," Elise agreed. "The world's knowledge was not forgotten by all. A small group of ancient scholars and astronomers, all master builders, set about building a series of stones in a temple which appeared set to record the movements of the stars. The temple was called Göbekli Tepe, and its remains were discovered in the 1990s within Turkey's southeastern Anatolia region." Amira said, "Sam told me about it." Elise smiled. "But it didn't just record an ancient event. It predicted the future return of that same asteroid on its eccentric orbit, the same celestial body from which the earlier meteorite fell. Nearly a decade ago, the asteroid returned, threatening to achieve what it had failed to do some 13,000 years earlier, wiping out the remains of the human race by causing cataclysmic and widespread changes to the weather globally. Thankfully, the ancient scholars of that era had kept a small amount of the original meteorite's strange material for the purpose of stabilizing the magnetic poles." "I remember those weather changes in Chad," Amira said. "The dunes of the Sahara were filled with snow. There were people who made toboggans out of tree branches and spent the day playing." "Right," Elise nodded as though she could imagine it. "What few people knew was that 13,000 years ago, there wasn't just one meteorite, but two. A secret team from the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency located the second meteorite. After doing so, it harvested the rare material found inside, known as black body." "What was it?" Amira asked. "Some sort of alien element?" "I guess that's as good a description as anyone else has been able to give it," Elise agreed. "Once only theoretical, the material absorbed all energy." "Meaning what?" Amira asked. "It absorbed sounds and light?" "Yes. The technology was implanted in the hull of the USS Omega Deep, a nuclear attack sub, allowing it to be the first absolute stealth submarine. With the unique combination of advanced metallurgy, biomimicry, and advanced projection technology, the submarine became able to be cloaked from all praying eyes. In addition to Blackbody's unusual appearance and long list of rare qualities, the unearthly element absorbed electrons and flattened sound waves. The result was to make an entirely silent chameleon out of a 400-foot hull, making her the deadliest nuclear predator to ever stalk the seven seas." Amira said, "So, how did we end up with the technology?" My dad was the commander of the USS Omega Deep, Tom said. On her maiden voyage, the submarine was damaged and lost in shallow water while its cloaking technology was activated. Sam and I were requested to try and locate the hidden submarine. We found the lost submarine, but in the process, the Maria Helena, our old search and rescue vessel, was sunk. And in a rare show of gratitude, the U.S. Navy built us the Tehila, incorporating the same stealth technology into her hull. Veyron said, "Okay, the black body's been engaged. We've gone dark." Matthew slowed the Tehila to 15 knots, taking her off the aquaplane, and then maneuvering the joystick, manually navigating the motor yacht in a large 180-degree turn. He grinned. "Now let's see what we're dealing with. The hunter becomes prey." Amira exchanged a quick glance with Genevieve. "I'd love to see this cloaking hull sometime." Genevieve's eyes were wide, and she smiled knowingly. "We've slowed to 15 knots. You and Matilda can see it now if you feel like stepping up onto the deck." "Really?" Amira asked. "Won't our two shapes give away our position?" "No. The submarine's using some sort of radar system. It can only see the outline of the hull of the Tehila from below. And now that our stealth technology is activated, the Tehila will be entirely invisible to their radar system." Amira arched an eyebrow. "You're sure it's safe?" "Certain," Genevieve said. "Go ahead. Take a look. It's amazing to watch." Amira looked at Matilda. "You want to check it out?" Matilda didn't need to be asked twice. She nodded and begged to go see this seemingly alien technology in action. Genevieve watched them go. A minute later, the submarine changed direction. It didn't curve around with them. Instead, it altered its course, cutting right through the center of the imaginary circle in which the Tehila was forming, as though someone had plotted its radius. Matthew frowned. "That's not possible," Genevieve said. "A lucky guess?" "Maybe," Matthew agreed. He adjusted the direction and changed course 90 degrees. There was no way anyone on board the submarine could have guessed their new compass heading. They all watched the submarine being tracked. A moment later, it changed course to follow them precisely once more. Veyron shook his head. "That's impossible." Genevieve stepped into her quarters and returned a moment later with the Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle. Matthew glanced at her. "Where are you going?" "To find out if our guests are friendly." "You greet all your guests with a sniper rifle?" Matthew asked. "No, just the ones who try to board our boat via a fast-moving submarine." "They might be friendly." "In my experience, people who board boats in the ocean via fast-moving submarines aren't very friendly." Genevieve grinned. "Then again, they tend to be more friendly when greeted by a Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle." Tom grabbed a shotgun. "I'll come with you." Genevieve strolled on the deck without a care in the world. After all, the submarine was still a long way off. 3 things happened in the blink of an eye. 1. She saw that Amira and Matilda were standing on the back of the deck, and a man in black camouflaged clothes held a knife to Amira's throat. 2. Tom paused, a gesture of supplication, as he went to lower his Remington shotgun. 3. Genevieve took the shot. Chapter 3. Bilbao, Spain. The taxi rolled to a gentle stop at the base of Gatlugache, the driver giving Sam a curious glance before pulling away. The sun hung just above the horizon, warming the windswept coast of the Bay of Biscay with soft golden light. The air was crisp, salted from the sea, and filled with a distant cry of gulls circling the dramatic wave-battered cliffs that surrounded the island. Ahead, the winding stone footbridge leading to the ancient hermitage of San Juan de Gatelugache twisted like a serpent, clinging to the narrow isthmus of rock. Sam stepped out and adjusted his backpack. He glanced at Caliburn. "All right, buddy, this is your show. I'll follow you." Caliburn gave a curt bark, his nose lifted, tail up, ears twitching with a sense of recognition. Somewhere nearby, the dog knew, was the house where he'd formed a relationship with the mother of his puppies. Sam followed Caliburn at a fast walking pace. They turned inland, away from the famous church and the sea breeze, and began following the narrow stone-paved laneways of the township. The cobbled streets were still damp from the night's mist, and the sense of fresh bread and ground coffee wafted from small cafes just beginning to open for the day. A butcher was setting out links of chorizo in a window display. A pair of older women chattered over baskets of vegetables outside a market stall. Caliburn led confidently, occasionally pausing to sniff a doorway or lamppost, then pressing on. Sam followed without question, hands in his pockets, eyes scanning the rustic charm of the stone buildings with terracotta roofs. They passed a small plaza where the sound of a classical guitar filtered through an open window, and the echoes of church bells tolled faintly in the distance. The streets narrowed as they moved southwest, rising gently with the landscape. And then, through a break in the clustered buildings, Sam caught sight of something majestic on the horizon. Utroico Gaztelua, the abandoned medieval castle, stood in the distance like a jagged crown atop a heavily wooded hill. Its crumbling turrets clawed at the sky, and ivy crept up its ruined walls. The morning mist clung to the base like a veil, giving it an otherworldly presence. From this distance it looked like the bones of a once mighty beast long forgotten. Caliburn turned again, now more determined. They left the main street and walked a narrow gravel path that twisted uphill, past overgrown hedges and low stone walls. The houses here were older, tucked in tightly with thick wooden shutters and wrought iron balconies. Finally, Caliburn stopped in front of a modest stone cottage, painted white with a green door and blue shutters. The yard was wild but cared for, with climbing roses and a handmade wooden fence, its latch barely holding. Sam paused, glancing at the looming shape of the castle above them, then back down to Caliburn. "This is definitely the place?" he asked. Caliburn barked once, sharp, certain. Sam stepped forward and knocked. The door creaked open a moment later. A woman, perhaps in her early 60s, but still striking, sharp brown eyes, silver-streaked black hair tied back in a loose braid, and the sun-browned skin of someone who spent her life outdoors, looked at them. Her expression betrayed distrust, as if she were expecting them to try and sell them something, before her eyes landed on Caliburn. Her stern face broke into a slow, knowing grin. "I wondered how long it would take you to come back after we put that video out," she said, stepping aside. "Come in, both of you. We've been expecting you." Chapter 4. The heavy oak door creaked open, and the woman gestured to them to come inside. Sam hesitated for just a moment, casting a glance at the ancient stone walls that framed the doorway. The interior of the medieval building was unexpectedly welcoming. The space inside was cavernous, with a high vaulted ceiling supported by massive timber beams blackened by centuries. The flagstone floor was softened with hand-woven rugs in faded reds and golds. A large hearth crackled in one corner, the scent of burning olive wood mingling with the faint aroma of herbs. Iron sconces along the walls flickered with candlelight, casting a golden glow on old tapestries that depicted long-forgotten battles. The woman led Sam into a sitting room with mismatched furniture. An antique sofa with embroidered cushions, a sturdy wooden table, and a pair of worn leather chairs that gave the place a lived-in charm. She gestured for him to sit. "May I offer you something? A coffee, perhaps? Or would you prefer a glass of vermouth?" "Coffee would be great, thank you," Sam said, settling into a chair that creaked under his weight. She disappeared for a moment and returned with a small cup of dark, rich espresso, its surface shimmering with a thin layer of crema. Sam accepted it gratefully, savoring the bitter scent. "I'm Sam Reilly," he offered as he raised the cup, "and this is Caliburn." The woman smiled, kneeling briefly to run her hand over Caliburn's head, earning a contented wag of his tail. "Isabel," she said simply, giving no surname. "He's a beautiful dog." As if on cue, another golden retriever trotted into the room, a slightly younger dog with an easy, playful demeanor. The moment she spotted Caliburn, the two greeted each other like old friends, noses touching before they bounded off across the room, their paws slipping slightly on the smooth stone floor as they wrestled and played. Isabel chuckled and retrieved a small, worn album from a side table. She opened it to reveal photographs of the litter, fuzzy golden puppies tumbling over one another, some asleep in a heap, others gazing at the camera with curious eyes. She passed the album to Sam. "They're beautiful," Sam said, flipping through the images. Then, pausing, he asked, "And the puppies, are any of them still here?" Isabel's expression softened with a hint of regret. "Ah, no, I'm sorry. They've all been sold to good families. Wonderful people." Sam leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. "Do you know what happened to this one, the one with the unique gift?" Her eyes brightened with recognition, and she nodded. "Oh, yes, that one was special. He was sold to Valera Biotech." Sam frowned. "Who?" "They're an advanced medical research company," Isabel said, her tone apologetic. "You sold the puppy to a medical research lab?" Sam asked, trying to keep the edge from his voice. Isabel gave a small, regretful smile. "They paid a lot of money for him, enough that I could make some repairs to this place I've put off for years." "Do you have the address?" She nodded and wrote it down for him. He glanced at it. "Is this place nearby?" "Yes," she said. "It's in the Ayaco Haria. That's what they call it in the traditional Basque language. But in Spain, we call it the Peñas de Aya. It's a massif east of the town of Oyarzun, in Basque country. The river Oyarzun rises on its northwestern face." Sam tried to mentally picture the geography. "At the base of the Pyrenees Mountains?" "Yes, that's right," she agreed. "It's about 15 minutes from here by car." Sam said, "That's great." Isabel hesitated. "Don't get your hopes up too much. I doubt they'll be interested in selling, though. They seemed very excited about the prospect of learning the science behind Excalibur's unique ability." Sam's eyes narrowed, and Caliburn, catching his unease, let out a low growl. "You called the dog Excalibur?" Sam asked. Isabel gave a light laugh. "Sure. It seemed fitting. Something so rare, the dog reminded me of that sword in the stone for some reason. Why, is something wrong with that name?" Sam shook his head slowly, forcing a smile at the incredible coincidence. "Don't worry about it. Caliburn here was genetically engineered as part of a military experiment. Where Caliburn exuded all the goodness of dog DNA, the other experiment exuded all the evil that humans are sometimes capable of. That other experiment's name was Excalibur." Isabel's smile remained gentle, undeterred. "Well, I can tell you this Excalibur has the best temperament of any animal I've ever met, so you needn't worry." Sam sipped the last of his coffee, the rich bitterness grounding him, as he weighed the next move. When he stood to leave, he paused at the door. "Do you have a photo of Excalibur?" Isabel nodded and disappeared for a moment, returning with a small printed photograph. "You can keep it." Sam took it, examining the image carefully. At first it looked like any standard golden retriever puppy, fluffy, bright-eyed, innocent. But then his breath caught. The puppy's eyes were unmistakable, deep, vivid purple, gleaming with intelligence far beyond its years. Sam slipped the photo into his pocket, his mind already racing. Excalibur had purple eyes. The ramifications hit him like a baseball bat. Sam turned to Caliburn. "Shall we go see what we can do about getting your son back?" Caliburn gave an immediate curt bark. "All right, let's go." Sam thanked Isabel, and Caliburn, sensing the shift in his mood, let out a soft whine. Together they stepped back out into the cold, salty air, the castle door closing behind them with a heavy finality. Chapter 5. On board the Tehila, Caribbean Sea. An ice-cold shadow of fear crossed Amira's heart. Her mind raced, her thoughts flicking through possibilities at lightning speed, searching for any opening, any chance to turn the tide. The Tehila moved gently beneath her feet, the great vessel gliding over the dark water like a predator of the sea, its powerful engines rumbling low and steady beneath the sound of the wind that swept across the deck. The salty breeze lifted strands of her hair, cooling the thin sheen of sweat at her temple, but it did nothing to ease the tight knot of fear twisting in her chest. She hadn't seen him come on board. That much was clear. The submarine was still a half-mile distant, a shadow against the inky ocean, so it hadn't delivered him. No, he must have crept aboard during the long, tense crossing through the Panama Canal, lying in wait like a snake in the dark. It didn't matter how. All that mattered now was that he was here, on the Tehila, with a knife pressed cold and sharp to her throat, and Matilda frozen just feet away, her wide eyes filled with terror. The man's voice was calm, almost kind, a soft threat wrapped in silk. "I'm not here to kill you or your daughter, but if she screams or runs away, I'm not going to have a choice." Amira forced herself to stay still, to breathe evenly despite the hammering of her heart. "Stay nice and quiet, Matilda," she said, keeping her voice low, steady. "Just do as he says, and this will get sorted out." "Very good," the man said, his tone so gentle it sent a chill down her spine. The Tehila rocked slightly with the swell, the deck creaking softly beneath their feet, as if the ship itself was listening, waiting. The moonlight glinted on the water, casting silver ripples that danced and disappeared. "What do you want?" Amira asked, keeping her gaze forward, her eyes fixed on a point beyond the railing where the horizon blurred into the night. "My employer needs Sam Reilly to find someone missing out at sea. What that person knows is very important." She nearly laughed. Nearly. The absurdity of it, the madness of this moment, brushed the edge of hysteria, but she kept it buried. So, why not just pick up the phone and call him? Why scare the hell out of me and my daughter? "My employer has some very specific goals," the man said, "some of which we doubt will align with Sam Reilly's moral guidelines." An incredulous expression formed on her parted lips. "You don't want to take the chance of him saying no?" "Let's just say we need Sam to be heavily motivated with our cause." Amira's fingers twitched at her side, aching to act, but she held herself in check. Well, he's not here, so you're just going to have to wait. He's not on board? The attacker asked. You're lying. I'm not, Amira whispered. He's gone to pick up a puppy in Spain. A dog? The man's voice was skeptical. What the hell does Reilly want with a puppy? It's a long story. Amira put on a facade of confidence in her voice and said, If you want to head below decks, you're welcome to look for him. No, we'll wait right here where we are. Okay, but it will be a long wait. He might not be back for days. In a few minutes, my submarine will be here, and then we'll take your ship. We'll need your ship for what we want Sam Reilly to do. Amira drew in a slow breath, the wind whipping at her clothes. The Tehillah rose and fell gently with the waves, the hum of the engines a reassuring constant beneath the tension that hung like a storm cloud. I'm afraid that's not possible. The Tehillah has some sort of radar cloaking technology. Your submarine can't follow us. The man's grip tightened. She felt the blade press just a fraction harder, cold steel kissing her skin. Trust me, he said, his voice a whisper lost in the wind. I've taken care of that. My team will be on board here any minute. Amira's heart raced, every nerve in her body on edge as she felt the cold press of the blade against her skin. She kept her eyes locked on Matilda, silently pleading with her to stay calm, to trust her. The man's breath was steady, his tone still deceptively gentle, but the steel at her throat told the real story. She listened, calculating, waiting for any opportunity, but none came. Then she saw movement. It was Tom coming up the stairs. He stepped onto the deck, his familiar solid figure bringing a flash of hope that was quickly extinguished as the man's grip tightened, the blade biting just enough to send a warning. Tom froze, his shotgun lowering in a slow, deliberate gesture of surrender. His face was tense, his eyes flicking from Amira to the man and back again, trying to work out a solution, but knowing how quickly this could turn fatal. The man smirked, confident now, ready to bark his demands, his mouth parting as the words began to form, but he never spoke them. The crack of a high-powered rifle shattered the tension in an instant. The sound was deafening, the force of the bullet brutal and final. Amira felt the man's body jolt behind her, the sickening slackening of limbs as the life left him. His head was gone. A mist of red in the night air, the knife clattered harmlessly to the deck at her feet. Amira didn't stop to think. She spun, pulling Matilda into her arms, holding her tight as the girl trembled against her. The world seemed to narrow, the only thing that mattered now the warmth of her daughter in her embrace. Tom moved in cautiously, his shotgun raised again, scanning for any other threat. Amira turned her head just enough to see him, relief and gratitude mingling with the residual terror. Matilda's small voice broke the silence. Mama, it's over. She held Matilda tight. Yes, it's over. Genevieve looked at Amira. Quick, you better take her downstairs. We still have to deal with that submarine. Chapter 6. Amira brought Matilda into the mission room. There was a hidden compartment inside the digital round table that she could use to hide or climb down into the motor room if the worst should happen, and these submarine pirates managed to achieve the unlikely success of boarding the Tehillah. More importantly, it was in here, without Caliburn, that Matilda felt safest. The orichalcum golem stood guard inside. The ancient creature was technically an insect, created thousands of years ago to protect its powerful master's mausoleum, and spent much of its life in a state of deep hibernation. But protection was ingrained into its DNA, and it was fiercely protective of the crew of the Tehillah. Amira knew if the inconceivable were to happen, the golem would keep Matilda safe. And as Caliburn trusted the strange metallic creature, so too did Matilda. With that thought in mind, Amira kissed her daughter and locked the door to the mission room with its digital keypad. She felt a fierce determination settle over her, washing away the lingering tremor of fear. She strode to the armory, her fingers closing around the familiar grip of a Heckler & Koch MP5. The cold steel felt reassuring, a tool of precision and protection. Slinging it over her shoulder, she climbed swiftly back to the deck, the wind whipping her hair as the Tehillah raced across the dark sea. The motor yacht surged forward, engines roaring beneath her feet, slicing through the water at close to 60 knots. The bow rose and fell with each swell as the vessel zigzagged, the crew executing sharp, unpredictable course changes designed to shake off their pursuer. The night air was thick with tension, the salt spray stinging her skin. Ahead, barely visible beneath the fractured silver reflection of the moon, Amira spotted the dark form of the submarine, its silhouette slicing through the water like a predator's fin. Her gaze swept the deck until she found Genevieve, standing steady, her rifle still cradled in her arms, eyes locked on the horizon. The two women's eyes met across the distance, and for the briefest moment the chaos faded. "Nice shot before," Amira called over the wind, her voice steady, her gratitude deep and genuine. "Thanks for saving our lives." Genevieve gave a small nod, her expression focused but softening for just a heartbeat. "No problem. I'm just sorry I suggested it was safe for you and Matilda to go up on deck in the first place." "It's all right," Amira smiled, letting Genevieve know she was forgiven. "Who would have known we'd already been boarded?" Genevieve nodded. "Right." Amira said, "What's happening?" Genevieve shook her head. "We don't know. Somehow they're able to track us despite the stealth technology being engaged. We know they're doing it, we just don't know how." Amira's eyes narrowed on the submarine less than a half-mile away, running parallel to the Tehillah. "I can answer that one." "Really?" "Yeah, the man who attacked me seemed to suggest that he'd overcome that problem. It was the first thing he'd done when he got on board." "How?" "I didn't know at first, but now that I think of it, I realized he must have put a GPS tracker somewhere on board the deck." Genevieve grinned. "You're right. That's the only explanation. He's not using radar to track us. He's using a GPS tracker to pinpoint our exact location." Tom started looking around the deck. "That's great, but we still need to find it." The Tehillah changed course again, and the submarine clearly matched their course corrections. Genevieve frowned. "All right, we're going to need to come up with a new plan if we can't find that GPS transmitter." Amira followed Genevieve down into the bridge, the hum of the Tehillah's engines filling the enclosed space, mingling with the faint scent of salt and electronics. The glow of the navigation displays cast sharp angles of light across their faces, their expressions set with purpose. Genevieve stepped up to the console, her fingers flying across the controls with practiced ease as she brought up the digital maritime maps. Amira watched as the jagged lines of the coastline appeared, stark against the deep blue of the surrounding sea. The land jutted out in wicked angles, and from it a narrow channel snaked like a vein between the rock. Genevieve zoomed in, highlighting the passage, a strip of water no wider than 40 feet, its depth marked at just over 30 feet. Genevieve tapped the screen, her fingertip leaving a faint smudge on the glass. "Matthew, how do you feel about taking us along this channel here?" Matthew, hunched over the helm, shot a glance at the map. His brows knit together. "How close?" "Close as you can get," Genevieve said, her tone calm but charged with an edge of excitement. "I'll try," Matthew replied, adjusting the throttle slightly, his hands tightening on the wheel. "What are you thinking?" Genevieve turned, a waspish grin curling her lips, her eyes glinting in the dim light. "I'm thinking we might try and recreate Sam's Heisenberg moment." Chapter 7. Amira glanced at the large coil of heavy chain over Tom's shoulder. She frowned. "What's Sam's Heisenberg moment?" Tom grinned, beginning to climb the stairs, as Genevieve grabbed Tom's dive mask, fins, buoyancy control device, and tank. He said, "Several years ago, there was a suspected nuclear terrorist event in Washington, D.C. Amira nodded, following him. "I remember reading about it. There was something about the world's first nuclear bomb being found in the wreckage of a German bomber plane in a mine within the D.C. area?" "That's right. Only by the time emergency response teams reached it, only the casing for the nuclear bomb was still there, with the nuclear warhead missing." Genevieve set up his dive gear. "What happened?" Amira asked. "From what I remember, it turned out all right." "Yeah, it did, much to Sam's interventions." Tom pressed his lips together. "Some psychopath decided to play a game with the nuclear device, terrorizing the people within Washington, D.C., and threatening a nuclear attack if anyone left the city. At the time, a police officer setting up a cordoning line around the south side of one of the bridges over the Potomac spotted what appeared to be a large shark swimming upriver. Only it wasn't a shark. It was a miniature submarine. A relic from the Japanese Imperial Navy during World War II. And we all thought it was being used to deliver this nuclear weapon." Amira frowned. "What did Sam do?" "He didn't have time to waste. He grabbed a heavy chain like this from a simple barricade in a parking lot and boarded a Sikorsky VH-92 Patriot, one of the military helicopters from the Marine Corps' HMX-1 squadron, that was being used to evacuate VIPs from Washington, D.C. Amira looked at him. "Tom, what did my husband do?" Tom placed his feet in the dive fins and secured their ankle latches tight. "Sam ordered the pilot to fly along the Potomac until they spotted the Japanese miniature submarine, and then, carrying a coil of thick chain, he jumped into the river, landing just in front of the submarine. He fed the chain into the submarine's propeller, causing it to become blocked." They looked aft, where the submersible was following them deep into the channel. It was wide enough there was no chance the submarine would become trapped or run aground, but it did help funnel them into an area Tom could work with. Soon the Tehila slowed, as if it too were struggling to navigate the narrow underwater crevasse. Genevieve helped Tom into his buoyancy control device, the steel tank on his back. Amira grinned. "You're about to try the Heisenberg maneuver?" Tom nodded. "Yeah, just on a much larger scale." Genevieve kissed Tom on the lips. "Good luck." "Thanks," Tom said. Genevieve handed him a flashlight. "You'll need this." Tom slid the strap over his wrist to secure it. "Thanks again." He placed the dive mask on his face and the regulator in his mouth. With the large coil of chain in his hands, Tom stepped over the back of the Tehila and disappeared into the dark waters below. Chapter 8. Valera Biotech, Peñas de Aya, Pyrenees Mountains. Snow fell in a steady, silent curtain, blanketing the surrounding forest in a soft, unbroken white. The Pyrenees loomed in the distance, their jagged peaks hidden behind a veil of clouds. From the lab's frosted windows, Skye Reynolds watched the flakes drift down in lazy spirals, caught in the gusts that whistled through the barren trees. It was beautiful in a cold, remote sort of way, the kind of winter that sealed the world off from itself. Skye turned back to her work, brushing a strand of blonde hair behind her ear, her blue eyes sparkling with a mix of curiosity and ambition. The lab was warm, a world of glass, steel, and bright LED lights, spread across more than a dozen rooms, each dedicated to some element of the beauty industry. But the true treasure wasn't the shelves of creams, powders, or serums. It was the puppy wagging its tail at her feet. Excalibur. The little golden retriever was no ordinary dog. His fur shimmered with life, as if the very strands of hair breathed and reacted to the world around them. Skye knelt beside him, her fingers brushing the soft coat as she guided him onto a patch of woven rug. Almost instantly the puppy's fur rippled in color and texture, mirroring the dark reds and intricate geometric patterns beneath his paws. The change was seamless, the shapes bending around his body, even adjusting subtly where the angles of his limbs met the ground. It was the chromatophores, special pigment-containing cells, the kind usually seen in octopuses or chameleons, but here somehow integrated into the hair follicle itself, as well as the skin and even the eyes. Skye had mapped the basic structure, micro-scale muscles contracting, pigments shifting, nano-level membranes diffusing and refracting light. But the speed and precision of it, that was still the mystery. The hair changed not only color, but seemed to adapt its reflective properties, bending light, blending shadow, becoming part of the environment. Skye grinned, eyes alight with the possibilities. If she could crack its code. The thought raced through her mind. People wouldn't need plastic surgery or tattoos or expensive creams. They could alter their skin's tone, their features, their very visibility. One day, with a flicker of thought, a person could make blemishes vanish, change their skin like changing clothes. She thought of all the burn victims who struggled with their disfigured bodies, scarred in ways that no amount of makeup or plastics would ever conceal. With this sort of technology, those victims only need to imagine how they want to see themselves, and the rest of the world would see them that way too. It could be used for a world of good. But, she knew, the real gold mine wasn't vanity. It was the military. Soldiers invisible to the eye, blending into urban landscapes, forests, deserts, human chameleons. It would be worth trillions. Governments would fight for it. She could see it now. Camouflaged commandos slipping unseen across battlefields, operatives disappearing into the crowd. Skye smiled and scratched Excalibur behind the ear. "And it all comes back to you, little fella," she murmured. The puppy gave a happy yip, tail thumping the ground. His tongue lolled out as he eagerly climbed onto the next carpet square, this one a pale blue, and his fur shifted again, the transformation even faster this time. "Good boy," Skye praised, rewarding him with a small piece of salmon from the tray beside her. Excalibur's eyes shone with excitement, his whole body wiggling with joy at the game. He loved it. These tests were play to him, and he soaked up the affection as much as the treats. Carefully, Skye clipped a tiny sample of the newly shifted fur, placing it into a labeled vial. Then, with a steady hand, she swabbed the inside of his cheek for DNA, the puppy licking her fingers between swipes. Above them, the snow kept falling, silent, endless, a blank canvas waiting for Skye to redraw the future. A deafening bang shook the building, so loud and sudden that Skye's heart jumped into her throat. The sound echoed through the long corridors of the lab like a crack of thunder trapped inside. Her first thought, it was a chemical explosion. But no, she had signed off on today's tests, and nothing being run could have caused that. The air didn't smell of smoke or gas. And then she heard it. Gunfire. Short, sharp bursts that she recognized instantly, too distinct, too precise to be anything else. The blood drained from her face as the realization hit her like a blow to the chest. They've come for Excalibur. All those fantasies of military contracts, all those imagined headlines about human camouflage, of course someone would want Excalibur badly enough to kill for him. Skye's pulse thundered in her ears as she scooped the puppy into her arms. Excalibur whimpered, sensing the sudden shift in her mood, his little body trembling against her chest. She turned and ran, boots skidding on the polished lab floor, heading in the opposite direction from the staccato rattle of gunfire. The hallway ahead was chaos. Figures in biohazard units, researchers, assistants, people she'd shared coffee with that morning were scrambling, some frozen in terror. Skye saw them fall, one by one, cut down by shadowy intruders she could barely glimpse at the end of the corridor. Blood spattered across glass panels and pristine white walls. The sound of shots, the dull thump of bodies hitting the ground, the crack of shattered equipment, an absolute nightmare unfolding in real time. She ran faster, lungs burning, Excalibur tucked tightly against her. His fur shimmered erratically, unable to settle on a color, as if the dog was as panicked as she was. She darted into a side hall, but pain ripped through her as something hot and brutal slammed into her backside. The bullet knocked her off balance, sent her crashing forward. She hit the floor hard, sliding on the smooth tiles, her breath stolen by the impact. Her brain went into primal overdrive. Simple tasks. Get up, move, keep running. Her mind screamed at her through the haze of agony. Clutching Excalibur, she half crawled, half slid toward a storage room. She shoved herself inside, slamming her palm onto the big red emergency shutdown button near the door. With a mechanical groan, thick steel doors began to descend, locking down the room. The final clang of the seal cut off the gunfire and screams outside, like slamming a lid on hell itself. The storage room was freezing. The cold bit through her lab coat, through her clothes, turning sweat to ice on her skin. Every breath came out in ragged clouds. She could feel the blood soaking into her pants, the searing pain of the wound in her backside dulled only by the adrenaline roaring through her veins. She pulled her pants back, expecting to see a bullet wound. Instead, she saw a single shard of splintered wood. It must have ricocheted off the door frame after a round had split it, sending the wooden shrapnel racing toward her, where it landed in the thick muscles of her glutes. It hurt like hell, but was little more than a superficial wound. She opened a drawer and removed a piece of gauze. Dipping it in saline, she pulled the shard of wood out and stemmed the bleeding with the moistened gauze, taping it with micropore. Skye dragged herself behind a metal containment unit, some massive chamber used for chemical storage, its surface bitter cold to the touch. She curled up there, cradling Excalibur, whose trembling had quieted as if he sensed the need for silence. The room was dark except for a single flickering emergency light, casting long, trembling shadows. Then came the banging. Loud, heavy thuds against the sealed door, the sound of metal on metal trying to force a way in. Each hit made the floor tremble, the noise echoing inside the small space like a hammer pounding at her skull. Her heart raced so hard it hurt, and she squeezed her eyes shut, teeth clenched against the cold, the pain, the terror. Excalibur licked her hand, his warm tongue a tiny comfort in the freezing dark. "Just hold on," she told herself. "Just hold on." Then, when she thought she was going to die, she had an idea. Sky's eyes lit up with triumph. "All right, Excalibur. All I need you to do is what comes naturally to you." Chapter 9. On board the Tehillah, Caribbean Sea. Tom landed in the cool waters of the Caribbean Sea. His world turned to darkness as white bubbles ran across his face. The Tehillah had slowed to barely 5 knots, gliding like a ghost above the narrow underwater valley. He felt the pull of the chain coiled in his hands, its weight eager to drag him downward. The submarine below matched the yacht's pace, sliding silently through the trench carved into the seabed. Tom exhaled slowly, bubbles streaming past his mask as he fought the sinking pull. The chain threatened to yank him down faster than he wanted, faster than the submarine was approaching. He quickly pinched his nose, equalizing against the pressure building in his ears, and gave his buoyancy control device a sharp burst of air. The descent slowed, the pressure in his chest easing. He flicked on his flashlight, its beams slicing through the murky water, catching motes of drifting debris in its narrow cone of light. And then he saw it, the submarine, black as midnight, its hull sleek and sinister, like a scaled-down predator. It was no more than 5 or 6 men could crew it. A shadow of a true nuclear sub, but dangerous all the same. Tom's heart hammered as he hovered, watching the dark shape glide beneath him. The rush of displaced water washed over him, tugging at his limbs as the submarine passed. He reached out, gloved hands brushing the smooth, cold metal of its hull. The vibration of its engines hummed faintly through his palms. He slid along the curve of its body, water surging past as he struggled to match its speed. His fingers found the rudder, clutching tight to keep from being swept away into the black. With a steadying breath, he uncoiled the chain, feeding it down through the spinning propeller. The chain slithered through his fingers like a living thing, vanishing into the gloom. Seconds stretched, endless, breathless, until he felt it. A violent tug, the chain whipping from his grip. The clank of metal on metal thundered through the water, magnified in the hollow space of his skull. He felt more than heard the submarine shudder beneath him as its propeller seized, grinding the gearing to a brutal halt. The forward motion of the sub died, momentum bleeding away as it sagged onto the sandy bottom, 30 feet below, at the center of the submerged valley. Tom hovered above it, heart still racing, lungs burning slightly as he took in the wreck he'd made. Relief and adrenaline warred inside him, and for a moment he just floated, weightless in the dark, listening to the silence that followed the kill. He waited a few minutes, and then swam to the surface. Tom flashed the beam of his light on and off toward the Tehillah. It was a simple signal, but Genevieve was waiting for it. The Tehillah slowed and came back for him. Tom passed his fins and mask to Genevieve, and then clambered up the ladder onto the motor yacht. Amira asked, "What now?" Tom grinned. "Now we wait for them to run out of air and be forced to surface." Chapter 10. Peñas de Aya, Basque Country. Sam stared at the photograph of Excalibur. Those purple eyes stared back at him. They were in a taxi, traveling through Basque Country, heading east toward the Pyrenees Mountains. In the distance, a large massif comprised of 3 summits extending north to south. Irumogarieta, Churumuru, and Aroilbide. All were above 3,000 feet, forming a characteristic shape dubbed the face of Napoleon on account of having a similar outline. At its western foot, the mountain holds the site Ardituri, related to the ancient Roman city of Oyasso, with a network of silver and copper mine corridors carved in the rock by the Romans. Sam looked at Caliburn's brown, almost doleful eyes. "Caliburn," Sam said, "help me out here. I've been racking my brain, but there's one thing I just can't work." The golden retriever tilted his head expressively and placed a single paw on Sam's lap. The taxi driver, a 70-something-year-old man from the Basque Country, glanced in his rearview mirror and shook his head. The man didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. Some people were crazy enough to talk to their dogs. "Excalibur has to be yours, right?" Sam asked. The dog gave a soft whine of affirmation. "Right," Sam continued. "I mean, there's no chance the dog just happened to share your rare DNA." Caliburn gave a short bark. Sam pressed his lips together. "So, I've been thinking about Excalibur's purple eyes." Caliburn stared at him with those deep brown eyes, as if patiently waiting for him to get to the conclusion on his own. Sam said, "There's only one explanation." Caliburn kept looking at him silently. Either Excalibur's mother had purple eyes, which, having seen her at Isabel's house, I can confirm wasn't the case. Caliburn gave another short bark. It was an excited yap, as though Caliburn was willing Sam to reach the inevitable conclusion. Sam pressed his lips together. Or, the most logical theory is that when someone decided to experiment to make you, using human, dog, and octopus DNA, the human sample came from a master builder. Caliburn barked, as though Sam was getting close to having his answer. Sam frowned. "But if that's the case, then why don't you have purple eyes?" Caliburn kept staring at him, those doleful brown eyes. Sam's lips suddenly parted in a knowing smile. "Unless you do have purple eyes." Caliburn blinked. When he opened his eyes, they were a deep lavender. "You learned that people immediately recognized you as different when your eyes were purple. Ergo, you copied the dark brown of traditional golden retrievers and have been faking it all this time." Caliburn nuzzled into Sam, as if congratulating him on getting there. Sam said, "And Excalibur, still a puppy, has no idea that there's anything wrong with purple eyes." The taxi driver glanced in the mirror again. He exchanged a quick glance with Sam and shook his head with a suppressed smile. "Hey, you got me. That's a great party trick. Are you recording this for TikTok or something?" Sam laughed. "Yeah, something like that." "That's great," the taxi driver grinned. "I'm going to be famous." Chapter 11. Valera Biotech, Advanced Medical Research Labs. The tires crunched over the thick blanket of snow as it rolled to a stop in front of the Advanced Medical Research Lab. Sam opened the door and Caliburn jumped out. He followed a few seconds later, his thick boots sinking into the drifted white. The cold bit at his face, the air crisp and dry, carrying the faint scent of pine and the sharp tang of winter. Around him the landscape was stark. There were miles of untouched snow stretching in all directions, broken only by a line of dark trees in the distance and the towering silhouette of the Pyrenees Mountains, their peaks rising like teeth into a steel-gray sky. The facility itself looked like something from another world. There were massive domed buildings of glass and steel, their surfaces glazed with frost, glinting faintly beneath the weak morning sun. It was isolated, designed for secrecy and security. The taxi drove off, its engine fading into the silent expanse, leaving Sam and Caliburn alone in the hush of falling snow. But even before he reached the main entrance, he felt it. Something was wrong. The security door lay twisted and blackened on the ground, its edges sheared clean by an explosion, C4 or something just as precise. The blast marks were too targeted for anything else. Caliburn's ears went up, his nose twitching furiously. Then the dog barked once, sharp, urgent, and he sprinted inside, his paws skidding on the polished floor. "Caliburn, wait!" Sam hissed, but the dog was gone. Sam followed, regretting his decision to fly on a commercial cargo jet and not bring any sort of weapon at all. Then again, he was expecting on buying a puppy for Matilda, not walking into a disaster scene. Adrenaline surged through his veins. Inside, the air was thick with the coppery tang of blood and the acrid bite of explosives residue. The first thing he saw were the guards, 2 of them, slumped where they'd stood, each with a pair of clean shots to the chest. One of their holsters still held its weapon. Sam knelt quickly, prying loose the Beretta M9, feeling its cold weight in his hand. The magazine was full, 15 rounds. The man hadn't even gotten a single shot off. Sam searched the guard's belt, his fingers finding the spare magazine. He slid it into his pocket, heart hammering, senses on edge. He stood up, with the weapon aimed out in front, ready to shoot. Sam moved deeper into the facility, following Caliburn's echoing paw steps. The lab was a scene of calculated destruction. Every room he passed had the same grim signature. Bodies of researchers and staff, 2 shots each. No sign of panic, no return fire. Whoever had done this knew what they were doing. They were professionals, methodical and efficient. No wasted bullets, no stray shots. The farther he went, the more his stomach twisted. The air grew colder, the sterile scent of the lab overlaid now with blood, gunpowder, and the faint chemical sharpness of shattered equipment. And then he reached it, the final room. This one was different. Unlike the others, this place had been torn apart. Storage units ripped open, drawers yanked out and emptied onto the floor, papers scattered like fallen snow, broken vials crunching beneath his boots. While the rest of the rooms appeared sterile and untouched, this one was full of emotion. He imagined the team who attacked the research lab had searched here, desperate for something. Caliburn barked again, louder this time, his nose pressed against what looked like a seamless section of wall. Sam squinted. No, not wall. It was a massive storage drawer, so perfectly engineered into the unit that the seams were invisible at first glance. Sam raised the Beretta, steadying his breath. His pulse pounded in his ears. He approached carefully, keeping his finger near the trigger. With his free hand, he pushed against the drawer's edge. It slid open with a soft hiss. Inside, a woman cowered. She had blonde hair tangled around her pale face. Wide blue eyes locked onto his, raw terror shining in their depths. Her body trembled, pressed tight into the metal enclosure, as if trying to disappear. The sight of her, alive, terrified, fragile, hit Sam hard. His breath caught in his throat, the weight of the carnage he'd seen crashing down on him all at once. He lowered the pistol, heart still racing. "It's okay," he said, voice low, calming. "You're safe now." But even as the words left his mouth, Sam knew safe was a long way off. Sam helped her out of the metallic specimen drawer. The woman stood up defiantly, looked him squarely in the eye, and said, "I won't tell you where he's gone." Sam stepped back, afraid she was going to hit him, or even stab him with some sharp medical implement. He swallowed hard. What? The woman's mouth was set in a grim line. I'd rather die than let you get your hands on Excalibur. Chapter 12. Sam grinned. You think I'm after the dog? Aren't you? She countered. Yes, but not for the reason you think. Why else are you here? The dog is ours. In fact, Caliburn here is his father. Faint lines etched across the woman's forehead as her expression turned to curiosity mixed with incredulity. Caliburn? As in the second sword made by Merlin for King Arthur after Excalibur was damaged? Sam nodded, pleased to see she'd been reading up on her Arthurian history. That's the one. Cute, she smiled and shook her head. But I'm not buying it. Sam glanced at Caliburn. Do you want to give her a demonstration? The woman's gaze flicked to the dog, her brow furrowing. That's just a normal golden retriever. Sam allowed himself the faintest of smiles. Caliburn tilted his head, then stepped deliberately onto a section of the lab floor where a large blood-red emergency mat had been unrolled in the chaos. Before Sky's eyes, his fur darkened, the rich golden hues dissolving into a deep russet tone, blending seamlessly with the mat beneath him. He moved again onto the cold steel of an overturned examination table, and his coat shimmered as if touched by liquid metal, the gold fading into a silvery gray sheen that matched the steel's dull glow. Her breath caught as wonder began to replace fear. Caliburn took another step, this time onto a patch of cracked white tiles where shards of glass reflected the harsh fluorescent light. His fur lightened, taking on a pale, creamy color, streaked with subtle flashes that mirrored the fractured reflections at his feet. She swore. You really are Excalibur's dad. Chapter 13. My name's Sam Reilly, by the way. Sky Reynolds, she offered politely. Sam gestured toward Caliburn. And you've already met Caliburn. I'm glad to see you both, she said, her eyes darting around looking for whoever first attacked the rest of the researchers in the medical lab. I wish it was under vastly different circumstances. Have you seen anyone else here? Nobody alive, I'm afraid. Sam pressed his lips together. What happened? I don't know. She shook her head as if trying to avoid the memory that would haunt her dreams long into the future. Some men came in. There were 4 in total. They didn't say anything. They didn't call out for Excalibur, suggesting they didn't even know his name, and they shot every single person they could. Sam's eyes narrowed. How did you escape? Luck, nothing else. Sam didn't quite believe that. Really? Yeah, my lab just happened to be the farthest away. I heard the shooting and I ran. I got lucky and hid without getting shot. She grimaced and then motioned toward the blood on her pants. Well, maybe I didn't get out completely unscathed. Sam said, You've been shot. No, it was a shard of wood that splintered off a doorframe. I pulled it out and covered with a basic dressing. It's only superficial. You really did get lucky, Sam agreed. Yeah, she said, recalling those terrifying minutes. Then I ran here with Excalibur, locked down the room, and then hid in the specimens drawer, which, as you could see, were hidden in plain sight. Sam frowned. So then, if you escaped, what happened to Excalibur? I hid him. Sam said, So they might still have him after all? I doubt it. Really? Sky's breath still came in shallow gasps, her face pale beneath the grime and blood spattered across her cheek. She clutched at the side of the storage unit as she steadied herself, her eyes flicking to Caliburn, then to Sam. I'll show you where I hid him, she said, her voice tight, trembling with adrenaline and fear. Sam nodded, urging her forward with a glance, the Beretta still firm in his grip. Together they moved through the wreckage, stepping over shattered equipment and pools of blood that had already begun to darken on the cold tiled floor. Caliburn stayed close, his nose low, his ears pricked. Sam thought it was a bad sign that Caliburn hadn't picked up on Excalibur's scent yet. Skye led them into one of the larger domed chambers in the wing she locked down, its ceiling arched high above like the inside of a cathedral. From that ceiling ran a network of rails, an automated storage system, a robotic conveyor that moved like a silent train suspended overhead. Dozens of metal storage boxes hung from it, neatly slotted into compartments, gliding along the track with mechanical precision. "There," Skye said, limping to a console near the center of the room. She wiped her trembling fingers on her lab coat, smearing blood across the touchpad, then keyed in a series of numbers. The console beeped in confirmation, and above them, the system hummed to life. The conveyor stirred, a section detaching and gliding smoothly along the rail toward the far side of the dome. "I hid him in one of the sample boxes," Skye explained, her voice cracking. "It was the only place they wouldn't think to look. I sent him up into the ceiling storage, into the roof space above the dome. I thought he'd be safe there." Sam stood beneath the towering dome, his gaze lifted to the intricate ballet of machinery overhead. The hum of the automated system filled the chamber, a mechanical heartbeat that echoed softly against the curved walls. As the robotic conveyor glided along its rail, other storage compartments stirred to life, sliding free from their bays and shifting position to allow the designated box to approach. One compartment descended briefly into view, its metal sides marked with faded hazard symbols. The translucent lid revealed a creature that looked like a coiled mass of deep violet flesh, almost serpentine, but with delicate fronds extending from its sides like the tendrils of a sea anemone. The thing was no larger than a puppy, its strange body glistening with moisture in the cold containment mist. Another storage unit trundled past a moment later, this one holding something entirely different. Sam caught a glimpse of what looked like a lump of polished black stone, until the unit's light shifted and revealed a leathery creature curled within itself, jet black with angular limbs tucked tight, its skin so dark and smooth it reflected the faint glow of the overhead lights like a shard of obsidian. A third box followed, holding what at first glance resembled a clump of tangled roots. But as the conveyor carried it closer, Sam realized it was an animal of some kind, its body a mottled mix of brown and ochre, with long jointed legs folded beneath it like a sleeping insect, perfectly still in its frozen slumber. Sam felt the hairs on his neck rise as he watched these strange specimens pass. Each was bizarre, alien in its form and color, and any one of them could have served as the perfect camouflage for a creature like Excalibur. He understood now why Skye had believed her plan would work. In this shifting parade of oddities, Excalibur's unique gift would have made him invisible, a chameleon among monsters. As the automated conveyor hummed above, Sam's eyes tracked the strange procession of storage units gliding along the rails, each one revealing something more alien than the last. A compartment slid past, carrying that deep violet serpentine thing with delicate frond-like appendages that seemed to quiver even in stasis. And then there was one that held what looked like a knot of roots, brown and ochre, jointed legs folded beneath it like an insect waiting to spring. As Sam watched, a realization began to take shape, unspooling in his mind with each odd form that passed. If Excalibur had been up there, hidden among these samples, what would he have looked like? The image came to him unbidden, a small puppy-shaped figure, his soft coat darkening instinctively to match the glossy black of that leathery creature. Across his sides and haunches, streaks of violet would have rippled and blended, the colors smearing like wet paint as his young body tried to echo the fronded specimen. And his legs, perhaps, would have taken on that earthy, tangled hue of the root-like insect, his camouflage flickering and imperfect, reacting to everything at once, unable to settle. Beside him, Sky's voice broke the quiet. Her words were low, threaded with regret. Excalibur's camouflage at this age is instinctive rather than precise, reactive rather than deliberate. I thought, in that confusion of shapes and colors, he'd be safe. You thought well, Sam agreed. Given what was at stake, you've probably saved his life. Sam's jaw clenched. He followed the robotic unit with his eyes as it rounded the curve of the dome and came gliding back toward them, carrying the designated box. His pulse quickened, hope flickering inside him as the compartment slid down into reach with a soft clunk. Sky moved forward, hands fumbling at the latch. She hesitated a second, as if already sensing what she'd find. Then she opened it, her face drained of what little color remained. She stared down into the empty compartment, dread etched deep into her features. "Excalibur's gone," she whispered, horror filling her voice. "Gone?" Sam asked. "How could he have gotten out of there?" "I don't know." Sam felt the bottom drop out of his stomach. His eyes darted around the chamber, to the ruined door, to the shattered remnants of the lab. Then instinctively he turned as Caliburn barked, a sharp, urgent cry. A moment later, Caliburn disappeared through broken glass and started running into the snow-covered forest. Chapter 14. On board the Tehila, Caribbean Sea. Tom's eyes fixed on the endless black expanse of the Caribbean Sea. The water, smooth as oil, reflected the faint silver of the crescent moon, but offered no hint of what lay beneath. The night was thick and still, broken only by the soft hum of the yacht's systems and the distant lapping of waves against the hull. Somewhere down there, the submarine waited, or stalled, or plotted. Tom wasn't sure which, but his gut told him it wouldn't be long. Amira's voice broke the silence, edged with tension. "Can't they just wait? Weeks underwater?" Tom didn't take his gaze from the water. "If it was a nuclear boat, sure. They can crack water into oxygen and hydrogen via electrolysis and stay under as long as they like. But that's no nuclear sub. That's most likely a diesel-electric, and it's small. A few hours, maybe a day at most, before they run out of air. Then they'll have no choice but to blow their ballast and surface." As if summoned by his words, the sea bulged. A great bubble arose, breaking the surface with a low gurgling hiss. A wash of foam and spray followed as the submarine blew its ballast. The dull, dark shape of the conning tower broke through, followed swiftly by the rest of the boat's sleek hull glistening wet in the moonlight. Tom moved fast, grabbing a coil of line. He threw it over, hooking it cleanly onto the submarine's cleat. With practiced hands, he lashed the Tehila and the submarine together, locking them side by side, the two vessels creaking softly against each other. The hatch on the submarine creaked open with agonizing slowness. A metal groan echoed over the water. Then 5 figures emerged, one after another, their faces pale in the moonlight, hands raised high in surrender. They climbed out stiffly, as if the weight of the sea still clung to their bones. Genevieve's voice was low but commanding. "Hands up where we can see them. Move along to the aft deck, all of you." The men moved slowly, their actions the somber expressions of those who knew they had just lost all their rights. Veyron swung the massive M2 Browning toward them, its silhouette stark against the night. The heavy machine gun gleamed, brutal and unambiguous in its purpose. The men froze, wide-eyed, their fear as palpable as the salt in the air. The weapon was fixed onto a purpose-built tripod and came with its own shield. The weapon looked like it belonged on a battleship to deter enemy aircraft, not 5 guys with their hands up. "You're going to gun us down," one of the prisoners blurted out. Genevieve stepped forward, calm and in control. "Relax. No one's getting massacred. We're just going to have a look at your submarine. When we're done, we'll have a little chat, figure out why you're here, and what we're going to do about it." The men exchanged nervous glances, but obeyed, retreating to the aft deck, their hands still raised. The only sounds were the gentle slap of waves and the soft click as Veyron adjusted his aim, keeping them squarely in his sights. Tom stepped lightly onto the curved hull of the submarine, the steel slick beneath his boots with seawater. Up close, in the silvery light of the moon, it was unmistakable, at least in form. The squat, compact shape, the sloped contours, the way the conning tower seemed almost too small for the body of the vessel. It reminded him vividly of the SSX-1, the United States Navy midget submarine he'd seen on a quiet afternoon years ago at the Submarine Force Museum in Groton, Connecticut. The original had been a Cold War relic, deactivated in the late 50s, and preserved like a fossil before the main exhibit hall, an odd footnote in naval history. But this was no relic. Tom descended the narrow hatch ladder, his boots clanging softly on the rungs as he dropped into the dim, claustrophobic interior. The smell of metal, oil, and seawater filled his nose. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, playing over walls that looked at once familiar and alien. The layout echoed the X-1 he remembered, the cramped bridge space, the utilitarian design, but the similarities ended there. Where the X-1 had been rudimentary, this was advanced, almost surgically precise. The materials were modern, a fusion of composites and high-tensile alloys. The consoles gleamed with touchscreens and digital displays, and the propeller, he'd seen it as he'd climbed aboard, nearly twice the size of the X-1's, a design that explained the speed this little monster had demonstrated. Whoever built this hadn't just thrown money at it. They'd poured intelligent technology into it. Tom moved aft, tracing the narrow gangway to the engine room. His light fell on a sleek assembly of machinery, quietly humming even in its idle state. Hydrogen fuel cells. He recognized the design. High-efficiency stacks feeding clean power into the drive system. No wonder this thing had run circles around them. He returned to the bridge, his thoughts racing. This wasn't some cobbled-together pirate toy. This was cutting edge, built for someone with ambition and deep, dangerous pockets. Then his light caught it. A symbol, engraved into the inner hull beside the main console. The etching was elegant, deliberate. It depicted a figure in mid-fall, arms flung wide, wings trailing feathers as they burned in an unseen sun. The figure's face was tilted skyward, caught between defiance and despair. The lines were fine, almost reverent, as if whoever had carved it understood the tragedy it portrayed. Tom stared at it, unsettled. The image felt out of place in the cold, clinical interior of the submarine, like a relic of mythology stitched into modern warfare. He squinted at it, trying to make sense of why it was there, of what it meant. He'd seen the symbol somewhere else before, but couldn't quite place it. His mind was still trying to recall where he'd seen the image when the explosion occurred. A sharp, deafening crack split the night, followed by the deep, bone-shaking thud that echoed through the submarine's hull. The floor trembled beneath his feet. Somewhere, topside, shouting erupted. Tom spun, heart pounding, instinct driving him toward the ladder. Whatever was happening, it wasn't over yet. Water burst into the main cabin with brutal force, a solid wall of black crashing through hidden vents and ports, as if the ocean itself had been unleashed inside. The roar was deafening. The cold a shock that stole the air from Tom's lungs before he could react. He had just enough time to draw a breath, his chest burning with the effort, and brace himself against the console. The torrent slammed into him, lifting him off his feet, hurling him into the dark as the submarine filled like a steel tomb, swallowed by the sea. Chapter 15. Genevieve heard the explosion before she saw it, a hollow, thunderous crack that vibrated through the deck of the Tehila, followed by a sudden, violent rush of seawater. The sound of it was like a geyser bursting loose, a roaring cascade that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. In the pale wash of moonlight she saw it, water gushing out of the open hatch of the submarine, surging upward and outward in a furious torrent. It was as if some massive door inside had been thrown wide, or worse, as if the hull itself had been torn open. For a heartbeat the submarine shuddered in place, the force of the water rocking it against the Tehila. The single rope tethering the vessel strained, quivering under the weight of the 60 or 70-ton sub, before snapping with a sharp, brittle twang, like a violin string drawn too tight and then let loose. The submarine tilted, the glow of its interior swallowed by the sea as it slipped beneath the surface, vanishing into the blackness below. A chorus of splashes snapped her attention aft. In those same frantic seconds, all 5 of the submarine's crew threw themselves overboard, disappearing into the dark water behind the Tehila. "Shoot, Veyron!" Genevieve shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. But the M2 Browning sat fixed on its tripod amidships, rock steady and deadly, if only the targets had remained on deck. Veyron hesitated, his hands gripping the heavy weapon as if calculating the mad notion of hauling it to the stern. But sense prevailed. He abandoned the heavy machine gun, drawing his Glock in one fluid motion and sprinting toward the aft rail. Amira was already there, the Heckler & Koch submachine gun spitting short, sharp bursts into the water. The night lit with muzzle flashes, their staccato pops cracking through the humid air. But Genevieve knew it was futile. The rounds struck the surface with savage splashes, but beneath the water they were useless, their velocity lost to the sea within feet of entry. Veyron grabbed the spotlight and tried to fix the beam into the dark water below. He spotted the ghost of 2 of the figures disappearing below, and then all 5 of them were gone. "If they come back, shoot them," Genevieve barked. "Don't let them get on board the ship." Amira nodded sharply, reloading with quick, practiced hands. "Where are you going?" Genevieve was already moving, the deck slick underfoot, the night thick with the smell of salt and gunpowder. The moon hung low, casting a ghostly sheen over the churning water, the surface broken by foam and the faint ripples of the men escaping below. She yanked on Tom's buoyancy control device, threw the tank over her shoulders, cinched the straps tight. Fins, mask, weights, her fingers worked by instinct, fast and sure. "I'm going to go get Tom," she called over her shoulder, voice steady, despite the thundering of her pulse and the echo of gunshots fading into the night. Then she was at the rail, the sea rising to meet her as she dove cleanly into the dark. Genevieve slipped into the water, the weight of the gear and the deflated buoyancy control device pulling her down like a stone. The cold bit at her skin through the wetsuit, and the blackness of the sea closed over her head, swallowing the sounds of gunfire and shouts from the Tehila. She dropped fast, equalizing the pressure in her ears with practiced swallows as the seafloor rushed up to meet her. The moonlight above faded to a muted glow, and then she was in the valley's shadowed depths, 30 feet down. The submarine lay before her, resting awkwardly on the seabed, its bow angled upward as if in a final attempt to escape the ocean's grip. From the open hatch, the last desperate breaths of the vessel escaped in shimmering streams of bubbles, rising like silver ghosts toward the surface. Her heart pounded as she scanned the wreck, expecting to see Tom's silhouette emerging from the hatch, calm and in control, already making his way to safety. But the hatch yawned empty, the water inside dark as a tomb. Without hesitation, Genevieve kicked toward it, slipping into the flooded interior. The narrow confines of the submarine closed around her, every movement slowed by the tight quarters and the oppressive weight of the sea. The hull seemed to stretch endlessly, though she knew the vessel couldn't be more than 120 feet long. Each yard felt like an eternity as she pushed toward the bow, driven by sheer will. At last, a break, a faint glimmer above. She rose into a pocket of trapped air near the forward section. Her head broke the surface, the cool air tasting stale and metallic, and there he was. Tom floated just beneath the low ceiling, his head tilted back into what little space remained between water and steel. No more than half a foot of air separated him from drowning, but he looked utterly at ease, his grin crooked and full of quiet confidence. "I didn't doubt you'd come for me," he said, his voice echoing softly in the hollow chamber. "Not even for a second." Relief surged through Genevieve, stronger than the cold, stronger than the fear. She grinned back, breathless. Now all they had to do was get out. Chapter 16. Tom stared at Genevieve as if she were the greatest thing he'd ever known, which in his mind was true. His pulse hammering in his ears, louder than the rush of water around them, louder than the creaks and groans of the flooded submarine. In this cold, air-starved nightmare, she was the single point of clarity, the woman he loved, the one person on this earth he trusted without question. She slipped her regulator from her mouth and offered it toward him. But instead of taking it, he leaned in and kissed her. It was hard and full of the desperate gratitude and fierce affection that had been building with every second he thought he might never see her again. She kissed him back just for a moment, before pulling away with a glint of amusement in her eyes, despite their dire situation. Genevieve fought down a grin. "I missed you too," she said, her voice low and steady. "But we've got company, and I suggest we get out of here." "Understood," Tom replied, breathless but focused. The passageway was too narrow and tight to share the spare regulator at the same time, so they worked in tandem, leapfrogging their way through the wreck. Tom clutched the tank and regulator first, fumbling forward through the black water, the world around him reduced to a blur of vague shapes and shadowed steel. Without a mask, everything was an indistinct smear. He had to feel his way, fingertips tracing cold metal, senses straining for every clue. His heartbeat drummed louder than the ocean in his ears. At each opening, they swapped, Genevieve taking the regulator, Tom holding the tank, pushing on, methodical and swift. On the third leapfrog, Tom led the way, muscles burning with effort as he edged down the passage. It was always hard work swimming with a dive tank but no fins. Then he froze. 4 beams of light spilled through the water from the hatch above. Shapes followed. 4 dark forms slipping down, flashlights turning left toward the aft section. Tom guessed they were headed for some kind of emergency breathing station, or maybe the controls to flood the sub with air again. But the 5th figure turned right and came face to face with Tom. Underwater fights were notoriously difficult. It had to do with Newton's third law of motion, which states that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. In the muffled silence of the deep, Tom saw the glint of a blade drawn back. The man lunged. Instinct took over. Tom swung the steel dive tank, driving it forward with everything he had. The tank connected with the attacker's face, smashing him between the unyielding wall of the sub and the solid mass of steel. The man's body went limp, knocked out cold. The remaining 4 divers turned at the commotion, flashlights swinging back toward him. Tom acted fast, grabbing the unconscious man and using him as a human shield, wedging the body in the tight passage to block their path. One of them leveled an underwater dart gun, the kind SEALs favored, deadly beneath the waves, unlike conventional firearms. But Tom kept the limp body between them, inching back toward Genevieve. Genevieve had already made it to the now-closed hatch, working at it with quick, sure hands, until it finally came open and she slipped through, disappearing toward the surface. Tom clung to his shield, feeling the panic rise as the attackers advanced. He yanked the inflator on the buoyancy control device still strapped to the man's chest. The device filled fast, and all at once Tom, the man, and the dead weight of the tank rocketed upward. Water whooshed past his ears, the cold tearing at him as they shot through the gloom toward the shimmer of moonlight above. The sea exploded around him as they broke the surface, gasping for air. Genevieve was already clambering up the side of the Tehila. Veyron and Matthew reached down, grabbing at the unconscious man's arms and hauling him aboard. Tom followed, lungs burning, heart still pounding, every muscle screaming with exhaustion as he dragged himself onto the deck. Amira peered over the rail, eyes wide. "It looks like they got that propeller unfoiled. It's turning again. The submarine's moving." Tom slumped against the deck, catching his breath. "At least we got this guy to find out what this was all about." Genevieve knelt by the man, the fingers seeking a pulse. Her expression darkened. She swore under her breath. "Oh, Tom, you killed him." Tom spread his arms. "Sorry." "I wish you hadn't done that," Genevieve said. "It's impossible to interrogate a dead man." Chapter 17. Amira watched Elise work her tech witchcraft. Elise methodically moved through the top deck of the Tehila with her handheld device that even resembled a witch's wand. The small scanner beeped softly as it swept over surfaces, cabinets, and equipment, searching for any hidden trackers. The air felt charged, as if the tension from the encounter with a submarine still clung to the walls. Finally, Elise straightened, holding up a small, innocuous-looking device between her fingers, a simple GPS tracker. It was more sophisticated than something you could buy online or at a big-box store. Amira studied it, her thoughts dark. After all, the moral outrage when the world discovered that the CIA had been spying on private digital data, people now seemed to embrace the same invasive surveillance. They willingly chose to track themselves, their children, their spouses. Amira shook her head slightly. Humans, she thought, had very short memories indeed. Elise threw the tracker into the sea, and the Tehila headed toward their base in Florida once more. There was no longer any reason to divert to Spain. Sam would return soon, and with him Caliburn and hopefully the puppy. All that remained was to piece together what they could learn about the attack. They gathered in the bridge, the glow of instrument panels casting shadows across their faces. The mood was grim. The submarine's crew had left no clues, no patches, no insignia, nothing that hinted at allegiance. All of them were Caucasian, but their speech had given away no accent, no trace of origin that Amira could detect. They might have come from anywhere. Tom said, There was a distinctive symbol engraved in the hull in the bridge of the submarine. What's the image of? Elise asked. I don't know. In the recess of my memory, I recall seeing it somewhere else, but nowhere I can think of. Can you draw it for us? Tom nodded. Sure. He leaned over the chart table and began sketching, his pencil quick and sure. When he finished, he held up the drawing, the emblem he'd seen engraved inside the sub. Elise studied it and nodded. That's the Icarus symbol. Icarus? Amira asked, arching a brow. Elise's voice softened as she explained, recounting the ancient Greek tale. He was the boy who flew too close to the sun. His father Daedalus crafted wings of feathers and wax so they could escape Crete. But Icarus ignored his father's warnings. The heat melted the wax, and he fell to his death in the sea. What's the take-home message? Tom asked. Don't fly too close to the sun? Elise shrugged. I guess there's something in it about not taking new technology too far, and the value of recognizing one's own hubris. Amira considered it for a moment, the image of a boy plummeting from the sky vivid in her mind. That's fascinating, but it still doesn't narrow things. A quick Google search brings up thousands of such symbols, and that's just tattoos. Genevieve gave a small shrug, the faintest smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Well, it's not much, but it's the first thing we've got. Amira exhaled slowly, glancing out at the black sea beyond the bridge windows. The pieces were few, but they were finally starting to fit something. She just didn't know what. Not yet. Silence settled over the bridge. Amira sat down in the nearest seat, her hand still gripping the armrest. She hadn't realized how tightly her body had coiled until now. Then a strange sensation rolled through her stomach. It wasn't the ship. It wasn't fear. She pressed a hand gently against her belly. A tightening, sharp, brief. Her breath caught. Genevieve glanced at her. Are you all right, Amira? I don't know, Amira replied honestly. Something felt off. Not painful, not yet, but wrong. She closed her eyes and tried to steady herself, one thought rising above the rest. Something's wrong with my baby. Chapter 18. Medical Research Lab, Basque Country. Sam and Skye exchanged a glance as they stood over the fallen guard. Skye crouched, quickly unbuckling the holster and drawing out the Beretta, checking the magazine with practiced hands. The faintest of smiles tugged at her lips, tight and laced with adrenaline. What? She said, cocking an eyebrow at Sam. Why do you get to be the only one with a gun? Sam gave a short nod, the corner of his mouth twitching despite the tension knotting in his chest. I agree. Without another word, they stepped outside into the cold wilderness beyond the ruined facility. The snow stretched out before them like an endless, undisturbed sea of white, broken only by the occasional dark slash of trees. The forest ahead was dense and silent, its pines heavy with snow, their branches drooping under the weight. The Pyrenees loomed beyond, their summits shrouded in mist, rising like ancient sentinels over the frozen land. Sam could make out faint impressions in the snow, tiny tracks, the unmistakable paw prints of a puppy. Caliburn raced ahead, his nose to the ground, barking with determination as he followed the scent trail through the drifts and into the trees. Sam took a step after him, but stopped as Skye grabbed his arm. She shoved a bulky sub-zero exposure suit into his hands, the kind designed for workers braving the cold inside the lab's cryogenic chambers. Here, she said, already pulling on one herself. You'll last longer with this. Sam didn't argue. He slipped into the suit, zipping it tight, feeling the blessed insulation, immediately cut the bite of the wind. Together they plunged into the wilderness, their boots crunching through knee-deep snow as they tried to keep up with Caliburn. The cold air stung Sam's face, his breath billowing in heavy clouds. Above them, the sky was a uniform silver, thick with low-hanging clouds that threatened more snow. "Where are we heading?" Sam asked, his voice muffled by the cold and the thick fabric of his hood. Sky's words came between breaths as they trudged onward. "Ahí go Haria, in Basque. Peñas de Aya in Spanish. It's a massif east of Oyarzun. River Oyarzun rises on its northwest face. Locals love the range. You can see it from Bayonne. They call it the face of Napoleon because of its shape." Sam glanced at the looming silhouette ahead, the outline of the mountains unmistakable even through the haze. "What about the peaks?" he asked, trying to distract himself from the cold seeping into his bones. "3 of them," Sky said. "Irumu Garrieta, Churumuru, and Erolbide, all lined up north to south. Roman mines at the base, Ardituri, old corridors carved into the rock, prehistoric stone circles, menhirs, the place is packed with history." "And myths?" Sam asked, half expecting it. "Oh, plenty," she said, with a breathless chuckle. "Samson, our Basque Samson, kicked a rock from Hais Kibble, or maybe it fell from his pocket when he was throwing stones at the valley. And then there's the Antishu, half man, half wild cow. They say they built the monuments and live in those old mines. Mischievous, shy, no one sees them, but everyone fears them." The trees thickened as they pressed on, the world narrowing to snow and dark trunks, the silence broken only by their footsteps and Caliburn's determined barks. Then through the trees they saw him. Caliburn stood with his tail wagging furiously, circling a small fluffy shape, half buried in the snow. Excalibur. The puppy gave a joyful yip and bounded toward them, his fur already shifting in color, trying to match the snow and shadow around him. His little body quivered with excitement as he nuzzled Sky's outstretched hands, licking her glove as she knelt to scoop him up. Sam allowed himself a breath of relief, but it lasted only a heartbeat. The distant thrum of rotor blades reached them, growing louder, slicing through the stillness of the forest. Sam's head snapped up, eyes scanning the sky until he spotted it. A helicopter, dark and fast, sweeping low over the trees, coming straight for them. "Hide!" Sam shouted, grabbing Sky's arm as Caliburn barked furiously at the approaching machine. Chapter 19. Sam's boots pounded against the snow, each step sinking deep into the drifts as he pushed forward, lungs burning with the effort. The cold air tore at his throat, his breath billowing in clouds with every stride. Sky kept pace beside him, clutching Excalibur close, the puppy trembling but silent. Caliburn led the charge, bounding through the snow, barking as if urging them on, his nose pointed toward the mountain's looming face ahead. The roar of the helicopter chased them, deafening, the rotors chopping the air to pieces. Sam risked a glance over his shoulder. Too close. The black shape skimmed low over the treetops, snow and branches whipping up in its wake. The side door slid open, and a figure leaned out, face hidden behind a dark visor, the muzzle of a submachine gun glinting in the pale light. "No!" Sam's instincts screamed at him just as the gunner opened fire. The staccato burst of rounds tore through the quiet of the mountainside, bullets chewing up the snow, splintering branches, and sending geysers of white powder into the air behind them. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed off the stone, mingling with the whine of the helicopter's engine. "Go! Go!" Sam shouted, his voice raw. Ahead, a break in the ground, a narrow crevasse, its edges jagged, half hidden beneath a sagging drift of snow. No time to think. Sam grabbed Skye's arm, steering her toward it as the gunfire closed in, the rounds hissing past so close he could feel the air split beside his ear. Together they leapt. The world fell away beneath them as they plunged into the crack, snow and ice swallowing them whole. The last thing Sam heard before they vanished was the frustrated roar of the helicopter overhead and the dying rattle of the gun. Then they were sliding, the world narrowing to a tunnel of white, the gunfire replaced by the rush of wind and the scrape of snow against fabric as they sped into the mountain's depths. He landed, hard but safe, the deep drift of soft snow breaking his fall with a muffled whumph. Cold crystals exploded around him, filling his mouth and nose as he gasped for breath. A heartbeat later, Skye tumbled down beside him, her exposure suit dusted with white, clutching Excalibur tightly against her chest. Caliburn slid after them, his body wriggling through the narrow gap, landing with a grunt and immediately turning to check that everyone was okay. Above them, the roar of the helicopter's rotors echoed off the rock walls, the sound distorted, distant, as though the mountain itself was trying to muffle the threat. The chatter of the submachine gun faded, bullets no longer raking the forest above. Sam looked up, his pulse pounding in his ears, snow melting against his flushed face. For a moment everything was still, just the rasp of breath, the faint whimper of Excalibur, and the protective growl from Caliburn. Sam turned, taking in their surroundings. They weren't in a simple crevasse anymore. The snow they'd broken through had concealed the entrance to something old, something hidden. The slide had brought them into a hollow space beneath the mountain's skin, a narrow tunnel carved from stone and ice, its walls rough-hewn and glistening where ancient water had frozen. Faint air currents carried a smell of earth and cold metal. Sam's mind raced. A Roman tunnel? One of the old mine corridors? He looked at Skye, whose wide eyes mirrored the question in his own. She nodded, breathless, as if reading his thoughts. "Arditori," she whispered. "We must have fallen into it." Above, the helicopter circled, the sound fading slightly as it searched for its lost quarry. Sam wiped the snow from his face and got to his feet, offering a hand to Skye. His voice was low but firm, filled with resolve. "We go deeper. It's our best chance." Chapter 20. Ardituri, Ayako Haria. Sam clicked on his flashlight, the narrow beam slicing through the darkness. The cold air smelled of earth and ancient stone, the silence pressing in around them. As the light swept over their surroundings, his breath caught. They weren't in just another tunnel or shaft. They were standing inside a dome, its curved ceiling arching high above them. The walls and roof bore the unmistakable design of Roman engineering, the kind of architectural flourish meant for more than mere function. Sam's mind raced. A dome? In a mine? Someone had gone to great lengths, carving this chamber beneath the mountain's skin, not just to dig for ore, but to build a hidden vault, a place meant to store secrets. But if so, then what? He panned the light across the chamber, and the beam caught on something, color beneath the dust of centuries. A fresco, still vibrant in places despite the weight of age. The polished stucco gleamed faintly under the glow, painted in the first style, the encrustation style, where the Romans had mimicked expensive marble with shiny plaster, the illusion of wealth and permanence without the cost. But it wasn't the craftsmanship that made Sam's heart skip a beat. It was the image. The fresco showed a vast canyon, its cliffs sheer and black, plunging into a river that wound like a silver thread far below. The artist had captured the sweep of the land with astonishing precision. The layered stone, the stark ridge lines, the way the river carved through the chasm like a blade. At the canyon's rim, high on a jagged outcrop, was a massive nest of twisted branches and bone-white driftwood. A bald eagle perched there, wings half spread, as if watching over the canyon and whatever secret it guarded. But it wasn't the craftsmanship that made Sam's heart skip a beat. It was the image. Remarkably, Sam recognized the location in the image. It was Hell's Canyon, Idaho. He'd been there. Hell's Gate. The painted cliffs, the sweep of the river below, rendered in astonishing detail by some long-dead artist's hand. He stared, bewildered. "What's it doing here?" he muttered. Beside him, Skye stepped closer, her own light tracing the bottom edge of the fresco. She frowned, lips moving as she read. Sam watched her, saw the flicker of recognition in her eyes. Skye said, "It's written in Ayako Haria, the Basque language." He pressed his lips together. "Can you read it?" "Yeah, but it must be a hoax." "It doesn't look like a hoax. What does it say?" Skye glanced at him, almost incredulous. "Camelot, 1300 A.D., she said softly. Sam blinked. "Camelot?" She shook her head, managing a wry, disbelieving smile. "I'm here with Caliburn and Excalibur, and now we've found some kind of secret map to Camelot? I feel like I've fallen into a badly written Arthurian story." Sam opened his mouth, ready to make a quip of his own, but his light caught on something else. A small chest, half buried under centuries of dust and rubble. He knelt, brushing away the grime with gloved hands. The lock was simple, its iron eaten away by time. He brought up the Beretta, reversed it, and smashed the butt against the lock. The brittle metal gave way with a snap. He lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in a lining of decayed velvet, lay an astrolabe. Brass, intricate, the craftsmanship flawless despite the ages. Sam lifted it carefully, the weight of it solid in his hands, the interlocking circles delicate but firm. Skye stared at him, eyes wide. "What do you think?" Sam grinned, despite the tension coiling in his gut. "If I had to guess, I'd say we just found a secret map to Camelot." She opened her mouth to reply, but the roar of a helicopter engine shattered the quiet, rotors beating the air above the crevasse like the wings of some great beast. Snow filtered down from cracks in the rock as the machine settled onto the mountain above. Skye's expression hardened. "Yeah, well, Camelot's going to have to wait. We'd better hope one of these mine shafts takes us far away from here." As she spoke, Sam glanced at Caliburn. The big dog had pressed close to Excalibur, licking the puppy's face and ears, nuzzling him as if to check for any sign of harm. The pup gave a soft, contented yip, leaning into his father's warmth. Sam's grip tightened on the astrolabe. "Let's move," he said, eyes scanning the dark tunnels branching away from the chamber, "before they catch up to us." Chapter 21. Spanish Side of the Pyrenees Mountains. The helicopter's rotors carved the mountain air with surgical precision, snow spiraling up from the pine trees as the pilot came in low over the clearing. Lord Alastair Pembroke, 13th Earl of Strathmore, watched through the open side door, his pale blue eyes narrowed against the wind and glare. The Pyrenees stretched out around them like frozen waves, savage and untouched. The helicopter touched down in the clearing before the crevasse, its skids kicking up a storm of powdery snow. Alastair leaped down lightly, his boots crunching into the drift. Around him, his team of mercenaries moved with precision, silent, focused men dressed in matte black, their faces hidden behind balaclavas, their rifles ready. They were ex-SAS, Foreign Legion, private contractors, loyal only to the weight of gold in their accounts. Lord Pembroke stepped out of the open door of his custom-outfitted AW-109 helicopter, the icy wind whipping at his tailored greatcoat. He was a man in his early 30s, striking in that effortless, aristocratic way that generations of breeding and wealth seemed to bestow. His features were sharp and clean, high cheekbones, a straight nose, and piercing blue eyes that hinted at both privilege and cold calculation. His dark hair was neatly combed, though a few rebellious strands danced in the downdraft of the rotors. Alastair had inherited everything. Wormwalled Castle, a medieval castle nestled in the misted hills of Devonshire. He had always been rich, obscenely so, but wealth meant little to him. It was power he sought. Real power, the kind that shaped empires, not just bank accounts. And this was his chance at that. A dog, genetically altered or freakishly evolved, that could manipulate its chromatophores like a cephalopod. The implications were staggering. An army of soldiers who could disappear into any environment, walk unseen into enemy territory, overthrow regimes without firing a shot. He didn't need parliament or petty titles anymore. Like some sort of villain from a DC comic, he would have the power to go anywhere he liked without being seen. It was childish and immature, for sure. At least he knew his weaknesses. He grinned as he stepped through the snow. Alastair needed that dog. His breath misted in the frigid air. He gazed down into the crevasse, then motioned sharply. Without hesitation, his men threw ropes over the side, their gloved hands working with practiced ease. One by one, they abseiled into the ancient fracture, boots skidding against ice-slicked rock as they descended into the dark. Alastair followed, the rope cold beneath his fingers as he lowered himself into the depths. When his boots hit the floor of the crevasse, he paused, surveying the scene. His breath caught as the beam of his flashlight played across the stone walls of the strange dome. His heart pounded, the cold forgotten. There was an old Roman fresco. He recognized the image immediately, but not the location. The deep canyon, the same image, the same exact lines, the same precise brushwork he'd seen 1,000 times before, hanging in the great hall of Wormwalled Castle. The painting, said to be over 400 years old, brought back from some far-flung expedition and displayed as a curiosity. He could still hear his grandfather's voice, deep and brittle with age, telling him, "From there comes the source of all our power. Never forget it, Alastair." At the time, Alastair had dismissed it as another one of the old man's fantastical tales, like the stories of secret societies, lost relics, and Camelot. But now he wasn't so sure. His lips curled into a slow smile, eyes glittering with new hunger. It was real. All those stories his grandfather had told him. Alastair was lost in his family's legends as his men fanned out and searched the maze of old Roman mine tunnels. 15 minutes later, his thoughts were interrupted. One of his men said, "We found them, sir." "Where?" "They're trapped down the dead end of what appears to be an old Roman well." Lord Pembroke's lips formed a large grin. "Excellent. Then I think it's time your men flush them out." Chapter 22. Sam's breath came in ragged clouds, the cold searing his lungs as he ran. His boots pounded the stone floor of the ancient Roman shaft, each step echoing like a drumbeat through the labyrinth of tunnels. The walls pressed close, damp with centuries of condensation, the air thick with the scent of earth, old stone, and decay. His flashlight beam jittered across the rough granite as he led Skye and the two dogs deeper into the maze. Caliburn kept to Sam's side, his coat darkening and lightening as he moved through shadow and light, his body low, alert. Excalibur padded along beside his father, small and determined, his little paws barely making a sound as he followed close, ears back, eyes wide. But the tunnel ended. They were about to turn back when Sam heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and in the distance he could just make out the flicker of multiple flashlights. Sam swallowed hard. Skye pointed to a small opening in the ground toward the edge of the tunnel. In a whisper, she said, "It looks like a well." Sam frowned. "There's a good chance it doesn't go anywhere." "True, but it's better than being caught out here in the open." "I agree, let's do it," Sam said, feeling it was only just better. He went down first. Lowering himself from the top of the well, he hung for a brief second or two, and then dropped to the rocky ground below. Sam's boots crunched against the damp stone as he landed at the bottom of the narrow well. The cool air carried the faint, musty scent of wet earth and old rock. The beam of his flashlight revealed nothing promising, just the shallow creek and the small circular chamber at the base of the well, its walls slick with moisture and time. There were no side tunnels, no hidden doors, just stone, water, and the faint, musty scent of earth long undisturbed. The walls, rough-hewn and slick with moisture, closed in around them. A shallow trickle of water, barely half a foot deep, glistened as it snaked along the uneven floor before disappearing into a dark crevice at the far end. He studied the creek a little more. Sam's eyes adjusted to the darkness, the faintest glint of water catching what little light remained. He crouched lower, sweeping his hand along the damp stone floor until his fingers brushed the edge of the creek. The trickle of water flowed steadily, carving a thin, winding path through the base of the chamber. As he followed its course, he spotted it. A small hole at the far end of the well, half hidden by a jagged outcrop of rock. It couldn't have been much larger than his fist. The edges were worn smooth by time and water, the stone dark and glistening. The creek disappeared through it, the soft, hollow sound of the flow echoing faintly beyond. Sam ran his fingers over the hole, testing it. It was tight. Too tight for a person, but the water had to be going somewhere. And maybe, just maybe, it led to something more than this stone coffin. A thin thread of hope stirred in his chest. It wasn't much, but it was something. He pushed against the rock wall, but found it completely immovable. If they had hours, they might have been able to carve their way through it somehow, but as they were, the best that they could hope for was that their pursuers might miss the entrance to the well the same way he had. Sam turned back to the well's opening. Skye lowered Excalibur as far as she could, before dropping the puppy into Sam's waiting hands. The small dog squirmed in his arms, eyes wide and ears pinned back in confusion. A moment later, Caliburn launched himself down, his powerful body coiled and precise. The retriever's paws found a narrow outcrop midway down the well shaft, using it to spring lightly onto the floor beside Sam. Skye followed last. She hung from the edge, lowered herself as far as she could, and dropped. She landed hard, stumbling slightly before straightening and brushing dust from her hands. Sam caught her eye and saw the question there, the same one hammering in his own chest. Now what? The pounding of boots echoed from the tunnel above, drawing closer. Sam killed the flashlight and pressed his back against the cold stone wall, straining to hear over the thudding of his pulse. The chamber was a dead end. No exits, no hidden passageways, just the shallow creek and the oppressive weight of earth and stone. They were trapped, and their enemies were almost upon them. Sam kept his breathing as quiet as he could, straining to hear past the hammering of his own heart. His flashlight beam flickered across the chamber's rough stone walls, but there was nothing, no hidden passage, no crack wide enough to squeeze through, just the shallow ribbon of water glistening faintly as it curved through the base of the well, and the cold, damp air that smelled of earth and age. Caliburn stood close at his side, head low, ears flattened, his muscles taut as a drawn bow. The dog's eyes flicked to Sam's face, seeking guidance, trust unspoken between them. Excalibur pressed against Sky's boot, his tiny form almost invisible as his fur instinctively shifted in hue to match the dark stone. The pup trembled, not from fear, Sam guessed, but from the raw, wild instinct of survival. Above them, a voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Pass the miracle dog up, and we'll let you live." Sam grinned. They didn't know about Caliburn, only about Excalibur, the miracle puppy. It wasn't much, but it was something they could use to their advantage. Somehow. Sam clenched his jaw, forcing himself to stay silent, even as anger surged in his chest. He switched off his flashlight, plunging them into darkness. Better the enemy didn't know their exact position, better to leave them guessing. The seconds stretched, heavy and suffocating. The only sound, the distant drip of water and the faint scuff of boots up above. He could hear them shifting, whispering to each other, impatient, planning their next move. Sam didn't need to guess what that would be. His fingers curled around the grip of his sidearm, though he knew it wouldn't save them in this trap. "Okay," one of the men above said. "You've had your chance to pass the puppy up. Now we're just going to have to smoke you out." Chapter 23. An M67 grenade used by the U.S. Army had a 5 to 6 second delay. It was a ridiculous thought, and Sam knew it was based on the one type he'd used previously, and he had no idea what type had been dropped into the well, or how long its owners had waited between removing the pin and dropping it down the well. All the same, it was the only thing Sam had going for them, and he wasn't prepared to let the thought go. He watched as the grenade free fell from above. Sam dived toward it, his hands closing around the grenade before it hit the ground. Its cold metal casing was slick with moisture. He didn't think. There was no time. Just the weight of it in his palm, the knowledge that death was seconds away if he hesitated. The pin was gone. The lever had flown. He shoved it into the tiny opening where the creek vanished, jamming it as deep as he could into that narrow throat of stone. A sharp hiss of breath escaped his lips as he spun, grabbing Sky by the arm. She clutched Excalibur to her chest, the pup trembling, fur flickering between shades in terror. Sam threw himself over them, shielding them with his body, pressing them down beside Caliburn at the farthest edge of the well. The explosion came, a heartbeat later, a violent, deafening roar that tore through the chamber. The stone wall split and crumbled, showering them with shards of rock and dust. The shock wave thudded into Sam's back, knocking the breath from his lungs. But he kept his arms tight around Sky and the pup, feeling Caliburn pressed against his leg, steadfast even in the chaos. As the dust settled and the rumble faded, Sam lifted his head, coughing, his ears ringing, his flashlight's beam shaky in his hand as he fixed the beam on a gaping hole where the grenade had been seconds earlier. Water gushed through, carving a ragged gap where solid stone had been. Sam grabbed Sky's hand, pulling her to her feet. "Come on," he barked, his voice hoarse. They slipped through and found themselves running through the opening of a long disused horizontal mine shaft that followed the natural undulation of an ancient water source. Behind them they could hear the sound of men swearing. Within seconds, there were the sounds of boots landing heavily in the shallow water of the well. Sam turned to face them with the Beretta in his hand, pointed at the opening. Someone with a flashlight began crawling through the opening. Sam fixed the Beretta on the first attacker. Better to stay and fight at the choke point, where they were guaranteed to have only one person at a time to fight. Sam suppressed his urge to shoot until enough of the man was through, and he could be certain he had enough of the man's vital organs to make the shot fatal. He spotted an arm, a shoulder, and the glint of a weapon. Sam was almost ready to take the shot. The man was already forcing his way under the gap, his face twisted with fury and determination, his body writhing to squeeze through the torn stone. His boots scraped against the wet rock, fingers clawing for purchase. Sam's finger gently squeezed the trigger. There was a crack before the shot fired. He looked up. A hairline crack began snaking its way across the ancient ceiling above. His breath hitched. The crack widened, splintering like lightning across the rock. Dust rained down in thin streams. The attacker froze, eyes wide, realizing too late what was about to happen. "No! No!" he stammered, voice rising in panic. The ceiling gave way with a deafening roar. Several tons of stone collapsed in a thunderous cascade, the sound echoing down the tunnel like the wrath of the mountain itself. Sam watched, helpless, as the man's scream turned to a guttural moan, then a sickening crunch as the rocks buried him, silencing him beneath their weight. The debris kept falling, the ground trembling beneath Sam's feet, until at last the cave-in settled, sealing the gap entirely. A wall of jagged stone and shattered earth blocked the passage as surely as if it had never been open. Sam stood motionless, breathing hard, listening to the last trickle of falling dust. He waited, watching, until the silence was complete and final. He exchanged a glance with Skye. "I guess we're going to have to find another way out." Chapter 24. The hidden passage was narrow, the air colder still. Sam's flashlight beam caught glints of iron supports and old pick marks, another section of the mine untouched for ages. They moved fast, the dogs slipping along ahead, Caliburn's larger frame careful not to disturb the fragile footing, Excalibur bounding nimbly over loose rocks and debris. The tunnels sloped downward, growing damper, until at last the sound of rushing water reached them. The narrow shaft opened into a cavern, the underground stream slicing through the rock like a silver snake. Sam led them along the bank, careful to avoid the icy water. One wrong step, one soaked boot, and the cold could kill them faster than a bullet. Sam kept his flashlight trained low, the narrow beam cutting through the dense darkness ahead. The old Roman mine shaft felt endless, the air damp and cold, carrying the faint metallic tang of long-abandoned ore. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, the sound hollow against the ancient stone. Beside him, Skye's voice was soft but steady, a welcome distraction from the claustrophobic press of the tunnels. "We must be in one of the older sections of Archaeological," she said, her breath misting in the cold air. She ran her hand along the rough wall, tracing grooves chiseled by long-dead miners. "The Romans built a labyrinth of intermingled shafts down here. Some engineers believe it would have taken 40,000 miners over 200 years to carve it all out." "Amazing," Sam said, stepping over a trickle of water that followed the mine's natural slope. The tunnel curved and dipped, following the undulation of the ancient creek, as if the miners had simply chased the water's path through the rock. His flashlight caught the glint of mineral veins now forgotten, lost in history's shadows. Time blurred. They walked for hours, the maze winding on and on. Sam's legs ached, but the promise of open air kept him moving. kept them both pushing forward, Caliburn trotting dutifully at his side, Excalibur cradled in Sky's arms. For what felt like miles, they followed the water's course, until at last pale daylight filtered through a break in the stone ahead. They emerged from the mountain's belly into a field dusted in snow, the frigid air clean and sharp on Sam's face, the sudden openness almost blinding after the stifling black of the mine. Sam drew in a deep breath, the air carrying with it the faint, delicious smell of wood smoke and cooking food. Below them, nestled among the folds of the land, lay Endarlatsa. The village was quiet in the early evening light, warm yellow glows spilling from windows, smoke rising in soft columns from stone chimneys to vanish into the pale sky. Sloping roofs were blanketed in fresh snow, and narrow streets wound between the clustered houses like threads in a tapestry. The soft murmur of life drifted up to them, the bark of a dog, the distant clatter of pots, the faint hum of conversation carried on the breeze. Across the white expanse, Sam saw the clustered buildings of Endarlatsa, straddling the border of Spain and France. It looked like salvation, civilization, a chance to regroup, to breathe. The dogs ran free toward the warmth of the village, and then, as if on cue, his phone vibrated. Signal. He fumbled it from his pocket, the screen lighting up with more than a dozen missed calls from Amira. His heart twisted as he hit redial. Chapter 25. Endarlatsa, border of Spain and France. Elise answered Amira's cell phone. Sam? Where's Amira? Sam asked, a slight panic in his throat. Is she all right? She's fine, Elise said quickly, but there was tension in her voice, too. Before Sam could ask more, she continued, urgency sharp in her tone. I don't know where you are right now, but you're in trouble. Someone doctored the security tapes from that research lab, the one where you went to find Caliburn's puppy. The Spanish police think you and a woman from the lab did it. They've got video of you inside, armed, with everyone dead. You have to get out of there now. There's a warrant out for our arrest? Sam said, picking up his pace. These bastards must have deep connections to get the police on their side so quickly. Yeah. From what I'm hearing, that someone paid big dollars into the police coffers to make sure they see it his way. Any idea what my exit plan is to get out of the country? Genevieve's working on it, Elise said. Sit tight. She has an old friend who used to work the smuggling racket along the Bay of Biscay. She's hoping he will have an idea. Great, Sam said. Now that they think we're criminals, we need the help of actual criminals to get us out of it. Does that sound about right to you? Elise said, Yeah, that sounds just about right. Sam gripped the cell phone tighter, his fingers numb from the cold, but it wasn't the chill that made his heart race. Through the falling snow, Sam watched as Caliburn and Excalibur bounded ahead, their shapes growing smaller as they neared the village's edge. Sky was close behind, her breath rising in quick clouds as she ran to keep up. Sam's eyes landed on something in the distance. Alarm bells went off in the reptilian part of Sam's brain. He squinted at the car parked near the edge of the village square, its shape just visible beneath the pale winter sun. At first glance, it looked like any standard European SUV, maybe a Seat Attica or a Peugeot 3008, with a blue and white paint job. But as Sam drew closer, details began to sharpen in his mind. The vehicle's sides bore bold red stripes that angled forward aggressively, as if the car itself were in motion even at a standstill. Across the doors, in large block letters, was a word unfamiliar to him at first, Ertzaintza. The word was flanked by a stylized red and green emblem, and he recognized the colors of the Basque country flag. A light bar flashed intermittently on the roof, sending pulses of blue over the stone cottages and snow-dusted roofs of Endarlatza. The license plate was Spanish, but the unique markings and that distinctive name left no doubt. Sam realized he was looking at a Basque police vehicle. Sam stopped, half hidden by a low drift. He hoped that the police officer wouldn't recognize her, or better yet, hadn't heard anything about the massacre at the research labs. Then a moment later, Sam saw Skye raise her arms and wave, flagging the car down. "No, Skye, don't!" Sam shouted. The driver's window began to roll down. Skye moved closer, pointing back toward the mine, trying to explain, trying to find help. A moment later, the police officer opened the door and stepped out of the car. Sam thought there was still time for them to talk their way out of it. In a flash, the police officer had turned Skye around, twisted her wrists together, and handcuffed her. Sam pressed his lips together until they formed a straight line. Then again, there was a pretty good chance the news had reached the local police officer. Chapter 26. Skye barely had time to register the officer's grip before he spun her around, twisting her wrists hard behind her back. The cold bite of the steel cuffs snapped shut around her wrists, and a sharp jolt of pain shot up her arms. She gasped, more in shock than anything, as he shoved her face first against the police car's door. The metal was freezing against her cheek, but it was the brute force that stunned her most. "Stop! What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me?" she cried out, struggling against his hold. But he didn't answer. Instead, he slammed her into the door again, harder this time. Pain radiated through her ribs, and for a moment she couldn't catch her breath. "Tell me where he is," the officer barked, his voice a growl right beside her ear. "Where who is?" she gasped, still trying to understand what was happening. "Don't play stupid games. Where is he?" Before she could answer, he grabbed the collar of her jacket, twisting it so tight she felt the fabric cut into her throat. The pressure was instant, choking, and panic rose in her chest. Police officer or not, she wasn't about to let herself be strangled without a fight. Drawing on instinct, she drove her knee up with all the strength she could muster, striking him square in the groin. The man let out a deep, guttural groan, doubling over slightly, his face contorted with hatred. His hand released her jacket, but almost in the same motion, she saw him draw his sidearm, a Heckler & Koch USP compact 9mm. His eyes burned with fury as he raised it, the barrel swinging toward her face. And then, out of nowhere, Caliburn lunged. She hadn't even noticed him in the chaos, his golden fur so perfectly white against the snow that he'd blended in like a ghost. His powerful jaws clamped down on the officer's wrist just as the gun leveled at her. The man cried out, the weapon slipping from his grasp and clattering onto the icy ground. Skye's heart pounded as she glimpsed Sam, moving fast through the snow, closing the distance like a force of nature. Chapter 27. Sam closed the distance in a heartbeat, his fist slamming into the officer's face with a brutal crack that echoed off the nearby buildings. He felt the sickening crunch of bone and cartilage beneath his knuckles, saw the man's eyes glaze over, unfocused, like he was trying to blink away the stars exploding in his vision. Sam didn't let up. He stepped in and drove his fist upward into the man's solar plexus. The force of the uppercut folded the officer in on himself, his breath stolen in an instant. The man's body convulsed as his diaphragm spasmed, leaving him gasping, unable to pull in air. Wasting no time, Sam's eyes dropped to the officer's belt. He found the small glint of the handcuff key. Sam snatched it free, his fingers moving with swift precision as he unlocked Skye's wrists. She winced as the cuffs came away, red marks already forming on her skin. Without pausing, Sam grabbed one of the officer's arms, yanked it behind his back, and snapped the cuffs shut again, this time chaining the man to the cold steel guardrail that lined the edge of the lot. The officer struggled weakly, still wheezing, still trying to draw a breath that wouldn't come. Out of the corner of his eye, Sam saw Caliburn motioning toward the gun lying in the snow. Sam bent, scooped it up, and pocketed it without a second thought. He straightened, his gaze hard and cold as he stared down at the man in disgust. "Didn't your mother ever tell you that you never hurt a woman?" Chapter 28. Sam scanned the street, his heart pounding in his chest. The first police car was still visible in the rearview mirror of the situation they'd just escaped. But now another was approaching fast, its siren wailing, blue lights strobing wildly through the snow-speckled air. Sam cursed inwardly. Of course. The first officer must have radioed them in the moment he'd spotted Skye. Backup had been racing toward them ever since. His eyes darted to the side of the road. A Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon, dark and imposing, idling at a stop sign. Behind it, hitched to a sturdy trailer, was a gleaming Riva Aquarama. The boat was a work of art. Polished mahogany deck, gleaming under layers of lacquer, chrome trim catching the afternoon light, and sleek, sinuous lines that spoke of speed and elegance. Twin rudders extended beneath the stern, their placement and angle promising precision and exceptional maneuverability, one of the reasons the Aquarama had become legendary among those who craved control on the water. Sam didn't think twice. He exchanged a glance with Skye, saw the understanding in her wide eyes. "Quick, get in the boat." Skye sprang forward, scrambling up onto the trailer. She grabbed Excalibur and swung him in, the little pup whining with excitement. Caliburn needed no help. He leaped nimbly up, his strong frame landing solidly on the polished deck. Sam followed, hauling himself over the transom, just as the G-Wagon's driver, oblivious to his new passengers, turned right onto the main road. They ducked low behind the windshield, hearts hammering in sync, as the boat and its trailer rolled smoothly past the oncoming police car. Sam dared a glance back. The police cruiser blasted by, sirens screaming, without slowing. For a breath, Sam thought they'd made it. A couple of 100 feet farther, the G-Wagon picked up speed, and Sam felt the tension ease from his shoulders. Then the sound reached him. The screech of tires, the sharp bark of a skidding U-turn. Sam twisted to look, his gut sinking as he saw the police car fishtailing, spinning around in a cloud of slush and snow and accelerating straight toward them, sirens howling louder than ever. "Damn it," Sam muttered under his breath. "Hold on." Chapter 29. N121A South, Pyrenees Mountains. The Mercedes G-Wagon thundered south along N121A, the trailer behind it rattling over the icy asphalt. Snow-covered pines blurred past as the vehicle wound through the high valley road above the Bidasoa River. From where he crouched low in the cockpit of the Riva Aquarama, Sam could feel every bump through the polished wooden hull. 2 police cars were in pursuit now, sirens howling, lights strobing across the snow-draped forest. Sam peered over the gunwale, squinting up the road just in time to see a 3rd police vehicle parked sideways across the road ahead, blocking their path completely. "We're in trouble," Skye muttered beside him. Sam didn't answer at first. He glanced behind them, then ahead again. No way through, and nowhere to hide. Then his eyes locked on the latch securing the Riva to the trailer. He smiled grimly. "Yeah, I have an idea." Skye followed his gaze. "Oh, no, you don't." The trailer jolted as the G-Wagon began to slow. Tires squealed on the ice. A gunshot cracked through the air above them. Snow exploded off a nearby branch. Sam didn't flinch. He lunged forward, bracing himself against the side of the boat, and kicked the release latch with the heel of his boot. The world tilted. The Riva slid. For a heartbeat, the boat stayed on the trailer, then gravity seized it. The gleaming mahogany hull creaked and groaned as it began to slide backward, first slow, then with gathering momentum. The trailer dropped away beneath them, and the Riva hit the icy road with a shudder. Sam dropped into the helm seat, grabbed the wheel with one hand, and stabbed the engine start button with the other. The twin Cadillac V8s exploded to life in a thunderous roar. Snow blasted from beneath the stern as the propellers spun furiously. The boat fishtailed, slewing sideways before Sam corrected with a turn of the wheel. The twin rudders, designed for the water, bit just enough into the packed snow to steer. Another shot cracked the air. A voice yelled behind them. Sam didn't look back. He pushed both throttles forward. The Riva surged ahead, carving a deep channel through the snow as it rocketed downhill. Trees flashed past in streaks. Wind tore across the deck. Skye held onto the dogs, crouched low in the cockpit, with Excalibur tucked beneath her jacket, and Caliburn wedged between her legs, tongue lolling, ears flattened from the rush of speed. Sam leaned into the wheel, heart hammering. "Let's hope she skis as well as she sails," he muttered through clenched teeth. And then they were flying. The boat sliced through the frozen wilderness, pursued by sirens, bullets, and the roar of their own impossible escape. Chapter 30. Snow whipped past Sam's face like shards of ice. The cold air tore at his eyes, stung his cheeks, and roared in his ears as the Riva Aquarama hurtled down the steep slope. He gripped the wooden steering wheel with both hands, leaning into each turn like a downhill skier, guiding the heavy boat through a gauntlet of pine trees and boulders. The twin Cadillac V8 engines thundered behind him, their deep growls steady and powerful as the propellers churned against the packed snow, carving furrows into the slope. Each twitch of the rudders cut a new path, slicing around trunks and skimming past jagged rocks with inches to spare. The polished hull vibrated with every bump and dip, but it held its course, solid, defiant, alive. Behind him, Skye crouched low in the cockpit, her arms wrapped protectively around Excalibur. The puppy yelped with a mix of fear and excitement, his camouflaged fur twitching colors with every flash of passing scenery. Caliburn stood firm beside her, front paws braced, ears flapping wildly in the wind, barking in time with every jolt of the descent. Sam's heart pounded with the rhythm of the engines. He saw the end of the slope fast approaching, a flat stretch that dropped suddenly into a clump of snowy undergrowth along the river's edge. He didn't slow down. Instead, he adjusted his line, aiming directly at the densest patch of snow. The Riva hit it like a missile. Snow exploded in all directions, a blinding white plume rising into the air. The hull bounced once, twice, then with a splash and a sudden shift in sound, the boat was free of the slope and skimming across the dark, cold waters of the Bidassoa River. The engines screamed as the propellers caught the water, flinging rooster tails behind them. Sam exhaled a sharp breath, knuckles white on the wheel. He eased back on the throttles just slightly, letting the Riva settle into its element, the wooden hull gliding effortlessly now. They rounded a bend in the river. Up ahead, a small pleasure cruiser bobbed gently along the water, tourists bundled in winter coats, sipping coffee and snapping photos of the snowy pines. Sam pulled the throttle back farther, guiding the Riva alongside at a calm, elegant pace. The tourists turned, jaws dropping at the sight of a gleaming mahogany speedboat emerging from a spray of mist and snow, dogs barking in the cockpit, and its driver grinning like a madman. Sam gave them a casual wave. Bonjour. Then he pushed the throttle forward again, and the Riva slipped past, disappearing down the winding river like a ghost. Chapter 31. Bidassoa River, France. The Riva Aquarama skimmed smoothly along the Bidassoa River, its twin V8 engines purring beneath the deck like contented beasts. Sam stood at the wheel, eyes narrowed against the wind, the mahogany helm warm under his gloved hands. The late afternoon light reflected in glints off the snow-covered banks, and the river, though dark and swift, offered a rare moment of calm. Then he saw them. Just ahead, near a small boat ramp, a black van had reversed toward the water. 3 men in dark clothes were unloading jet skis, sleek, aggressive models built more for speed than recreation. They moved quickly, practiced, armed. Definitely not local police. Sam's jaw clenched. If he had to guess, they worked for whoever had attacked the medical research labs. They weren't here for a weekend ride. They were here for Excalibur. Sam's gaze flicked toward the puppy curled beside Skye. The little dog's fur shimmered faintly, camouflaging against the worn white seat cushion. Caliburn, ever alert, let out a low growl. "Hang on," Sam muttered, and shoved the throttles forward. The Riva surged ahead with a roar. Snowmelt sprayed in twin fans behind them as they tore past the ramp, leaving the jet skis in their wake. One of the men shouted something and pointed. Engines revved behind them. Sam kept his eyes forward. If he could just get ahead and find a gap, maybe they could make it. But then he saw the bridge. It arched across the river like a frozen sentinel. On top, 2 police cruisers were parked nose to nose, lights flashing. Officers were setting up a steel barrier across the span, rifles in hand. No way through. Sam swore under his breath and yanked the wheel hard to starboard. The Riva tilted, carving a graceful arc across the river. Its rudders bit deep into the current, and the powerful engine threw the hull into a tight, skimming U-turn. The bridge disappeared behind them. They were heading south again fast. The roar of jet skis echoed louder now, closing in. Sam didn't look back. He simply leaned into the wheel and gunned the throttle, eyes scanning the winding river ahead. He didn't know where they were going yet. They needed to find a way off this river, and fast. Chapter 32. The Riva Aquarama thundered south through the narrowing gorge, its engines roaring as they churned a frothy wake between icy riverbanks. Jagged clumps of ice bobbed along the current, some scraping noisily against the polished mahogany hull. The steep walls of the gorge closed in like jaws, their pine-covered flanks caked in thick snow, shadows lengthening as the winter sun dipped low behind the cliffs. Sam's cell phone rang. It was Genevieve. He answered it with one hand on the wheel. "Tell me you have an extraction plan for me." "Yeah, are you busy?" "A little," Sam said. "To be honest. Any luck with your friend?" "Yeah, I've given him access to the GPS on your phone. He'll be there in a few minutes." "Great. We're on the Bidassoa River, heading south currently." "Don't worry about it. My friend knows the ropes. He'll find a way. Just stay out of trouble." It's that part that I'm having trouble with. Sam squinted ahead, wind tearing at his jacket. The river twisted hard to the right, flanked by a wall of frozen rock. Behind them, 4 jet skis surged into view, their riders hunched low, engines howling as they raced in pursuit. The rattle of automatic gunfire cracked through the cold air, bullets chewing into the water and sending up stinging sprays. Sam turned to Skye. "Take the wheel." She looked at him like he'd lost his mind. "I don't know how to drive a boat." "Can you drive a car?" "Yeah, sure." "That'll have to do." Without waiting, Sam released the wheel and ducked low, grabbing the Beretta. Skye slid into place, her hands hesitating for just a second before gripping the wheel. The boat swerved violently. Gunfire streaked overhead. Sam propped himself against the cabin bulkhead and took aim, firing at the nearest jet ski. One rider veered wildly to avoid the shots and nearly collided with the icy cliff wall. "That's great," Sam shouted. "Just keep swerving like that. It makes it harder for them to get a good shot at us." "I'm trying to keep it straight," Skye yelled, her knuckles white on the wheel. Sam grimaced, firing another shot. "Don't worry about it. You're doing great." Then the roar of a different engine cut through the chaos. Sam glanced up. A sleek, high-wing seaplane swept low over the gorge, an Italian Lake LA-4200 Buccaneer. It landed hard, its wide body glinting in the sun, and the side door slid open mid-air. The pilot leaned out, waving wildly, motioning for them to come aboard. Sam's eyes widened. He raised a hand, signaling back. He turned to Skye. "Straighten her up. I'll take it from here." "Gladly," she breathed, immediately sliding out of the seat. Sam grabbed the wheel and steadied the Riva, lining it up beneath the descending aircraft and increasing its speed to match the approaching aircraft. The Buccaneer dropped low, its watertight belly skimming just above the river surface. As it passed overhead, Skye hoisted Excalibur up, handing the squirming pup to a figure in the open doorway. Caliburn jumped cleanly from the Riva's deck into the plane with one powerful leap. Skye followed, grabbing the edge of the wing strut and swinging herself up with a grunt. "Sam, the gorge!" He turned just in time to see it. A massive boulder jutting up from the middle of the river, half submerged and covered in ice. The Riva was heading straight for it. Sam didn't hesitate. He lunged toward the plane, grabbing the edge of the wing strut just as the Buccaneer began to climb. Wind howled past his ears, and the river dropped away beneath him. A split second later, the Riva slammed into the boulder. The explosion lit up the gorge behind them, fire and splinters of mahogany shooting skyward in a burst of flame and smoke. Sam hauled himself up and into the open door, falling hard onto the deck beside Skye and the 2 dogs. The pilot gave him a quick nod, already banking the aircraft toward the sea. Below, the river twisted on through the frozen gorge, now scattered with the flaming remains of the boat. Sam exhaled hard, brushing snow from his jacket. "Well," he muttered, "that was close." Skye looked at him, eyes wide. "You think?" Caliburn barked once in agreement. Chapter 33. Isla de Equetza, Bay of Biscay. The drone of the Buccaneer's twin propellers pulsed steadily in Sam's ears as the seaplane cruised low over the choppy waters of the Bay of Biscay. Wind buffeted the fuselage and sent ripples across the waves far below. Ahead, the jagged silhouette of Isla de Equetza emerged from the mist like the spine of some ancient beast, its dark basalt cliffs rising abruptly from the sea. Sam leaned forward to peer through the window. The island was no more than a steep, rocky outcrop, windswept, desolate, and utterly unwelcoming. Its cliffs were carved by centuries of brutal surf and storm, pitted with gullies and spires of black stone. Gulls circled overhead, their cries lost against the engine's hum. A lone twisted tree clung stubbornly to the crest, bent sideways by the constant wind. The pilot, an old man with a deeply lined face, dressed in a weathered bomber jacket, gave no name, and Sam hadn't asked for one. He already knew the man owed Genevieve a favor, most likely from her murkier past with the Russian mafia. The pilot gestured toward the northern side of the island as they banked. "There's a small cave down there. You won't see it from the water, not unless you know exactly where to look." Sam raised an eyebrow. "At the back of the cave," the pilot continued, "there's a narrow passage that leads into the hollowed-out heart of the island. Napoleon kept his most valuable prisoners there during the war." Sam looked back toward the island, searching for any sign of a break in the cliffs, but saw only rock and foam. "I didn't realize there were any secret caves on Isla de Aquetza." The pilot smiled faintly, eyes still on the approach. "If you did, they wouldn't be secret, would they?" The plane dropped lower. The engines throttled back with a rising whine before the pilot eased the Buccaneer's pontoons down onto the water's surface. The moment of contact came with a light slap, followed by a series of rhythmic thuds as the pontoons skipped across the wind-chopped waves before settling into a smooth glide. Spray hissed along the windows. The engine noise dropped to a steady idle as the pilot adjusted the yoke and turned gently toward the northern side of the island. Sam saw it then, a narrow channel between two jagged rocks, barely wide enough for the plane's wingtips. The Buccaneer nosed through with practiced precision. At the mouth of the hidden cave, the sea calmed. Just ahead, a shallow reef extended outward from the island's base. An old iron bolt jutted from the rock, rusted but sturdy, its purpose unmistakable. The pilot cut the engines. Silence descended, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the floats and the distant cry of seabirds. He climbed out onto the pontoon, coiled a thick rope, and tied the plane off to the bolt like he'd done it 100 times before. Then he turned and gestured toward a low, dark slit in the cliffside just ahead, nearly invisible from the waterline. The pilot gave an oily smile. "Welcome to Isla de Aquetza." Chapter 34. The air inside the cave was cool and damp, laced with the earthy scent of wet stone and salt. Sam followed close behind the smuggler, one hand brushing the rough rock wall, the other keeping Caliburn close by his side. Skye walked just ahead of him, carrying Excalibur wrapped snugly in her arms. Their footsteps echoed softly on the stone floor, mingling with the distant drip of water from above. The cave twisted and descended gradually, its walls narrowing in places so they had to pass single file. Beams of pale daylight filtered down from natural vents in the ceiling, long shafts of illumination that cut through the gloom like searchlights. Dust motes floated lazily in the light. Somewhere deeper in the island, Sam heard the flapping of bat wings and the distant rumble of water churning through a subterranean channel. The smuggler moved with the ease of someone who knew the path by heart. "This way," he said, without turning. "We don't light the place. It would be far too risky. But the rock breathes, lets in enough daylight to find your way." They came to a narrow bend in the passage where the floor leveled out into a small chamber. The space was partially walled with crumbling masonry, likely centuries old. An iron gate stood embedded into the stone arch at the far end, mottled with rust and streaked with the white salt stains of time. The bars were thick and twisted at the ends, forged by hand in a time when gates weren't built to deter thieves, but to cage men forever. The smuggler stepped aside and gestured toward the gate. "If you head through here," he said, "there's a small generator in the back. It powers a fridge, a bed, and a few other niceties. We keep the place stocked for our guests." Sam raised an eyebrow. "Guests?" The old man just grinned. "You'd be surprised how much people pay to be smuggled out of Europe at short notice." Sam was about to thank him when the smuggler added, "I have to go. It's too risky for me to stay here with my plane tied up outside. The second seaplane will be here in a few hours." Sam nodded, turning to offer his thanks properly, but paused when he heard the click of metal. He looked up. The smuggler had stepped back through the gate and was swinging it shut. Wait! There was a heavy clang as the iron bars slammed into place. Before Sam could reach it, the smuggler snapped a pair of steel handcuffs through the lock and clicked them closed. Sam swore and lunged forward, grabbing at the bars, but the smuggler was already out of reach, just beyond arm's length. Sam rattled the gate. It didn't budge. "Open it!" Sam barked. The smuggler gave a tired sigh and an apologetic shrug. "Sorry, Mr. Reilly, but one can never truly trust a smuggler." He turned to leave. Sam's voice dropped, deadly calm. "Who paid you?" The smuggler hesitated for only a second, then glanced back, a flicker of regret in his eyes. "Lord Pembroke," he said, "offered a higher price, and unlike your people, he pays in gold." Then he disappeared into the darkness, his footsteps growing fainter with each passing second, until all that remained was the sound of dripping water and the echo of Sam's fury reverberating through the stone. Chapter 35. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Skye asked. "Me?" Sam asked, unsure where her anger seemed to be stemming from. "Ever since I met you, people have been shooting at us and trying to kill me." Sam spread his arms. "In my defense, some of those people tried to shoot you before I ever got here, so perhaps it's not me? And I should be asking you the same question." "No, don't give me that crap," Skye said, her voice raised, even though it was still quiet where they were. "The way you respond. This happens to you all the time. No wonder you're not married." "I am married," Sam said, a suppressed smile on his lips, as he raised his left hand to show his wedding ring. "Well, it's a wonder it's lasted this long." Skye shook her head. "I have no idea how your wife puts up with you." Sam turned his head, but bit back the retort he had for her. Skye didn't let it pass. "How long have you been married?" 4 weeks. "You're kidding." "I'm not." "Did your marriage end already?" Sam suppressed a smirk. "Not yet." Skye folded her arms across her chest. "Well, I don't know how she puts up with you." Sam stepped over the gate, retrieved the police officer's key that he had in his pocket all this time, and unlocked the handcuffs. He saw the look of confusion registered in Skye's face. "What? How did you do that?" Sam grinned. "Universal keys, you see. This is why you never throw away the handcuffs key after you use it." Chapter 36. The low rumble of approaching engines reverberated through the stone walls like a distant storm. Sam recognized the pitch instantly. Turboprops, heavy ones, descending. The sound shifted subtly as the aircraft came in to land, the reverberation rising to a deeper growl as it taxied slowly toward the hidden entrance on the northern side of the island. Sam and Skye crouched low in the darkness, just out of sight from the gate, the cold stone floor biting into their knees. The only light came from the occasional shaft of pale daylight filtering down through natural cracks above. Caliburn lay tense at Sam's side, ears perked, while Excalibur squirmed quietly in Sky's coat, his color shifting to mimic the surrounding shadows. In the background, a tinny tune crackled from the old radio Sam had left running on a shelf at the back of the cave, some scratchy post-war French waltz that lent the whole moment a surreal, almost theatrical tone. Footsteps approached. 2 smugglers appeared at the gate, both armed, both frowning. One of them rattled the bars. "Hey, you alive in there?" No response. The other smuggler kicked the gate. "What the hell are they doing? Sleeping?" The first one scowled. "You go in." "You'd better come too," the second muttered. "These guys are supposed to be tough. Apparently they took a lot to capture in the first place." Together they unlocked the cuffs that barred the gate and stepped inside, leaving their key in the handcuffs, their pistols drawn. The moment they passed through, Sam moved. Quick as a whisper, he slid forward, grabbed the cuffs, and pulled the gate shut behind them. The smugglers spun around just in time to see the key twist in the lock. Click. Sam locked it and took the smuggler's key. "You son of a—" one of them shouted, lunging for the bars. Sam didn't wait to listen. He turned, walking away, as the 2 smugglers erupted into a chorus of furious curses, their fists slamming against the iron gate behind him. Sky fell in behind him, clutching Excalibur, while Caliburn padded along on Sam's other side, tail raised, alert and ready. They retraced their steps through the carved maze of tunnels, climbing upward through the dim, echoing passageways. When they emerged into the sunlight, the icy wind of the Bay of Biscay hit them like a wall. The Canadair CL-415 sat just offshore, its massive yellow and red hull floating low in the water, gently rocking with the tide. Its nose faced the open sea. The cargo ramp hung open. Sky stared at the plane. "I don't suppose you know how to fly that thing?" Chapter 37. Sam climbed up into the cockpit of the Canadair CL-415, the familiar tang of aviation fuel and sun-heated metal greeting him like an old memory. He slid into the left seat, the worn leather cushion creaking under his weight. The cockpit was a blend of rugged utility and purposeful design, 2 wide control yokes, analog dials mixed with digital avionics, throttle levers positioned high on the center pedestal, and overhead panels peppered with toggles and rotary switches. The windshield wrapped around the front like a broad panoramic visor, offering an unbroken view of the bay and the rocky outline of Isla de Acatza behind them. Rows of circuit breakers lined the side walls, and beneath his feet the rudder pedals felt firm, almost stubborn, but responsive. Sam flipped the battery master switch, then moved through the checklist with methodical precision. Fuel pumps on, generators armed, engine 1 start. The turbine wound up with a rising whine, followed by a muffled roar as it spooled to life. Engine 2 followed, and soon the propellers were spinning in unison, chopping the wind in a steady rhythm that thrummed through the fuselage. He released the mooring line and taxied out into open water. The seaplane moved smoothly over the bay, pontoons gliding atop the chop. Sam turned her slowly into the wind, scanning the surface for a long enough stretch to build speed. When he was ready, he pushed the throttles forward. The CL-415 surged ahead, rising onto the step with a spray of water on either side. The aircraft skimmed faster and faster, and the pounding of the waves softened as the wings began to lift. Sam eased back on the yoke. The plane broke free of the sea. They climbed steadily, banking gently to the northwest, leaving the misty cliffs of Aketsa behind. Sam leveled off and glanced at the fuel gauges. The aircraft had been modified with long-range auxiliary tanks, but even still a direct flight across the Atlantic was out of the question. He pulled out the flight charts and ran some rough calculations. Weather permitting, they could make it to Newfoundland only just. Sam called Matthew, brought him up to speed with what had happened, and organized for him to bring the Tehila to Newfoundland to greet them. After that, they settled into the long flight. A couple of hours in, Skye asked, "Do you think your bride's going to be concerned about me?" Sam looked confused. "I don't know what you mean." "Look, it's not conceit. I know that a lot of guys tend to find me attractive. I'm not suggesting you would ever do anything inappropriate, but I could see how your wife wouldn't be impressed to hear that you spent the last few days with me." Sam grinned. "I think that is called conceit." "Even if it's true?" Skye asked innocently. Sam grinned. "Especially when it's true." "Your wife will be okay?" she persisted. "I mean, I wouldn't want to get you in any trouble." "I'm not in any trouble." "Your wife must trust you." "She does," Sam said emphatically. Then, shaking his head, "But it's not that." "What is it then?" Skye asked, a little curious. "If you ever get the chance to meet my wife, you'd know why." "She's that amazing, is she?" "No, she's even more incredible than that." Skye blushed and laughed. "Now who's the one with a little bit of conceit?" "It's not." Skye laughed and finished his sentence. "When it's the truth." "Yeah." She pressed her lips together. "You really love her, don't you?" "In every way, shape, and form." The next day, after hours of smooth flight and a refueling stop in the Azores, Sam guided the CL-415 down through low clouds over the Newfoundland coast. Snow dusted the shoreline, and black pine forests stretched inland like a frozen tide. Sam lined up the descent, eased the throttles back, and the aircraft floated down with the grace of a gull. The pontoons touched the water with a light slap and glided in for a gentle landing. Chapter 38. St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. Sam stood on the floating dock, the icy wind off the Newfoundland coast tugging at his coat. The sun was sinking low over the western horizon, painting the sky in bands of burnt orange and violet, casting a golden sheen across the still waters of the inlet. Behind him, the Canadair CL-415 rocked gently on its pontoons, its bright yellow and red fuselage streaked with salt spray and exhaustion from the long flight. A low hum announced the arrival of the Canadian Coast Guard cutter, a white and red vessel slicing cleanly through the harbor mouth. It eased up alongside the dock, and a uniformed officer stepped down from the gangway, eyeing the amphibious plane with curiosity. Sam met him halfway, offering a nod. "It's yours now." The officer looked from Sam to the aircraft. "You're the one who flew her in?" "Yeah," Sam said, "but I don't own her. The plane belongs to a people smuggler operating out of Europe. If you pull the navionic data, flight paths, previous destinations, you'll find links to more than a few crimes: gun running, trafficking, the works." The officer frowned. "And the pilots?" Sam gave a dry smile. "Locked up in a prison cell inside a hidden cave on Isla de Acatza, north side of the island. There's a gate. You'll find two of them inside. Might want to bring a locksmith, and just remember they're still armed." The officer raised an eyebrow, but didn't question it. He pulled out a notepad and began jotting down details. Sam turned away, letting his gaze drift to the open water. Out beyond the breakwater, a familiar silhouette emerged. The Tehila. Her sleek gunmetal hull cut cleanly through the evening calm, twin wakes trailing behind like comet tails. Her superstructure gleamed in the sunset light, and as she drew nearer, Sam felt the familiar pull of home. Caliburn barked once from behind him and wagged his tail. Sam smiled genuinely. "Let's go home, Caliburn." Chapter 39. Matilda ran across the deck of the Tehila, her boots thudding against the warm composite panels as the sea breeze whipped through her hair. The yacht sat calmly at anchor off the rugged coast of Newfoundland, its sleek lines catching the last golden light of afternoon. She didn't care about the view, not right now. All she cared about was him. "Dad!" she cried. Sam turned just in time to catch her as she launched into his arms. He laughed low and warm, holding her tightly, lifting her off her feet for a second before setting her down. His arms were strong and his chest smelled faintly of the sea, engine oil, and something uniquely him. She never wanted to let go. "I missed you," she whispered. "I missed you more," Sam said. Then came the sound of scrambling paws and a happy bark. Sam stepped aside just in time for a small golden blur to barrel into her legs. "This," her dad said, crouching beside the pup, "is the newest member of our family. His name is Excalibur." The puppy's fur shimmered slightly as it caught the light, its color shifting just a shade, like a trick of the eye. Matilda gasped in delight as Excalibur licked her hands, jumped in excited circles, then flopped onto his back, tongue out and tail wagging. "He's amazing," she said, crouching to hug him. "You are so cute, aren't you?" Excalibur wiggled with joy. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of her mom leaning in to kiss her dad. Just a soft, quiet moment between them. Her mom looked happy, really happy, and that made something inside Matilda feel warm and full. A new voice chimed in, her dad's, introducing someone. "Everyone, this is Skye." Matilda turned to see a woman with sharp eyes and a calm smile. Tom and Genevieve were already helping her with a duffel bag, showing her toward the forward cabins. Matilda wasn't sure who Skye was yet, but her dad seemed to trust her. Then came her dad's voice again, softer this time. "So, Elise tells me you had some big news." Matilda glanced over just in time to see her mom's smile turn secretive. "Come with me," Amira said, reaching for his hand, "and I'll tell you." Chapter 40. Sam entered their quarters and gently closed the door behind him. The soft click of the lock was the only sound in the stillness. A moment later he turned to face Amira. Without a word, he stepped forward and kissed her, slowly, deeply, with the kind of kiss that said everything he hadn't been able to say since he'd walked back onto the Tehila. Her hands slid around his back, pulling him closer, as though confirming he was really there, really alive. When they finally pulled apart, Sam rested his forehead against hers, his voice low and rough with emotion. "So, what's this news Elise said you had?" Amira's eyes sparkled. She bit her lip and then grinned, wide, unguarded, joyful. "We're having twins." Sam blinked. For a second the words didn't land. Then they did. His mouth opened slightly. "Wait, twins?" Amira nodded, laughing now. "Yes, twins. 2 heartbeats. 2 little people at once." Sam let out a slow, stunned breath. Then in the next moment he scooped her up off her feet and spun her in a circle, laughing like a man who'd just been handed the entire world. "Twins," he said again, breathless with wonder. "We're going to need a bigger ship." "You're okay with it?" she asked. "Of course I'm okay," Sam said. "I couldn't be happier." It's going to be a lot of work with Matilda, twins, and new puppy on this boat." "So what?" Sam asked. "We'll make it work." "We might not have as much time for ourselves." Sam laughed. "Are you kidding me?" "I'm serious," she said. "So am I," Sam replied. "The people on this boat can overcome some of the hardest challenges ever to afflict the human race. You think together we can't handle a few kids and a puppy?" She laughed. "Twins," Sam said again, delighted. "We're having twins." "Uh-huh," Amira replied, an expression of joy written across her lips. "But I thought at the first ultrasound they only found one." "They did. But mistakes happen in everything, and the first ultrasound was early, so they missed the second baby." Sam grinned. "That's incredible." She arched an eyebrow. "You're happy?" "Stoked," Sam said, smiling at her. "Besides, it's not like you just pick the cuter of the two and give the other one back. What did you think I was going to say?" Amira laughed. "I'm glad. I'm happy too. It was just a shock, that's all." She began unbuttoning her blouse, slipping it off her shoulders before letting it fall to the floor. Her jeans followed, tugged down with an impatient sigh. She stood in the golden lamplight in nothing but a soft black bra and matching underwear, the fabric hugging her curves with quiet elegance. Sam took in the sight of her, barefoot on the timber floor, her skin warm and glowing, her belly just beginning to show the unmistakable curve of a pregnancy. At 12 weeks along, and with twins, Amira was already showing more than most. Her once flat stomach had a soft, gentle swell that seemed to glow with life. Her breasts, fuller now, strained against the delicate lace of her bra. She ran a hand across her belly and gave him a wry smile. "Nothing fits anymore. Everything I own feels like it's plotting against me." Sam didn't speak. He just looked at her, really looked at her, and felt something stir deep in his chest. There was something ancient and visceral in it, a recognition written into the code of his very being. He'd heard the phrase before, that women glowed when they were pregnant, but he'd never understood it until now. She was radiant, alive in a way that defied words, and so heartbreakingly beautiful. Amira caught the look in his eyes and tilted her head. "What?" "Nothing," he said, shaking his head with a crooked smile. "Oh, come on, what is it?" Sam stepped closer, placing a hand on her bare hip. "You're just remarkably beautiful. That's all. How did I get so lucky?" She rolled her eyes, but smiled anyway. "Beats me." He laughed, then pulled her gently into a kiss, soft at first, then deeper. He leaned down to whisper something in her ear, something private, something unfiltered and real. Amira raised an eyebrow, lips curling into a mischievous smile. "Oh, really? And what about Matilda?" Sam glanced toward the closed door and shrugged, feigning innocence. "She's got Excalibur and Caliburn to entertain her for hours. She'll be fine." "You're right," Amira murmured. Then she kissed him back, fiercer now. With a slow, purposeful motion, she pushed him down onto the bed. Sam landed with a soft thump, watching as she climbed onto the mattress and straddled him, her dark eyes alight with hunger and love. The last thing he thought before her mouth found his again was that he'd never been happier to be alive. Sam gave into his every desire and was enveloped in a wave of mutual joy and love. Chapter 41. Chesapeake Bay, USA. The Tehila cut through the waters of Chesapeake Bay with effortless grace, its sleek gunmetal gray hull gliding over the calm surface like a shadow. The late afternoon light cast golden streaks across the bay, illuminating the patchwork of marshlands, sailboats, and the historic silhouettes of colonial-era homes that dotted the shoreline. A pair of ospreys circled overhead, their cries echoing faintly across the inlet as the great yacht slowed to a crawl. Skye stood at the railing, the wind lifting her hair as she watched the landscape come into focus. The USA's eastern heart, steeped in history and resolve. Lush forests framed the water's edge, and farther back the graceful sweep of a bridge arched over the bay, cars glittering like beetles in the sunlight. It was beautiful in a quiet, solid way, a place of closure. The Tehila dropped anchor with a subtle hum of hydraulics, settling into the inlet as if it had always belonged. Skye took a deep breath, the salt air filling her lungs, crisp and cold, as if urging her forward. Earlier that morning, she had finally managed to gain remote access to the experiment she'd left running in the background at the medical research facility. A high-res, wide-angle data capture intended to track AI responses to emotional cues. She hadn't intended it to record a murder, but it had. The video was irrefutable. It clearly showed the mercenaries breaking in, executing the scientists, and framing her and Sam. Her name was cleared, so was his, and an EU-wide investigation had been launched. Now the last of the emotional weight eased from her chest. She turned and made her way across the deck, stopping in front of Sam. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around him. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick. "Thank you for saving my life." Sam hugged her back tightly. Then she turned to Amira, pulling her into a brief, warm embrace. As she leaned in, Skye whispered in her ear, low and sincere, "Take care of Sam. He's the best man I've ever met." Amira smiled, eyes soft. "I know." Skye stepped back, gave one last glance around the deck, the ship that had become, if only briefly, her sanctuary. Then she picked up her duffel, slung it over her shoulder, and walked to the waiting tender that would take her ashore and then to her flight back to Spain. As the motor roared to life and the yacht faded behind her, Skye felt the wind at her face, and for the first time in what felt like months, a sense of peace bloomed in her chest. She was going home. Chapter 42. The morning sun filtered in through the reinforced skylights above the Tehila's mission room, casting soft rays across the wide table where the smell of coffee, toasted sourdough, and scrambled eggs filled the air. Sam sat at the head, cradling a mug between his hands, his appetite finally returning after the chaos of the past few weeks. Amira sat beside him, radiating calm strength, one hand resting lightly on her small but unmistakable baby bump. Across from them, Tom and Genevieve were halfway through their plates, Tom's fork waving animatedly as he recounted part of the story Sam had missed. "So, the submarine just came out of nowhere?" Sam asked, eyebrows raised. Amira nodded, her tone measured but firm. "No warning, no communication. They tracked us through the night." Tom leaned forward, tapping on the surface of the digital console embedded in the table. "This image was etched into the hull above the bridge on board the submarine." An image flickered to life, grainy at first, then sharpening into the sleek black outline of the submarine. A sun in the sky, wings outstretched, the figure of a man falling. Sam stared at the symbol. "Icarus?" "We figured you'd know it," Tom said, smirking. "But save the speech. We already got the Greek mythology lesson from Elise." Sam chuckled. "What, you're not interested in hearing about the dangers of hubris and flying too close to the sun?" Genevieve smirked. Only if you're going to tell it in Latin. They all laughed, but Sam's mind had already shifted gears. He leaned back in his chair and looked toward the screen again, thoughtful. Could Elise find a matching image? Sam asked. Yeah, about 3 million of them on the first Google search, Tom said. That's probably not going to be very useful to us. No, Tom agreed. Sam's eyes widened. Did you hear I found a fresco of Camelot in an old Roman mine shaft? Tom raised an eyebrow. As in the Camelot from King Arthur's legends? Yeah, Sam said. It wasn't just a story. It was a location. A code. What are you thinking? Amira asked. I'm thinking, how do you all feel like a road trip? Tom looked up, wary. Where? Sam's grin widened. I was thinking about the Oregon Trail. Tom groaned. Please, tell me we're not doing this in a covered wagon? Genevieve just shook her head, but she was smiling. Amira leaned back in her chair, rubbing her belly, her eyes dancing with amusement. Sam looked around at his strange, wonderful family and felt something settle inside him, like they were on the cusp of something big again, something that, like always, began with a single step, or in this case, a long drive west. Chapter 43. Independence, Missouri. Sam stared at the Ineos Grenadier, running a hand along the edge of its metallic shale blue frame. It was boxy and unapologetic in its utility, a four-wheel drive built for work, not comfort, and he loved it for that. The wide stance, black wheels with beadlock rims, and raised suspension gave it a bulldog-like posture, while the matte black snorkel running up the passenger side promised it would breathe just fine, even if the road disappeared underwater. The roof rack groaned slightly under the weight of dive tanks, dry bags, and rope coils, all tightly lashed down with military precision. The rear cargo area was loaded to the brim with more dive gear, reels of line, a couple of spear guns just in case, and enough rations to get them through the week. At the back of the four-wheel drive, they were towing a Zodiac RIB. The Grenadier had been his dad's recommendation. Solid axles, steel ladder frame. You're not going to break it, and if you do, you can fix it with a rock and a wrench. Sam had laughed at the time, but now, watching the sun glint off its paint, he couldn't help but agree. They left Independence, Missouri, under a sky that promised spring. The clouds were high and thin, and the fields around them shimmered with new green. Daffodils and bluebells littered the roadside like confetti. As they pulled onto the Oregon Trail route, following, at least symbolically, the old pioneer path west, Sam glanced over his shoulder at the convoy behind them. The support SUV carried Amira, Matilda, Caliburn, and Excalibur. The plan was simple. Sam, Tom, and Genevieve would dive Hell's Canyon in search of whatever lay hidden beneath the Snake River. Amira and Matilda would stay at canoe camp nearby, enjoying some downtime with the dogs and keep the campfire burning. They passed through the Flint Hills, where the tall grass prairie rolled like an inland sea, the wind shaping waves across the horizon. Wild turkeys strutted near the fence lines, and white-tailed deer occasionally bounded across the open plains. At one rest stop, Caliburn leaped out of the SUV and immediately stuck his head into a bush, emerging with a dust-covered pine cone like it was a treasure. Excalibur, still clumsy with excitement, bounced after a butterfly, his fur shimmering slightly in the sunlight as he instinctively tried to match the golden grass around him. They stopped for fuel and photos near the towering chalk spires of Monument Rocks in Kansas, where Matilda scrambled over the soft limestone while the dogs sniffed ancient seabed fossils. Later, they veered off briefly to visit the Pony Express station at Gothenburg, its rustic log cabin preserved like a time capsule. Matilda asked a dozen questions about the horses. Excalibur tried to climb into the saddle of a wooden statue. As they entered Nebraska, the land flattened out again, and they drove alongside fields filled with grazing bison and freshly tilled soil. By the time they crossed into Wyoming, the snow-capped peaks of the Wind River Range came into view, jagged teeth rising against the sky. Herds of elk dotted the meadows, and once they spotted a lone bald eagle perched atop a telephone pole, watching them with distant judgment. The Ineos Grenadier crunched to a stop on the gravel shoulder of the narrow road that curved along the Salmon River. The ghost of a general store stood before them. It was weather-worn, its wooden siding bleached silver by decades of mountain sun and snow. Faded white letters still spelled Shoop General Store above the front awning, where a rusted tin roof sagged gently in the middle. The windows were long since broken or boarded, and a crooked porch swing creaked in the breeze as though waiting for someone who'd never return. In front of the store, the Salmon River glinted in the late morning light, its surface broken only by ripples and the occasional swirl where a trout rose to strike. Steep canyon walls flanked the valley, layers of ancient stone stacked high above the water. Overhead, 3 bald eagles circled silently, their shadows gliding across the faded clapboard of the old store and the dusty road. Sam stepped out of the Grenadier and stretched, breathing in the crisp mountain air. The scent of juniper and cold river rock reminded him of something half-remembered, a childhood sensation, equal parts awe and discomfort. He walked to the edge of the porch and looked down the slope toward the river, his hands resting loosely on his hips. "You know," he said, turning to the others, "they used to make the best traditional lunches here. Sandwiches wrapped in butcher's paper, fresh bread, cured meats, mustard that could blow out your sinuses." Amira tilted her head, raising an eyebrow. "I wouldn't have pictured you as a camping family." Sam gave a small laugh. "It didn't happen often, but every now and then my parents would decide to do something normal, take my brother and me camping along the banks of the River of No Return." Tom and Genevieve had wandered up to peer through one of the broken windows, but Amira stayed close, arms lightly crossed over her growing belly. "Really?" she asked, more surprised than skeptical. "Yeah," Sam said with a nostalgic smile. "It sort of became a tradition growing up. Part of a tribute, I guess, in memory of Granny Goose." Amira blinked. "Granny Goose?" Sam pressed his lips together at the memory. "Her real name was Lula Comber, my great-great-grandmother. She came across on the Oregon Trail back in the 1840s as part of the Great Migration. We'd camp along the same river she followed. My dad always said the best way to honor the people who came before us was to walk in their footsteps, or at least drive the closest dirt road." Amira's expression softened. She stepped beside him and slipped her hand into his. "That's actually kind of beautiful." Sam squeezed her hand gently and looked back toward the water. The river flowed on, ancient and unbothered, and the eagles still wheeled above, as if watching the same stories play out again and again with each new generation. "I thought so too," he said quietly. "I never met Granny Goose, but according to my mother, she was a wealth of survivalist knowledge." They reached Canoe Camp by late afternoon the next day, nestled beside a calm, slow-bending tributary that fed into the Snake River. It was a small, rustic campground framed by tall ponderosa pines and cottonwoods just beginning to leaf. Smoke curled from a stone-ringed fire pit where a ranger had lit an evening fire. The air smelled of damp earth, river moss, and pine sap. Sam parked the grenadier and stepped out, stretching his legs. Caliburn and Excalibur leaped from the car, tearing off toward the riverbank, barking at a startled duck that launched into the air with a squawk. Amira smiled as she stepped out behind him, brushing a hand across her belly. Not a bad place to set up camp. Sam turned to the fire, to Amira, to Matilda, laughing as she tried to leash a muddy Excalibur, and smiled. The real treasures, far and beyond those that might be found in Camelot, were here with his family. Chapter 44. Canoe Camp, Idaho. Sam got ready to leave Amira and Matilda for the day. Amira opened the secret gun compartment built into the trunk, right next to where the spare wheel was kept. She removed the Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle. Sam suppressed a smirk. Seriously? Amira smiled, a mischievous imp in her grin. What? There's no laws against it in Idaho? You're allowed to take Matilda diving, not to mention expose her to any number of ruffians. Why don't I get to take her hunting? We'll shoot squirrels or something small for Excalibur and Caliburn. It will be fun. Sam suppressed a grin. I don't think there's anything wrong with hunting, but I have an idea while the law may not expressly forbid it. The whole idea of shooting an animal with a Macmillan TAC-50 sniper rifle seems like cheating. Amira laughed. Maybe I'll just take Matilda for a hike, she said, and kept the sniper rifle. Sam looked at her. It's all right, Amira said. I'll need something for bears. Sam laughed. Now you will definitely be in trouble if you shoot a grizzly with a sniper rifle. Chapter 45. Hell's Canyon, Idaho. Sam parked the Ineos Grenadier at the edge of the canyon, the engine ticking quietly as it cooled in the spring air. He stepped out and walked toward the rim, boots crunching on the dry gravel. The view that greeted him was staggering. Hell's Canyon sprawled below like a scar carved deep into the earth, its sheer cliffs falling away into the winding blue-green ribbon of the Snake River far below. The sun was just beginning to rise higher over the ridgeline, casting long shadows into the folds of the canyon and setting the basalt walls aglow with copper and gold. Tom and Genevieve joined him at the edge, silent for a moment as they took in the grandeur. The wind carried the clean scent of pine and distant snowmelt. Somewhere to the west, the sound of a hawk's cry echoed faintly, but it was a bald eagle that caught Sam's eye, soaring above them before descending toward a huge weathered nest, nestled in the crook of a dead tree, clinging to the canyon wall. He stared at it for a long beat. It couldn't be the same one, not literally, but his mind wandered. 20 generations back, maybe more. But the cliffs, the shadows, even the way the wind carried across the gorge, it all looked exactly like the image preserved in the ancient Roman fresco. That impossibly old painting hidden in the mine in Ardituri. The craggy shapes in the background matched. The shape of the river bend below. It was all there. This is it, he murmured. Tom crossed his arms, skeptical. But there's nothing that suggests where Camelot is. I mean, if such a place existed here, wouldn't somebody know about it by now? Historians, archaeologists, hell, hikers. Sam drew a long breath through his nose, still watching the eagle disappear into its nest. I had the same thought, he said, but the Snake River's been dammed since Merlin's days. The terrain's changed. Water levels are higher. If the entrance was once visible, it's probably been underwater for centuries. Tom nodded slowly. Thus, the dive equipment. Exactly. But even with side-scan sonar or a tethered buoy, it could take months to trawl every submerged overhang or fissure in this canyon. Genevieve looked at him sideways. So, do you actually have a plan to narrow it down? Or are we just hoping Merlin left behind a glowing arrow that says Camelot this way? Sam grinned, slinging his pack off his shoulder and unzipping the main compartment. From within layers of protective cloth, he withdrew the ancient bronze and orichalcum astrolabe, the one he had found buried in the Spanish Pyrenees, its edges engraved with arcane geometric symbols and celestial coordinates. He held it up to catch the morning light. Its interlocking rings shimmered faintly, like it had been waiting for this moment. "I have a feeling," he said, "this will take us straight to its front door." Chapter 46. Sam held the astrolabe delicately in both hands, the weight of its ancient brass and orichalcum construction somehow grounding, as though the device itself remembered every place it had ever pointed. The cool mountain breeze ruffled the edges of his jacket as he stepped closer to the hood of the Ineos Grenadier and gently set the instrument down. "At first," he said, eyes focused on the rings and dials, "I assumed it was just a maritime navigation tool, meant for open sea travel, something the early Basque sailors might have used when they came to North America in the 14th century to hunt whale." Tom stepped up beside him. "And it's not?" Sam glanced at him, then turned one of the concentric rings, the motion smooth despite its age. "No, not quite. It mimics maritime design, sure. But when I started really studying the inner plates, I realized this wasn't meant for oceanic travel at all. It's terrestrial, inland, fixed to latitudinal curves that don't match anything in the Bay of Biscay, but they do align with a specific stretch along the Snake River." Genevieve leaned in, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "You're saying this thing was built to find something here?" Sam nodded. "Exactly." He twisted the astrolabe open along its hinged seam. The device unfolded like a pocket watch, revealing its inner workings. Overlapping circles etched with celestial paths, arcane angles, and tiny inscriptions in a hybrid of Latin and Basque. He spun the rete, its ornate framework marked by star-like prongs, until it clicked into place. "This inner disk," he said, pointing, "is recessed to a star chart dated around 1372. When you match it with the solar declination from the vernal equinox and adjust for the magnetic deviation at this latitude—" He paused, then rotated the central pointer toward a marked notch on the lower quadrant of the astrolabe. "You get this bearing." Tom stared at the line now traced across the brass. "That mean anything?" Sam raised his head and followed the bearing with his eyes, past the trees and cliffs to a narrow bend in the canyon. "Yeah, it leads there." Genevieve pulled out a compact drone tablet and tapped the screen. "I've got topographic overlays," she said, syncing to the drone they'd flown earlier. "Let's see what's at that point." As the imagery loaded, the terrain shifted. What appeared to be just another bluff overlooking the river showed an irregular dark shape near the base of the cliff, something that looked unnatural, a shadowed recess, possibly a cave, possibly something more. Sam smiled. "Camelot," he said quietly. Tom gave a low whistle. "Well, I'll be damned." Sam folded the astrolabe shut and tucked it carefully back into his pack. "Let's get the dive gear ready. If we're lucky by this evening, We walk through the gates of legend. Chapter 47. Sam backed the Ineos Grenadier slowly down the narrow concrete ramp, gravel crunching beneath the tires as the trailer tires slipped beneath the cold green surface of the Snake River. The RIB, a sleek military-style rigid inflatable boat with twin black 450 horsepower outboards, rocked gently in place as the trailer submerged. On board, Genevieve stood at the center console helm, her hair tied back beneath a cap, one hand steady on the throttle, the other tapping the ignition. With a soft hum and click, the twin engines lowered into the water electronically. A moment later, Genevieve pressed the start button and the powerful motors rumbled to life, sending a faint tremor through the boat's aluminum deck. Tom, crouched toward the stern, had already laid out their gear. 2 scuba rigs pre-checked and pressurized, dive computers calibrated, masks defogged and laid out beside their fins. Tom reached over the gunnel and unclipped the trailer latch. "Good to go," he called. Genevieve nodded and slipped the engines into reverse, giving it just enough throttle to nudge the RIB gently off the rollers. The boat floated backward off the trailer and into the river's swift current, lines of foam trailing from the hull as it settled. Sam drove the Grenadier back up the ramp, parked it under the shade of a cottonwood, and jogged back down to the dock. He climbed aboard easily, landing with a soft thump next to the gear bags. The river was flowing fast, too fast to loiter in the water without being carried downstream. That was the entire strategy. They'd get dropped upstream, make the dive at the estimated coordinates of the Camelot site, and be picked up downstream 30 minutes later, assuming all went according to plan. They motored upriver at speed, Genevieve keeping the nose steady against the current as the canyon walls closed in around them. The water turned a darker green beneath the cliffs, and shadows deepened, obscuring the jagged rocks and submerged ledges below. Tom finished buckling his BC vest and handed Sam his fins. "You sure this is the right place?" Sam double-checked the GPS overlay on the dive tablet, then glanced over the side. A rocky outcropping jutted from the cliff wall, matching the overhead drone scan. "This is it." The RIB idled down. Genevieve brought them in tight to the edge of the flow, maneuvering with precision despite the strong current. She gave a thumbs up from the helm. Sam and Tom exchanged a quick glance, the kind that said everything without needing words. Sam nodded to Genevieve. She answered with a quick, 30 minutes, no more." Sam gave the all-okay signal, slipped his mask on, held his regulator in place, and rolled backward over the side of the boat. The cold river swallowed him whole. Chapter 48. The cold hit Sam like a slap as he plunged beneath the surface, the shock of the Snake River's frigid spring flow stealing the breath from his lungs even through the wetsuit. He steadied his breathing and clicked on his flashlight. The beam pierced the murky green darkness like a concentrated spear of light, flicking off suspended particles that danced like drifting snow. They had dropped into the river half a mile upstream from the target site, hoping the extra distance would give them time to settle their nerves and adjust to the push of the current. But nothing could prepare them for the sheer force of the water. It pulled at them like a riptide, dragging them forward at breakneck speed through the winding depths of Hell's Canyon. Sam stayed close to the vertical basalt cliff wall, the jagged face of ancient volcanic rock looming like a black monolith in the shifting gloom. He kept just far enough away to avoid being dashed against the sharp protrusions jutting from the stone, but near enough that the wall gave him a visual anchor to fight the sense of being adrift in a liquid storm. Thousands of salmon shot past them in the opposite direction, torpedoing upstream in silver blurs. Sam had to swerve constantly to avoid them, some brushing close enough that he felt the pressure of their bodies slicing through the water. The current made it impossible to stop, and every minute brought them closer to the target zone. He risked a glance to his side. Tom was still there, barely a few feet away, kicking hard, his flashlight beam sweeping in tandem with Sam's. Sam raised a hand and gestured for Tom to slow down, not that either of them had much choice in the matter. The river owned them now. Then just ahead, a shadow shifted in the basalt wall. Sam's heart jolted. A large, gaping opening had appeared in the cliff face, perfectly round, unnatural in its symmetry, and unmistakably man-made. Sam and Tom spotted it at the same instant. They angled their bodies toward the breach, kicking with every ounce of strength they had, battling the lateral flow of the river. An eddy swirled at the entrance, just enough of a break in the current to give them a window. Sam surged forward, adrenaline pounding. The river tugged at him like it wanted to keep him, but the eddy caught his fins, turned his body, and flung him into the opening. A split second later, Tom followed. The current inside the tunnel slowed dramatically, and the roar of the river dulled to a muffled thrum. Sam righted himself and looked around. The walls were smooth, perfectly cut, no longer natural stone, but worked basalt, chiseled and shaped by ancient hands. The tunnel was wide enough for both of them to swim side by side. Torchlight played across engraved surfaces and angular edges, confirming what Sam already suspected. This was no geological anomaly. This was a structure. They swam forward for several hundred feet before the tunnel tilted upward. A stone staircase emerged from the darkness beneath them, slick but intact, ascending at a gentle angle. Sam placed a hand on the first step and pulled himself up, boots scraping against the stone. Water poured from their suits and gear as they climbed, the faint sound of their breathing echoing through the tunnel. After a dozen steps, the staircase flattened into a vast vaulted chamber. The air was dry, cool, and tinged with the faint metallic scent of age. Sam pulled off his mask and regulator, the hiss of escaping air loud in the silence. He turned to Tom, who had just removed his own gear, and grinned. "Welcome to Camelot." Chapter 49. Camelot, Hell's Canyon. Sam unbuckled his BC vest and let it drop with a wet slap onto the stone floor. Water pooled around his boots as he stripped off his mask and fins, setting them neatly against the wall beside Tom's gear. The chamber was still, quiet, and ancient, the air dry and heavy, with the scent of old stone, dust, and time itself. With only their flashlights in hand, the two men moved forward, their beams slicing through the darkness as they stepped deeper into the underground complex. The walls were made of basalt, but unlike the natural cliffs outside, these were cut with impossible precision, smooth and seamless, as if poured rather than carved. Faint patterns lined the stone, more decorative than functional, swirling symbols that felt at once Celtic and Roman, familiar yet unknowable. The passage opened gradually until they stepped into a vast hall. Sam stopped short. The ceiling soared overhead, lost in darkness, supported by massive columns shaped like tree trunks wrapped in bronze bands. The floor was paved in polished stone, its surface etched with the faint outlines of constellations and archaic symbols. Some Sam recognized from the astrolabe. At the center of the hall stood a round table. It was massive, hewn from a single slab of dark granite, its edge inscribed with 12 distinct sigils, each one carved deeply, as though meant to last forever. Around it, equally spaced, stood 12 high-backed stone chairs. They weren't ornate, but they were commanding, regal in their restraint. The whole space hummed with reverence, with power. It felt timeless. Camelot. There was no doubt in Sam's mind. He and Tom exchanged a glance, their usual banter forgotten. Words seemed too small for this. Through an arched doorway beyond the table, they stepped into the next chamber, this one smaller but no less extraordinary. A vast library lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Countless books, scrolls, and manuscripts rested in sealed cabinets of crystal and metal. Some were bound in worn leather, others etched on polished copper plates, or coiled in watertight clay cylinders. Artifacts were displayed on pedestals throughout the room. An Egyptian ankh in solid obsidian, a Chinese bronze mirror, a Viking armband, a compass that looked impossibly modern and yet centuries old. The collection was curated with care, with purpose, a museum of humanity's hidden truths. Sam was still turning slowly, trying to take it all in, when a voice broke the silence. "Welcome," the man said. Sam spun, his flashlight rising instinctively. But the man before them didn't flinch. He was old, but not frail. His beard was silver and neatly trimmed, his robe a blend of deep green and midnight blue. His eyes, sharp, calm, and impossibly ancient, seemed to look straight through Sam. Sam drew a reverent breath. "You must be Merlin." The man gave a small, knowing smile. "That name has followed me a long time. But yes, I am sometimes the one they call Merlin." Chapter 50. Merlin looked nothing like Sam imagined. He had a white beard, but it was trimmed perfectly in a hipster Viking style. His white hair was tied back in a trendy man bun. He was a fit and good-looking older man, who Sam could have guessed just stepped off a Calvin Klein ad or the deck of an expensive yacht. His eyes were a piercing purple color. He spoke with a rich baritone British voice, and Sam couldn't help but think if they were to pick an actor to play him, it would more appropriately have been Sean Connery rather than Ian McKellen, even if Queen Elizabeth had knighted both of them. "My name's Sam Reilly," Sam gestured toward Tom, "and this is Tom Bauer." A curious expression washed over Merlin's face. "Would this be the same Sam Reilly who found my dog?" Sam arched one of his eyebrows. "Your dog?" "Caliburn," Merlin gestured a little bit above his knee. "About yea high, full of golden fur, the kindest of demeanors, and full of love." Sam looked up at Merlin's purple eyes. Something clicked in his brain. The military experiment that produced Caliburn was based on one of Merlin's spells, which stood for Science Physiologically Enhanced Level Locums. He thought at the time that Merlin, the famous blacksmith, not the magician, had theoretically designed the chimera, mixing human, dog, and octopus DNA, the same way Leonardo da Vinci had drawn detailed diagrams of helicopters, even though it would be centuries before the internal combustion engine would be invented, allowing a means by which to power it. Only now, it all made sense. Merlin hadn't just theoretically designed Caliburn. He personally had worked for the U.S. military's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. An incredulous grin formed on Sam's lips. "You're Caliburn's father."
"Technically speaking, I suppose you're correct."
Merlin looked up with an amused expression.
"How is my little dog?"
Sam said, all grown up. "He's a father now," Tom added.
"A father, you say?"
Merlin seemed to consider this. Sam's eyes narrowed. "You look surprised."
"I am,"
Merlin confirmed.
"I wouldn't have thought Caliburn was physically capable of it. Are you sure the puppies are his?"
"Yeah, pretty certain. One of them has his ability to change color using its chameleon-like chromatophores."
"Fascinating. Truly fascinating."
"Why?" Sam persisted.
"Caliburn is a chimera. He has part dog, human, from yours truly, and octopus DNA. I assumed that he would be just like a mule, an animal that inherited its chromosomes from horse and donkey parents. The unique dog would have had an uneven number of chromosomes, and, like mules, would be sterile."
Sam shrugged. "Apparently not."
"I suppose,"
Merlin nodded sagely,
"by some unique and magical means, life tends to find a way."
"Yes, funny how these things work." Sam grinned. "Life just has a way."
"Oh, you're about to be a father too, are you?"
Merlin said, aptly guessing by Sam's expression that he was a soon-to-be father. "Twins," Sam replied in agreement.
"Well, that explains that."
Merlin looked around at Sam and Tom.
"How about you join me for some honey mead?"
"Sure," Sam said. "That would be lovely." Tom said, "I don't think I've ever tried honey mead, but would love to try some." Merlin nodded.
"Good. Then you can explain to me why you felt the need to break into my castle uninvited."
Chapter 51. Merlin reached into an old wooden cupboard, its hinges creaking in protest, and retrieved a squat glass bottle thick with dust and time. The label had long since yellowed, and the ink had run in places, but Sam could still make out the scrawled date in faded blue fountain pen. 2 September, 1945. Sam stared at it, blinking. Two thoughts came uninvited into his mind. First, he thought, how does Merlin still have handwriting that's shockingly illegible, like that of a young child, after being the oldest author alive? And second, are we seriously about to drink mead from a World War II vintage? Merlin popped the wax-sealed cork with a twist and poured the pale golden ale into 3 heavy-bottomed glasses. It moved like syrup, glowing faintly in the chamber's dim light, catching the flicker of unseen flames. The scent of honey and something darker, oak maybe, or wild herbs, drifted up as Sam took his glass. Without ceremony, Merlin turned and led them into another adjoining chamber. It was colder here, the air still and reverent. The room widened into a vast stone hall, and at its center stood another round table, larger than the first, and more imposing. Unlike the earlier version, this one was surrounded by 12 fully armored knights, each frozen in solemn silence. Their suits of armor gleamed dully with age, each holding a broad-bladed sword, the hilts resting at their chests, the tips grounded between their sabatons. They stood like statues, sentinels lost in time. Sam walked slowly, eyes drifting from the knights to the table itself. It was carved from a single slab of volcanic stone. its surface scarred with lines that seemed more like veins than etchings. It pulsed with history.
"I need to know," Sam said, glancing at Merlin.
Was the purpose of the round table so that everyone knew their input was of equal value? Merlin snorted, and then, to Sam's surprise, laughed. A full, genuine laugh, echoing off the stone.
"Oh, goodness, no," Merlin said. "I simply started making them as a hobby when people were impressed by the new use of a wheel."
Sam chuckled, still not entirely sure if it was a joke or not. Merlin raised his glass and tossed the mead back in a single practiced motion. Sam followed more cautiously, taking a sip, and stopped. The mead hit his tongue like liquid gold. It was thick, but not cloying, smooth, rich with the deep warmth of honey, but balanced by the tang of fermented herbs and something smoky, like charred vanilla or old apple wood. It had the complexity of a fine brandy, but the soul of something much older. Sam let out a quiet sigh of surprise. "This is actually very good," he said. "I feel terrible. We're drinking one of your best bottles."
"Oh, don't be,"
Merlin replied with a wave of his hand.
"I started making mead during World War II to pass the time. And after the war ended, I had so many bottles I realized I'd never live long enough to drink it all. So, thank you."
Sam smiled. "You weren't involved in the war?" Merlin's expression darkened slightly, his shoulders settling with a weight that seemed both literal and symbolic.
"I tried to do my bit with the Manhattan Project, of course," he said, his voice softer now. "But the truth is, I'm an old man from a very different generation. Subatomic particle physics never came naturally to me. Too many quarks. Not enough questions worth asking."
There was a brief pause. Something in the room shifted, like the warmth had drained just a little. Then, with a pivot so swift it was almost theatrical, Merlin turned toward Sam and fixed him with an expression that was suddenly razor-sharp.
"So,"
he said, voice precise now, eyes narrowing just slightly,
"what does bring you here?"
Chapter 52. Sam reached into his backpack and carefully withdrew the astrolabe, its bronze and orichalcum surfaces catching the ambient light of the chamber. The ancient device, heavy with time and purpose, still bore faint traces of moisture from the dive. He held it out in both hands like an offering. "This," he said simply. Merlin took the astrolabe with delicate fingers, turning it over slowly, his eyes narrowing in quiet concentration. The rings rotated with smooth clicks, aligning to forgotten coordinates. For a moment the only sound in the room was the faint scraping of metal against metal.
"So," Merlin said without looking up, "you've been to Basque country, I take it?"
Sam nodded. "We fell into an old Roman mine shaft in Ardituri, deep in the older sections. There was a fresco down there. It depicted this place, Hell's Canyon. It was surprisingly accurate. The artist even got the bald eagle right." Merlin glanced up with a bemused smile.
"Thank you. I did it."
Sam blinked. "Really?" Merlin gave a calm nod.
"Yes. It was a gift to the King of Navarre for loaning me one of his ships to visit. He had a fascination with the edges of the world. I thought I'd show him one."
Sam shook his head in amazement. The fresco was done in an early Roman style, first-century technique, mineral-based pigments, layered plaster. It must have taken months. Merlin turned the astrolabe in his palm once more, then handed it back to Sam with quiet reverence.
"I've found,"
he said, his voice lowering,
that if you perform tasks and skills from different times, art, science, language, you become a living anachronism. In my case, it only adds to my value." Sam studied the man for a moment. He wasn't sure what unsettled him more, that Merlin spoke with such ease about 1,000 years of history, or that everything he said felt completely plausible. In this place, surrounded by forgotten knowledge, armored knights, and ancient maps carved into stone, time itself felt like an illusion. And Merlin was the one man who had mastered it. Sam said, "So, you haven't been here since the 1st century?"
"Not even close."
Merlin feigned indignance.
"How old do you think I am?"
"I have no idea," Sam admitted. "I mean, stories of King Arthur have been around a long time. Some people put the Arthurian legends before the time of Christ." Merlin laughed.
"Yes. Again, I found it served my purpose in doing so."
"You're Thomas Malory?" Merlin nodded.
"Afraid so."
Tom looked confused. Who was Thomas Malory?
"He wrote Le Morte d'Arthur, what some believe to be the earliest reference to King Arthur." "It wasn't very popular originally," Merlin said. "It was only 300 years later, when I re-released it, by discovering a copy in a bookshop in Paris, that people began to take any interest."
"So King Arthur didn't exist?" Sam asked.
"No, he was real. So were Lady Guinevere, Sir Lancelot, Sir Galahad. All of them were real. The idea was real. I wanted to see if an egalitarian society was possible."
"Was it?" Sam asked.
"In the Middle Ages?"
Merlin rolled his purple eyes.
"Not even slightly."
Sam took another sip of his mead and put the glass down. "That bad?"
"King Arthur was a sniveling idiot who liked the concept of an equal society, but had a very different understanding of what equal meant. Although he readily agreed to the experiment, what he really wanted was a dictatorship. Sir Galahad, who genuinely had bought into the concept of equality, challenged him, whereupon Sir Lancelot ignobly stabbed Galahad in his sleep."
"And Lady Guinevere?" Sam asked.
"What about her?"
"Was she as beautiful and virtuous as the legends have us to believe?" Merlin laughed and poured himself another mead.
"No, she was the worst of the lot. It was for her that King Arthur lost his kingdom. She kept asking what the point was of marrying a king if it gave one the same rights and opportunities as a peasant. Ergo, he tried to restore his power, and one by one they killed each other. The kingdom was dismantled on its own, and the castle lay waste on some desolate outcrop to the north of Scotland."
"When was this?" Merlin thought about it.
14th century, Scotland."
"That recent?" Sam asked.
"Yes, somewhere around there. Why?"
"That's long past the Dark Ages. Surely someone would have kept records."
"It was past the Dark Ages, but let me tell you, from someone who survived the Renaissance, which is highly romanticized these days, education wasn't exactly ubiquitous back then either."
Sam imagined he was correct. He finished his mead and asked, "So why did you write the book?"
"Le Morte d'Arthur?"
"Yes."
"It's been my life's work."
Sam frowned, expecting something more of Merlin than his role as one of the oldest charlatans in history. "Storytelling." Merlin laughed again.
"There's nothing ignoble about storytelling. One of the oldest professions."
"I'm sure it is," Sam agreed readily. "I just
assumed there was more purpose to it for you than that. You misunderstand me when I say it's been my life's work. Go on, Sam said, gently trying to pry. I wanted the idea of King Arthur's society to work. Sam said, You wrote a book and tried to change people's minds. Authors tend to try to do that. Merlin gave a self-deprecating smile. Some very good ones achieve it. For nearly 700 years, I've been working toward building that sort of society. King Arthur wasn't the last try. Oh, goodness, no. I've tried many times, Merlin said. That's how I ended up here. In Hell's Canyon? Yes, I retired here, you see. I needed to go to the ends of the earth to get away from all of it. The King of Navarre had offered me one of his whaling boats, and I took it. Then I wandered out here, and where, ironically, I met the Shoshone Indians and got my first view of an egalitarian society. Chapter 53. Merlin led them into a quieter chamber. It was smaller than the others, circular, with walls etched in spiraling bands of text in languages Sam only half recognized. There were no artifacts here, no relics of conquest or glory, just silence and thought, and the feel of time pressing in. A warm fire was burning at the end of the room. The old man lowered himself into a carved stone chair with a sigh that was almost wistful. Sam and Tom remained standing, still clutching their half-finished glasses of mead, uncertain whether they were in a lecture or a confession. Merlin looked up at them with those ancient, glinting eyes. You know, he began, his voice softer now. The Shoshone were the first truly egalitarian society I ever encountered. No kings, no standing armies, no great architecture built on the backs of slaves. Just balance between people and the land, and among one another. Sam glanced at Tom, who leaned forward slightly, intrigued. It reignited something in me, Merlin continued. A belief that there is a better way for humans to live. A world without imposed hierarchies. A world not driven by greed or conquest. Not ruled by the few, but shaped by the many. He stood slowly, walking to the edge of the chamber where a polished mural shimmered faintly. It depicted scenes from ancient civilizations, Athens, Rome, Carthage, monarchs, scholars, soldiers. People speak of democracy as though it was born in Greece, Merlin said. But that was never true democracy. It was a closed system, a performance of fairness. Only landowners could vote, only men, only citizens of a narrow caste. The rest, they were shadows. He turned, his expression tinged with regret. The first real fracture, true earth-shaking change, was the French Revolution. And even then, it took the beheading of an entire class of people to shift the idea forward. Liberty, yes, but through blood and fire. Sam stepped forward slightly. You were there? Merlin smiled faintly. I met Robespierre, I met Danton, but it was Napoleon who fascinated me. Brilliant mind, tactical genius, and I had such high hopes. He let the silence hang, as if mourning the loss of an ideal. But in the end he fell short, Merlin said.
What could have been the flowering of a new democratic age became, at best, enlightened despotism, at worst, a military dictatorship, one man above all others.
Tom exhaled. Sounds familiar. Merlin gave a slow nod, then walked to a different wall, this one bearing the faded outline of the American continent.
So when I saw what was beginning to form across the ocean, 13 colonies unshackling themselves from empire, I watched, I listened.
His voice dropped into a near whisper.
I met Washington, a man of restraint, of principle, a man who could have seized power but chose not to. That was rare. So rare.
Sam studied the old man's face. There was no pride in his tone, no boast, just the weary conviction of someone who had lived long enough to see too many dreams falter.
I pulled strings where I could,
Merlin said, almost to himself.
Brokered alliances in secret, shifted the tide behind closed doors. It was never my country to lead, but I did what I could to shape it, because the dream was worth the effort.
Sam felt the weight of the moment settle over him, the scope of it. Merlin wasn't just a relic of the past. He was one of its architects. And suddenly, the myths felt too small to contain the man. Merlin looked guilty.
So, you see, I spent my life trying to establish a truly wonderful and peaceful society.
Sam suppressed a grin. Why?
Why does anyone do the things they do?
Merlin spread his arms.
Some people choose to paint. Others collect Pokemon cards, stamps, or coins. Some people go to extraordinary lengths to make their bodies capable of performing tasks that they were never intended to perform, and then compete internationally to see who did it best, and I have been searching for a better system of society.
Sam studied him. Perhaps his first impression that he was a hippie or a communist was right. So, what is the best system of society?
I don't know.
Merlin gave a bemused smile.
I haven't found it.
But you keep trying.
No. My days of meddling in politics are over.
How come? Merlin's eyes turned somber.
Because someone killed Meriwether Lewis, and I know exactly why.
Chapter 54. Sam sat back in the carved wooden chair, the goblet of golden mead warming in his hand. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the stone walls of what Merlin still called Camelot. Across from him, Merlin leaned forward, his lined face half lit by the firelight, eyes gleaming with memory and something deeper, remorse, perhaps. Tom nursed his drink, silent, watching. Merlin said softly,
Meriwether Lewis was not killed by bandits. He was silenced.
Sam's brow furrowed. Silenced for what? He was a national hero.
Yes,
Merlin nodded.
And also the final messenger of a secret that has shaped your nation more than any battlefield ever did. To explain it, we must go back. Paris, 1786.
He closed his eyes.
I remember the air,
Merlin murmured, his voice now distant, caught in the current of recollection.
It was thick with revolution. You could smell the old world burning and the new world being born. I met them in the catacombs. Jefferson, Franklin, Adams. 3 men drunk on the promise of liberty. But they didn't yet understand what they were about to inherit.
Tom sat forward. Inherit what, exactly? Merlin turned toward the fire, eyes glinting.
The burden of Atlantis.
He let the word hang.
They believed they were creating a republic from scratch. Something new, enlightened. But I told them the truth. All of this has happened before. Atlantis was once a utopia, ruled by balance between science and spirit, progress and restraint. But it fell because power, even divine power, corrupts.
Merlin stood, walking slowly to a shelf. He picked up a small crystal disc and held it between his fingers.
This is all that remains of the Atlantean Charter, a guide to building a society that would not repeat the sins of the past. It was etched in a language Jefferson understood without ever having seen it. I watched him read it and weep.
Sam sat perfectly still. You're telling me. The Declaration of Independence
was not written, Merlin said, so much as translated.
He walked back, placing the crystal on the table between them.
Jefferson reshaped it into language the world could accept. All men are created equal. Inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But at its heart, the Declaration is a copy of something much older, an echo of Atlantis.
Tom let out a low whistle. So, what happened next?
We made a pact, Merlin said, a private one, the Merlin Accord. The United States would be the caretaker of that legacy, a land not just of freedom, but of protection. Atlantis fell because its power was used selfishly. We swore to guard its remnants until the world was wise enough not to repeat history.
Sam said, but then why was Meriwether Lewis killed? Chapter 55. The mead had gone cold in Sam's hand, untouched for the past several minutes. Across the ancient oak table, Merlin leaned back in his chair, the firelight casting flickering gold along the deep creases of his face. His eyes, impossibly old yet unnervingly alert, were fixed not on Sam, but somewhere far beyond the stone walls of Camelot. Tom glanced sideways at Sam, but didn't speak. The weight in the room had shifted. Merlin finally exhaled. You asked me why Meriwether Lewis died. The truth is, he didn't die because of what he failed to find. He died because of what he did find. Sam set his goblet down quietly. You said Jefferson sent him to find you, that it wasn't about discovery at all. No, it was about desperation, Merlin said. By 1806, the United States was gasping for breath. Jefferson had doubled its territory with the Louisiana Purchase, but he'd also doubled its debt. War was always on the horizon. He needed something extraordinary. And you had it? Tom asked. Merlin nodded slowly. Orichalcum, refined, purified, forged in the veins of what was once Atlantis. I had been quietly supplying small amounts since before your revolution, enough to tip the balance.
to feed the war effort, to give your fledgling republic a chance. Sam sat back, stunned. You funded the American Revolution? I did, Merlin said, unapologetic. But only under one condition, that slavery would be abolished within a generation. I had seen what happens when civilization places profit above principle. That was the sin that drowned Atlantis. And Jefferson agreed? Tom asked, skeptical. He did, Merlin said. At least in words. But as time wore on, as pressure grew, his resolve weakened. He wanted more orichalcum, much more, enough to bankroll westward expansion, to fuel industry, to reshape America into a global power. And you refused. Of course I did. Merlin's voice grew hard. You cannot buy time with blood and hope to build peace. I told Jefferson that if he would not uphold the moral foundation of our accord, then I would provide nothing. Sam shook his head. So he sent Meriwether Lewis. To change my mind, Merlin said. Lewis wasn't just an explorer. He was an emissary, a philosopher. Jefferson trusted that, faced with the truth. Lewis could persuade me. Tom leaned in. Did he? Merlin's expression darkened. No, because I showed him the truth instead. I brought him into the forge beneath the mountains, showed him the veins of glowing orichalcum, still warm with memory, and then I showed him the charter. He reached into his robes and retrieved a thin crystalline disk etched with faintly glowing glyphs. The original Atlantean Charter, Merlin said. The source of your Declaration of Independence. Sam's breath caught. I told him what I told Jefferson years earlier, that America was not born of new ideas, but of old warnings. The Declaration wasn't invented, it was remembered. Atlantis made the same promises, equality, liberty, harmony, and then it used those promises to mask greed, slavery, and conquest, and it fell. Merlin looked directly at Sam. Lewis read those words, and it broke him. Tom swallowed hard. So he planned to expose it? He did, Merlin said quietly. He believed the American people deserved to know the truth, that the principles they held sacred were not divine inspiration, but a second chance borrowed from a civilization that had already failed. And that's when he became a threat, Sam said, voice low. Merlin nodded. He wrote letters. He made copies of the charter. He planned to return to Monticello and confront Jefferson face to face. But one of those letters was intercepted. Tom's face was grim. Clark. Yes. Merlin's voice was barely above a whisper. William Clark was loyal to the Republic, not to the truth. When he found out what Lewis intended, he rode ahead, found him on the Natchez Trace. There, in the shadow of pine and moonlight, he begged him to stay silent. And when Lewis refused, Sam said, Clark killed him, Merlin finished. The fire crackled, filling the long silence. Tom stared into his cup. So, the greatest secret in American history was buried with a bullet and blamed on madness. Not madness, Merlin said, rising slowly. Conscience. Chapter 56. Sam said,
It's hard to believe the Declaration of Independence and the United States was founded on a lie. That's not true, Merlin argued. The United States was built, has always been built on, and will hopefully continue to be built on an ideal. The principle that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, and that all individuals are endowed with certain unalienable rights. It is for this that the United States has been seen as the beacon of freedom around the world. So now what? Sam asked. What do you mean? Merlin replied. Sam said, Well, Merriweather died because of this secret. Do Tom and I need to start looking over our shoulder? I don't think the truth matters so much anymore. You don't think there's any place in the world for truth? Sam asked. No, I do. It, too, is a very nice ideal. Merlin suppressed a smile. But I don't mean that. I simply mean it happened so long ago. Who would believe you? Even you must be questioning now the ramblings of an ancient charlatan. All right. Well, would you like to come back with us to Canoe Camp and meet Caliburn and his son Excalibur? Excalibur, eh? Merlin said with a grimace. Poor choice of name, wouldn't you think? Yes, but we didn't name him. Somebody else did, and it seemed cruel to change it now. Besides, we kind of like it. Suit yourself. Merlin smiled as if picturing the golden retrievers. Shall I follow you? Sure. Do you need to get anything before you go? No. What do you do here, isolated and underground? Sam asked out of curiosity. Here, Merlin said. You must have mistaken me. I don't live here. I live in Baker City, Oregon. That's about 2 hours away. That's right. How did you know we were here? There's a motion sensor alarm that alerts me if anyone shows up. Sam frowned. But you just said Baker City's 2 hours away. Yeah, it is. Then how did you get here so fast? What are you talking about? Merlin said. The alarm went off 3 hours ago. A cold shadow of fear swept down Sam's spine. That's not good. Merlin said, You think someone else has beaten you here? Sam nodded. But who? Merlin asked. Lewis and Clark were the last 2 people to enter Camelot. Sam said, Someone else followed me into that old Roman mine shaft. They must have seen the fresco of Camelot, too. Tom said, Which means they probably heard about the secret that got Merriweather killed. Sam suddenly felt vulnerable without a gun. He thought he was safe, given the difficult cave dive entrance to Camelot. A moment later, he heard footsteps. Sam glanced at Merlin, almost expecting him to do something, but Merlin simply spread his arms in a gesture of, What may be, will be. The footsteps got closer. Sam silently grasped the hilt of a large broadsword from the knight in the corner of the room. A man stepped around the corner, his hands fixed on his Glock, aimed right at Tom. Now then, I don't care about ancient secrets, but I do want to know where this Atlantis gold is hidden. Sam swung the broadsword downward. The heavy blade sliced straight through the man's wrists. The Glock fell to the ground. Tom grabbed the weapon. The man screamed, and several mercenaries came running. Sam looked at Merlin. Is there any other way out of here? Merlin smiled. Of course. Follow me. Chapter 57. Smoke drifted across the vaulted ceiling as the first explosion rocked the stone halls of Camelot. Dust and grit cascaded from the rafters. Sam spun around just as another blast echoed down the corridor they'd come from, followed by the crack of automatic gunfire. "They've breached the inner gates," Tom shouted. Merlin didn't hesitate. He turned to the tall stone fireplace and gripped the outstretched arm of one of the iron knights mounted beside it. With a sharp tug, the arm clicked, and the entire fireplace groaned as hidden gears engaged. Stone and soot rotated on an unseen axis, the hearth swiveling a full 180 degrees, revealing a narrow spiral staircase carved directly into the wall behind. "Quickly!" Merlin barked. Tom raised his pistol and fired 2 sharp bursts down the hall. The report was deafening in the stone chamber, but it did the job. The attackers flinched, buying precious seconds. Sam ducked into the passage first, brushing past soot-streaked stone. Merlin was last through. He turned and yanked a second hidden lever just inside the wall. With a grinding churn of ancient mechanisms, the fireplace rotated back into place. The sudden darkness was near total. Only the flickering torchlight from the hidden stairwell lit their descent. They moved fast, down, then across, then up again, climbing another winding flight of stone steps. The walls dripped with moisture, the air metallic, with the scent of damp earth and old ash. Sam burst out into the open air first, boots crunching on loose gravel and pine needles. They were in a wooded hollow, no more than a few 100 feet from where they'd parked the Ineos Grenadier beneath a stand of trees. The vehicle's matte green finish was camouflaged against the forest, its windows dark. "Come on," Sam said, breaking into a run. The 3 men reached the Grenadier. Sam threw open the driver's door and climbed inside. Merlin slipped into the back seat without a word, his robes streaked with soot and his breathing shallow but steady. Tom stood outside the passenger side, scanning the tree line. "What about Genevieve?" he asked, voice tight. "We'll go get her," Sam said. His hand hovered over the ignition. Then he paused. A low thumping filled the air, growing louder. Sam looked up. 2 black Iroquois helicopters crested the tree line, their rotor blades slicing the air in tandem. Sunlight flashed off their windscreens. They were coming in fast. "Get in!" Sam barked. Tom yanked the door open and climbed inside as the sound of the helicopters deepened into a roar. A moment later, a single shoulder-mounted rocket fired. Chapter 58. "Swing the car to the right," Merlin suggested. Sam followed his instructions, turning the wheel hard over and dipping back under the tree canopy. A split second later, the rocket exploded just where he would have otherwise been. Someone on board the helicopter started firing a submachine gun down at them. The bullets raked the glass at the back doors. Behind Sam, Tom glanced up at the closest helicopter. He tried to aim the Glock at the pilot, but he might as well have been shooting blind. Tom said, "Geez, I guess we really could have used that sniper rifle Amira decided to take hunting with Matilda." "Forget it," Sam said. "Call Genevieve. She'll be armed on the boat." The helicopter flew low, and someone started taking sporadic shots at them. Merlin said, "Here, let me drive." "You think you can do a better job of it?" Sam asked. "Well, I have got a few more years of experience," Merlin said proudly, and as if he didn't have any other care in the world. "As a matter of fact, I took my first lesson with Carl Benz." Sam nodded. With master builder genes, Merlin's reflexes were probably a hell of a lot faster than his anyway. Sam said, "Get ready to take the wheel." "I've got it," Merlin promised. Sam slid back and Merlin shuffled into the driver's seat. Merlin gripped the wheel of the Ineos Grenadier with one hand, his elbow resting casually against the window as the forest blurred past in streaks of green and brown. Branches whipped across the windscreen, snapping and cracking beneath the armored vehicle's thick chassis. Sam braced himself against the dash, jostling hard with every dip and rut in the uneven terrain. Despite the speed, Merlin looked maddeningly calm, like a man out for a leisurely drive through the countryside. Sam shot a glance at him. "You've done this before."
"Once or twice,"
Merlin murmured, spinning the wheel to thread them between two thick trunks, with barely an inch to spare. Behind them the distant thump of rotor blades grew more erratic. One of the helicopters had tried to follow through the dense forest and failed. Sam looked back through the cracked rear window and saw only canopy. "We lost one," Sam said.
"Temporarily,"
Merlin replied. The trees thinned ahead, revealing a wide ridge road that followed the edge of a steep valley. Far below, the Snake River glittered like a blade under the midday sun. Merlin accelerated onto the gravel track, kicking up a plume of dust behind them. In the back seat, Tom held his phone to his ear. "Genevieve, we're out. Merlin's driving like a bloody lunatic, but we're—" He paused, glancing out the side window. "Stand by. Hold on." A dull roar rose from below. Sam turned his head just in time to see it. One of the black Iroquois helicopters shot up from the gorge beneath them, climbing fast like a predator leaping from its den. A flash of movement on the open side door. Someone with a shoulder-mounted launcher aimed directly at them. "RPG!" Sam shouted. Merlin reacted instantly. He cranked the wheel left, wrenching the Ineos hard off the track. The tires skidded in the loose gravel, the whole vehicle pitching sideways as the missile streaked past, missing them by a hair. But the explosion behind them was massive. The shock wave hit the Ineos like a fist. The ground buckled, the vehicle lifted, tilted, and then rolled once, twice. Metal screamed against rock and dirt as the Grenadier flipped end over end before slamming down hard on its side in a shower of gravel, broken glass, and shredded foliage. Then everything went still. Smoke and dust hung in the air. Sam coughed, tasting blood and grit in his mouth. His ears rang. The world came back in jagged, disjointed fragments. Tom groaning in the back seat, the hiss of the ruined radiator, the ticking of metal cooling. And somewhere behind them, the unmistakable whine of a helicopter slowing to a hover. Sam looked out of the shattered windshield. Inside the helicopter, someone was loading another rocket into the RPG-7. Sam said, "Everyone out!" Chapter 59. Smoke still clung to the crumpled shell of the Ineos as Sam kicked the door open with his shoulder, stumbling out onto the loose gravel slope. Merlin was already moving, long robes flying behind him, and Tom scrambled after them, clutching his pistol, though there was nothing he could do against what was coming. A mechanical whoosh split the air. Sam turned just in time to see the second rocket leave the tube, a thin trail of smoke streaking toward the broken vehicle they'd just escaped. "Down!" he shouted, but they were already running. The rocket struck the Ineos dead center. The explosion lit the sky. The concussion hit them like a wall of heat and force. Shards of metal whirred past as the vehicle was ripped apart, lifted briefly from the ground before collapsing in a fireball that threw black smoke into the sky. Sam didn't look back. He heard the whine of the helicopter rotors circling, low and hungry. "Come on!" he yelled, sprinting after Merlin and Tom as they ran downhill toward the river's edge. The slope grew steeper, the ground looser with every step. Above them, a new sound joined the thump of the rotors, the sharp staccato burst of gunfire. Sam glanced up. One of the men in the Iroquois had swapped the RPG for a submachine gun. The weapon spat fire as it tore across the ridge, chewing through trees and rocks, tearing at the ground around them. Bullets snapped past Sam's ears. "Jump!" Merlin called, without hesitation. They hit the cliff edge with nothing but open space and sky between them, and the blue-green water of the Snake River far below. Sam jumped. Wind roared in his ears. For a heartbeat the world went silent and weightless, just the endless drop and the rush of adrenaline pounding in his chest. Then he hit the water. The river swallowed him in a crushing cold. Sound returned in a blur of bubbles and thunder as he kicked for the surface. He broke through, gasping, shaking the water from his face, just as Tom surfaced beside him, coughing. Merlin popped up a moment later, drenched but grinning through the spray. "Well," he said, panting, "that was invigorating." A low rumble cut across the river. Sam turned just in time to see the black silhouette of a Zodiac ripping across the water, its outboard engines whining. At the helm stood Genevieve, wind-whipped hair tied back, one hand on the throttle, the other extended toward them. "Need a ride?" she called. Sam swam hard, grabbed the rubber edge of the boat, and hauled himself aboard. Tom followed, groaning as he rolled in. Merlin climbed up with surprising ease. "You're a lifesaver. Let's go," Sam shouted. Genevieve didn't need to be told twice. She spun the wheel and punched the throttle. The Zodiac roared forward, cutting through the water like a knife. Behind them, the Iroquois circled back, ready for another run at them. Chapter 60. The Zodiac tore along the winding channel of the Snake River, its bow rising and slamming against the water with every twist in the current. Genevieve handled the controls like a professional, her eyes locked on the canyon ahead, hair slicked back by the wind and spray. The roar of the outboard engine was nearly drowned out by the rhythmic thump of the Iroquois rotor blades overhead. Sam glanced up. One of the black helicopters was tailing them, trying to keep low, but the steep walls of the canyon forced it to fly higher, unable to get a clean shot. The other helicopter was nowhere in sight, for now. "Genevieve," Sam called, raising his voice above the wind. "Meet Merlin." She glanced sideways, as though just now realizing who the drenched, robed man beside her was. "Nice to meet you, Merlin. Any chance you have some sort of hidden spell that would come in handy just about now?" "Afraid not," Merlin replied, water dripping from the ends of his beard. Sam offered a quick explanation. "He's more about sleight of hand than powerful engineering feats." "I do like big engineering feats, too," Merlin added, grinning. Genevieve shot Sam a look. "Do you have anything for us?" "Not here," Merlin said, peering ahead at the rising cliffs. Genevieve muttered under her breath, shaking her head. "I can't outrun two Iroquois, Sam. We're going to have to find somewhere to hide." "There's a cave system up ahead," Merlin said suddenly, pointing to a narrow crevice in the rocks on the right-hand side of the river. The roar of the second helicopter returned, cutting in from behind. A loud thunk sounded above them. Sam's eyes snapped upward. A second figure on the gun platform hoisted an RPG-7 to his shoulder. The warhead fired with a scream, slicing low over the river and exploding just 10 feet to their left, throwing up a towering geyser of water and shattered stone. The echo of the blast ricocheted through the canyon. Genevieve swore. "You didn't mention they had an RPG." "Sorry," Sam shouted back, ducking instinctively. "Did I mention they have an RPG?" The helicopter arced around for another pass. Sam saw the gunner slotting a second rocket into the launcher. Genevieve's eyes widened as she saw where it was aimed. "Change of plan! Jump!" She didn't wait for confirmation. All four of them hurled themselves into the river as one. The icy water swallowed Sam whole. tumbling him end over end as the current dragged him under. A second later, a deafening explosion ripped through the water, hot and concussive. The Zodiac collided with the canyon wall in a fiery bloom, the shock wave pulsing through the river like a hammer. Sam kicked hard, lungs burning, and broke the surface just in time to see the blackened remains of the boat sinking in flames. Merlin bobbed nearby, surprisingly composed, and Tom surfaced, coughing and swearing beside him. Genevieve appeared seconds later, swimming toward the canyon wall.
"Everyone alive?"
Sam gasped. Merlin nodded. "Regrettably, yes." Sam followed Genevieve as she kicked toward a jagged outcrop in the rock wall. Above them the Iroquois circled again, but they were too low now, and the river too narrow. He looked at Merlin. "If you're thinking of your next magic act, making us disappear would be a great one." Chapter 61. The water was ice cold, but adrenaline kept Sam moving. He kicked hard for the riverbank, lungs heaving as he dragged himself onto the slick basalt. Tom emerged beside him, hauling Merlin up by the arm. Genevieve was already scanning the canyon wall, pointing to a narrow, shadowed opening, barely visible between two jagged boulders. "There," she said, and they didn't waste time. The four of them scrambled into the shallow cave just as the rumble of rotor blades echoed overhead. Sam pressed himself flat against the stone, breath held as one of the Iroquois helicopters swept past, low and searching. The shadow of its blades passed across the river like a predator's wing. They waited. 10 seconds. 20. Then silence. Sam exhaled slowly. "Let's move," he whispered. The climb to the top of the gorge was brutal. The basalt cliffs offered few good handholds, and the rock was slick with mist and river spray. Still, they climbed, scraped knees, torn fingernails, heartbeats pounding in their ears, until at last they reached the top. Sam pulled himself over the edge and paused. Two black Iroquois sat parked on a wide clearing, their rotors still spinning down. Mercenaries in matte black tactical gear flanked the perimeter, weapons raised but not firing. And then one man stepped forward. He was tall, lean, and composed, dressed not in combat gear, but in a tailored forest green hunting coat with tan leather gloves and polished boots, as though he'd just stepped out of a fox hunt rather than a battlefield. A silver-handled shotgun rested casually over his arm, as if it were merely an accessory. His face was aristocratic and clean-shaven, his eyes sharp and a shade too pale. He smiled like a man used to winning. "Well, well," the man said, voice clipped and precise. "You're the one who stole that puppy." Sam pushed to his feet, breathing hard. "And you are—" The man gave a mock bow. "Lord Alistair Pembroke, 13th Earl of Strathmore." Tom muttered under his breath, "I hate him already." Pembroke ignored the comment, eyes fixed on Sam. "I assume the specimen is nearby. Camouflaging mutt, golden retriever strain, military enhanced. Excalibur, I believe you called him? The one you stole." Sam held up a calming hand. "We can make a deal." Pembroke's smile faded. "You have 30 seconds before I start choosing targets." Sam nodded. "Then listen closely. My wife is camping nearby. She has the puppy with her. We were diving for Camelot. All I have to do is call her, and she'll bring Excalibur here." Pembroke raised a skeptical brow. "You're offering the dog in exchange for your lives?" "I'm offering a trade," Sam said. "You get the dog. We walk away." Pembroke's smile returned, cold and calculating. Make the coal. Chapter 62. Hat Point Lookout, Oregon. The Iroquois beat a steady rhythm through the sky, its rotor wash sending long ripples across the tops of the pine trees as they soared over the jagged spine of the Wallowa Mountains. Far below, the Snake River coiled like a ribbon of steel in the canyon's depths. Sam leaned toward the open side door, gripping the frame as the helicopter banked gently to the east. Ahead, the gravel road to Hat Point Lookout stretched like a scar across the ridgeline, isolated, precarious, and utterly exposed. "There," Tom said beside him, pointing. A single vehicle appeared on the narrow switchback, an old Dodge Ram, dust rising behind it like a contrail. Sam's heart tightened as it crested the final bend and pulled into the clearing near the fire lookout. The wind up here was strong, and the sun cast a pale shimmer over the scene below. Sam squinted. A woman stepped out of the truck. She was good-looking, with dark skin, but she wasn't Amira. Sam had no idea who she was, but he could only hope Amira knew what she was doing. All of their lives depended on it. The Amira look-alike walked to the rear door, opened it, and gently lifted the small golden retriever from inside. The puppy squirmed playfully in her arms before she set it down in the dirt. Then, just as they had agreed, she placed a folded strip of colored fabrics, red, green, blue, over the puppy's back. Even from the sky, Sam could see it. The pup's fur shimmered subtly at first, then shifted to mirror each new color as she adjusted the cloth. Excalibur. "That's the one," Alastair confirmed. She stepped back, got in the driver's seat, and closed the door. She didn't start the engine. The deal was clear. The woman wouldn't leave until Sam, Tom, Genevieve, and Merlin were all safely in the truck with her. Lord Pembroke leaned across the cargo bay from his position near the cockpit, a smug expression on his face. He gave a single, decisive gesture, thumb pointed downward. The command was wordless. Final. Both helicopters began their descent, circling once before angling toward the ridge. Dust and pine needles whipped into the air as their skids touched down near the clearing, one ahead of the truck, the other to the side, effectively boxing her in. Sam's jaw clenched. Someone was helping Amira. All the same, he couldn't help feeling that they were walking straight into a trap. Chapter 63. One of Alastair's men hefted the cage by the side handles and immediately staggered backward a step. "Bloody hell," the man grunted. "This puppy is seriously heavy." Alastair shot him a look. "Quit playing around. It's a little puppy." "I know, sir," the man replied, adjusting his grip, veins straining against his forearms. "But it sure as hell doesn't feel like one." Alastair narrowed his eyes, noting the tension in the man's face and the slight tremble in his arms. Curious. He walked a slow circle around the crate, his gaze narrowing as he studied the animal inside. The puppy sat calmly, tongue lolling, tail thumping once against the cage floor. "It must have something to do with its unique genetics," Alastair murmured aloud. "Denser bone structure? High muscle fiber count? It looks like it should be the size of a small house." With effort, two of the men lifted the cage together and slid it into the back of the forward helicopter. The puppy gave a happy little bark and spun in a circle. Alastair turned to Sam Reilly, raising a brow. "Well," he said, with a faint, smug smile, "it appears your wife kept her end of the bargain." Then everything went to hell. A faint, metallic click echoed through the clearing, followed by the sudden pop of the cage latch springing open. The puppy shot out like a cannonball. "Hey, hey!" one of the mercenaries shouted, drawing his weapon. Alistair's voice snapped like a whip. "Don't shoot the dog!" The man froze mid-motion, weapon half raised. "Whatever happens," Alistair continued, storming forward, "that dog's life is worth more than any of yours. Understood?" Two of his men nodded and sprinted after the puppy, which had taken off at full speed across the dusty clearing. The little beast zigzagged, tail wagging furiously, darting just out of reach like it was all a fantastic game. Alistair clenched his teeth. "Get the bloody cage, now!" The nearest mercenary peeled off and jogged back toward the helicopter. He ducked under the rotor blades, stepped inside, and reached for the metal crate. A second later, the man jerked violently. A blur of gold and teeth lunged from behind the pilot's seat. A bigger dog, nearly full-grown, fur shimmering with strange iridescent hues as it clamped its jaws down on the man's arm. The mercenary let out a scream, stumbling backward out of the helicopter with the cage still in hand. Crack! A single shot echoed across the mountaintop. Alistair flinched and dropped into a crouch, his eyes sweeping the ridgeline. The man with the cage twitched once and then dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. Alistair stared in disbelief. The man's skull had been obliterated, the upper half of his head missing in a red mist that still hung in the air like vapor. Sniper. Sam ran out of the back of the helicopter. Alistair shouted, "Stop him!" One of the men in the back, who had a gun, turned and pointed it at Sam. He went to squeeze the trigger, but an explosion erupted inside the helicopter, and the man was dead before he managed to squeeze the trigger. Chapter 64. Amira adjusted the bipod legs of the Macmillan TAC-50 and settled the rifle on the top of the fire tower like it belonged there, like she belonged there. The wind up on Hat Point was stiff but steady. Her breath was calm, her pulse even, her body felt distant, mechanical. Only her eyes moved, narrowing behind the scope. Down below, the clearing buzzed with chaos. Helicopters, men with guns, the echo of shouted commands. But all she saw was the target, the one who threatened her family. She felt it rise within her. Not fear, not anger. Instinct. Pure, primal, maternal instinct. Someone had come after her child. She barely knew who. She didn't know why. Didn't care what they were after. Some rich bastard had made demands over the phone. "We want the dog, Excalibur, the genetically enhanced puppy." He never asked about Caliburn. Didn't realize there was more than one genetically engineered dog. It wasn't much, but it was something. That told her everything she needed to know. He wasn't a scientist. He wasn't military. He was a collector, and he had no idea of the wrath he was about to bring down on himself. But none of that mattered now, because here's the thing. Not just in the history of mankind, but in the history of every living creature that ever walked, crawled, flew, or breathed, nobody fucks with a mother's family. She exhaled and pulled the trigger. Chapter 65. The next few seconds unfolded in a blur of precision and violence. From his position near the landing gear, Sam watched the first shot rip through the sky with a thunderous crack. The pilot in the second Iroquois dropped where he sat, his head snapping forward against the controls. The helicopter's rotors continued to spin uselessly, the aircraft lurching slightly as the weight slumped. Another man, trying to flee toward the tree line, was caught in mid-step. The second shot struck him high in the neck. He crumpled silently, folding into the dirt like a rag doll. It was a turkey shoot, exactly what Sam had hoped for when he made the call. Amira had gone hunting, and with the Macmillan TAC-50 in her hands, no one below had a chance. More bodies followed, mercenaries diving for cover that didn't exist, men frozen in confusion or trying to radio for help. By the time the dust began to settle, the only one left standing was Lord Alastair Pembroke. Sam watched him turn in place, slow and trembling, then raise his hands high above his head. He dropped his shotgun, letting it thud uselessly to the ground. He was surrendering. Sam started to move, raising his voice to yell toward the fire tower. But 3 seconds later, the final shot rang out. Pembroke's skull snapped sideways, a blossom of red bursting from his temple. He collapsed in a boneless heap at the base of the helicopter's landing skid. Sam exhaled, jaw clenched. He didn't have to ask who fired the shot. Moments later, 2 figures emerged from the metal catwalk of the fire lookout, descending the narrow stairs. Amira led the way, calm and deliberate. Matilda followed close behind, wide-eyed but steady. As soon as Amira reached him, Sam pulled her into a tight hug, burying his face in her shoulder. She held him just as fiercely. He pulled back slightly, gave her a half-smile. "You know, it's against the Geneva Convention to shoot someone who surrenders." Amira shrugged, completely unapologetic. "One day," she said coolly, "you will have to explain to me the reason people who start wars and try to kill each other decide to make rules on how to do so correctly." She stepped closer, locking eyes with him. "But let me make this clear to you. As a mother—" She looked toward Matilda, who stood watching in silence. "And as your wife, if anyone ever tries to harm a member of my family, they forfeit every one of those rights. And I promise you," her voice dropped to a whisper, cold and certain, "I will put them in the grave the first chance I get." Sam said nothing. He just nodded, because there was nothing to argue. Chapter 66. Sam looked around. Every one of their enemies had been shot. There were no survivors. He turned to Amira. "Okay, what just happened?" Caliburn and Excalibur were both in the cage, sitting on C4 with a remote-operated detonator. Caliburn blended his chromatophores to give the appearance that he looked like a small puppy, leaving most of his body to camouflage in with the rest of the cage. "Where did you get the C4 and a detonator from on short notice?" "Alicia Harrison had some." "Who?" "Someone your dad knows. She lives in Oregon and was able to get here at short notice. She does some security work for your dad." Merlin turned up, and Sam introduced him to Amira and Matilda. "Nice to meet you, Merlin," Matilda said politely. "It's very nice to meet you too, Matilda." Matilda's attention seemed to move toward Excalibur and Caliburn. Sam asked, "Do you know the story of King Arthur?" Matilda nodded. After a few minutes, Sam said in a whisper, "I thought you would be a little more excited to meet Merlin. Merlin might be a magician." "Technically a blacksmith." "Whatever." Sam was confused by her indifference. "What is it?" Matilda grinned. "He might be everyone else's hero." Sam frowned. "But—" "It doesn't matter." Sam persisted. "You know, he's one of the most famous magicians of all time." "Uh-huh." That doesn't impress you?
Not really.
No? Matilda suppressed a laugh.
Have you met my parents? They're both far more amazing than any 1,000-year-old magician.
And with that declaration, she threw her arms around her dad, and Sam hugged her back, holding her tight. Chapter 67. Atlantic Ocean, 2 weeks later. The Tehillah groaned beneath the pressure of the waves as the Atlantic heaved and surged around her. Rain slammed against the reinforced hull like a barrage of stones, and the wind screamed through the rigging high above the bridge. Spray lashed over the bow, the sky a roiling mass of black and gray as the hurricane bore down. 3 days earlier they had sailed out of Chesapeake Bay, steering away from the storm's projected path. Matthew had reasoned it was safer to head into the open sea than remain near the coast where the storm surge could box them in. But nature didn't play fair. The hurricane had turned, circling like a predator, doubling back across its own trajectory, and now it hunted them in the deep. Swells rose like moving mountains, 30, maybe 40 feet high. The Tehillah climbed each one and dropped into the troughs with a bone-rattling crash, the entire ship shuddering beneath Sam's boots. The storm was everywhere. The horizon was gone. The world was water, motion, and thunder. Then the proximity alarm began to wail. A sharp metallic tone pierced the air inside the command center. Too fast, too close. Sam spun toward the main display. Red warning lights blinked.
Collision warning,
Tom muttered, eyes narrowing.
But there's nothing on radar.
No transponder signal, no AIS, no heat signature. Elisa's voice crackled from the console. Nothing out there. Sam and Tom exchanged a glance, then moved together toward the forward hatch. The moment Sam opened it, the wind nearly tore it from his grip. He leaned into the gust, squinting through the torrent. Lightning forked across the sky, and for an instant the entire sea lit up like polished obsidian. Then he saw it. A shape. Large, dark, low in the water, barely discernible among the chaos. But wrong. Wrong. Not a ship, not a container, not a wreck. A house. Sam blinked hard and stepped out farther, gripping the steel railing. Another bolt of lightning illuminated the scene in eerie clarity. It was a 2-story house, tilted to one side, bobbing between the swells like some haunted derelict torn from a shoreline. Its walls were intact, glass windows unbroken, the pitched roof solid despite the storm. Waves crashed against it, water rolling across its porch as if it belonged there. Tom lifted the searchlight mounted to the deck and aimed it toward the drifting structure. The beam cut through the rain, jittering with the ship's motion until it landed on a second-story window. Behind the glass, a face, a woman. She stood frozen behind the pane, hair plastered to her cheeks, hands pressed flat against the glass. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, locked on the Tehillah, a silent plea in the heart of a storm, a soul adrift in the impossible. Sam's breath caught. There's someone inside. Tom's voice was low. That's a house, Sam. Out here, in the middle of the Atlantic. Lightning split the sky again. Thunder cracked like cannon fire. The Tehillah pitched forward as another monstrous wave rose to meet them, but Sam didn't look away. The storm had chased them to the end of the world, and now it had delivered something straight from a nightmare. The house rode the waves as if it had been waiting for them. Sam grabbed a life ring and a rope. "What are you doing, Sam?" Sam looked at the woman staring out at them through the window in the attic. That woman's going to die trapped there."
"You can't help her,"
Tom argued. Sam's mouth was set with a grim line. "No, I can't sit back and watch her die." Chapter 68. The wind howled like a living thing, rattling the reinforced hull of the Tehillah as she rose and fell with the towering Atlantic waves. Rain lashed across Sam's face like needles. He squinted through the spray, watching as the house, lifted and dropped in rhythm with the ship. One wave apart, then two. On every third or fourth swell, the distance between them narrowed, concertinaing together, he thought. That was the moment. He tied the rope tightly around his waist and shoved the other end into Tom's hands. "Hold tight." Without waiting for a reply, Sam sprinted across the slick deck, boots slamming against the steel, and launched himself into the air. For a second he was weightless above the madness of the ocean, and then he crashed down hard on the partially submerged roof, sliding and clawing until he reached a handhold. The storm roared around him, lightning flickering across the clouds, the sky crackling with fury. The rain had a bitter, metallic taste, like old copper. The sea smelled of brine and ozone and distant chaos. He hauled himself to the second-story window, gripping the frame as the house tilted and bucked. Behind the glass, a woman stood watching him, her face pale, framed by dark, wet hair. She raised one hand and pointed downward, mouthing something. "You have to come in from underwater." Sam nodded. He tightened his grip as another wave slammed into the house, nearly throwing him off. He couldn't risk climbing back or trying to force entry from here. The rope wouldn't be long enough, and the structure, whatever it was too large, too deep. That settled it. Sam drew a deep breath, looked back once toward the Tehillah, a dark shape on the horizon, briefly illuminated by lightning, and let go of the rope. The cold hit him like a wall. He plunged beneath the surface, forcing himself to stay calm. His chest tightened. The pressure increased quickly. He pinched his nose and swallowed to equalize his ears, feeling the internal pop as he dove deeper. The world muted below the waves, the roar of the storm becoming a muffled thrum. Darkness and green filtered light surrounded him. The house stretched beneath him like an iceberg, massive, angular, with steel beams and concrete footings that now acted like a yacht's ballast. He kicked downward, fighting the drag of the water and the ache in his lungs. Then he saw it, an open garage, yawning black and still. He swam inside, pushing past floating debris, his fingers grazing the frame. A staircase loomed ahead. He swam upward, pulling himself hand over hand, chest burning. Finally, he broke the surface. Air. He coughed and dragged himself up onto a floating, carpeted landing. He lay there a moment, letting the seawater pour from his clothes and lungs. The interior was dim, lit only by the pulsing flashes from the storm outside. Thunder rumbled like distant artillery. Sam sat up, blinking. The room was sleek, modern, elegant. Polished concrete floors, glass balustrades, chrome fittings. The top floor was sealed and watertight, like the superstructure of a submersible house. Expensive, engineered, possibly even deliberately. Etched into the wall, large and prominent, was an image. It was a depiction of a young man plummeting from the sky, arms flung wide, wings in tatters as the sun blazed above him. Icarus. He recognized the symbol from Greek mythology. Sam's breathing slowed. Footsteps echoed on the wet floor behind him. He turned as a figure stepped from the shadows. She was beautiful. Long dark hair, high cheekbones, and intelligent eyes that held just enough sorrow to make them dangerous. She wore simple clothes, but carried herself like someone who lived in this house, not merely survived inside it. "Hello, Sam Reilly." The woman made an enigmatic and knowing smile as she met his gaze. "I wondered how long it would take you to show up." The end. This has been Caliburn's Fight, Sam Reilly, Book 34. Written by Christopher Cartwright. Narrated by David Gilmore. Copyright 2025 by Christopher Cartwright. Production copyright 2025 by Christopher Cartwright. This is David Gilmore. Thank you for listening.